Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry rejected the Triwizard tournament and swore an oath to strip Crouch of his magic. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Goblets Demand. The flames in the goblet of fire had always burned blue-white, ethereal and ancient, but when they turned red for the fourth time that night, Harry Potter felt something cold settle in his stomach. He knew before Dumbledore's voice called out. Knew it in the sudden stillness of the Gryffindor table, in the way Hermione's hand froze halfway to her pumpkin juice, in the prickling sensation at the back of his neck that had saved his life more than once. Harry Potter. The great hall didn't erupt into whispers. It went silent. Completely, utterly silent, as if someone had cast a silencing charm over 400 students. Harry didn't move. Harry Potter, Dumbledore repeated, and there was something in the old man's voice, confusion. Concern, that made it worse. Ron's elbow dug into his ribs. Mate. Mate, that's you. I didn't put my name in. The words came out flat. Calm. Harry was distantly surprised by how calm he sounded when everything inside him had gone razor-sharp and cold. I didn't enter. Mr. Potter. McGonagall had risen from the staff table, her face pale. You must come forward. Harry looked at the charred piece of parchment in Dumbledore's hand. Looked at the goblet, its flames now settling back to blue-white as if nothing had happened. Looked at Cedric Diggory, Victor Crumb, and Fleur Delacour standing near the antechamber door, their expressions ranging from confusion to outrage. He stood up. The walk from the Gryffindor table to the front of the great hall was the longest of his life. He felt every eye on him, Malfoy's smirk, Snape's unreadable stare, Hagrid's worried frown. The Durmstrang students muttered in Bulgarian. The Beauxbatons girls whispered behind their hands. Dumbledore handed him the parchment. Harry looked at it. His name. Written in handwriting that wasn't his. Through the door, Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. We must discuss this with the other judges. Harry walked past the three champions without looking at them. The antechamber was warm, a fire crackling in the hearth, and he crossed to the far wall and turned to wait. He didn't have to wait long. The door burst open and they flooded in, Dumbledore, McGonagall, Snape, Karkaroff with his goatee bristling, Madame Maxime ducking through the doorway, Ludo Bagman bouncing on his heels with inappropriate excitement, and Bartemius Crouch. Harry watched them all. Watched their faces. Noted who looked surprised and who didn't. Crouch's expression was carefully blank. Extraordinary. Bagman was saying. Absolutely extraordinary. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present the fourth Triwizard champion? There cannot be four champions. Madame Maxime's voice was cold. The rules are clear. The goblet has spoken, Crouch said. His voice was clipped, precise. The boy must compete. Now, hang on, Harry started. The contract is binding. Crouch spoke over him as if he hadn't opened his mouth. When a wizard's name emerges from the goblet of fire, they are magically bound to compete. There is no alternative. But I didn't put my name in. Crouch finally looked at him. His eyes were dark, flat, utterly without warmth. That is irrelevant. The goblet does not distinguish between self-submission and submission by another party. You are bound. Someone else entered my name without my permission, and I'm supposed to just accept that? Yes. The word hung in the air. Harry felt that cold thing in his stomach crystallize into something harder. Albus. Karkaroff had drawn himself up to his full height. This is unacceptable. Hogwarts cannot have two champions. I demand, you may demand nothing. Crouch didn't even look at the Durmstrang headmaster. The goblet has made its decision. The tournament will proceed with four champions. Perhaps, Dumbledore said slowly, we should first determine how Harry's name came to be in the goblet at all. Harry, did you ask an older student to submit your name? No. Did you find some way to circumvent the age line yourself? No. Dumbledore's blue eyes searched his face. Harry met them steadily. I believe him, Dumbledore said finally. Of course you do. Karkaroff's lip curled. Your own student. How convenient that Hogwarts now has twice the chance of winning. Igor, do not be foolish. Harry stopped listening. He was watching Crouch, who had moved to stand near the fireplace. The man's hands were clasped behind his back. His posture was rigid, military. His face showed nothing. But his right thumb was tapping against his left wrist. A rapid, irregular rhythm. He was nervous. Mr. Crouch. Harry's voice cut through the argument. Everyone fell silent. You said the goblet doesn't distinguish between self-submission and submission by another party. That seems like a significant legal loophole. Has the Ministry done anything to address it? Crouch's thumb stopped moving. The goblet's magic is ancient. It cannot be easily modified. But someone modified it tonight. Someone made it accept a fourth name from a fourth school that doesn't exist. Someone tricked magic you just described as ancient and unmodifiable. Doesn't that concern you? The investigation will. What investigation? You just said I have to compete regardless of how my name got in. If the outcome doesn't change either way, what's the point of investigating? Crouch's jaw tightened. The magical contract was created without my consent. In the Muggle world, that's called fraud. Is wizarding law really so backward that it enforces fraudulent contracts? The silence that followed was different from before. Heavier. Snape, of all people, looked almost impressed. Mr. Potter, Crouch said slowly, you would do well to remember to whom you are speaking. I know exactly who I'm speaking to. The head of the Department of International Magical Cooperation. The man responsible for organizing this tournament. The man who oversaw the goblet's security. Harry took a step forward. So either someone tricked ancient, unmodifiable magic under your watch, which makes you incompetent. Or you knew this was possible and didn't prevent it, which makes you negligent. Or, Harry. Dumbledore's voice was sharp. That is enough. Or you knew it was going to happen. Which makes you complicit. Crouch's face had gone pale. Not with fear, with fury. How dare you? I have served the Ministry for over 40 years. I prosecuted Death Eaters while you were in nappies. I will not stand here and be accused by a child. Then tell me who put my name in the goblet. I don't know. Tell me how they did it. I don't know. Tell me why, out of everyone at this school, someone chose the one person who can't legally enter. The one person who would draw maximum attention. The one person who survived Voldemort. Several people flinched at the name. Crouch didn't. I don't. No. Each word was bitten off, precise as a curse. Harry held his gaze for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. I believe you, he said. You don't know who or how. He paused. But you know why, don't you? You know what this is really about. Something flickered in Crouch's eyes. There and gone, too fast to identify. You are being paranoid, Crouch said. And tiresome. The fact remains that your name emerged from the goblet. You will compete in the tournament. That is final. No. The word fell like a stone into still water. I'm sorry. Crouch's voice had gone dangerously soft. I said no. I won't compete. You have no choice. The magical contract was made without my consent. I'm not bound by it. The goblet's magic will punish you. Then let it. Harry spread his hands. Strip my magic. Kill me. Whatever it does. I won't compete in a tournament I didn't enter, organized by people who can't or won't explain how my name got into that cup. For a moment, no one spoke. Harry could hear the fire crackling. Could hear Bagman's nervous breathing. Could hear his own heartbeat, steady and slow. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. The consequences of breaking a goblet contract are not well documented. It is possible that refusal could seriously harm you. More than competing in a tournament designed to kill people. The tournament has been made safer, a student still dies every few decades. Those are the official statistics. How many near misses go unreported? Harry shook his head. I'm not afraid of the goblet's punishment, Professor. I'm afraid of competing in something I don't understand, against enemies I can't see, for reasons no one will explain. He turned back to Crouch. Someone wanted me in this tournament badly enough to trick ancient magic. Someone knew enough about the goblet to make it accept a fourth school. Someone planned this carefully, months in advance. Harry's voice was still calm, but there was steel beneath it now. And you want me to just compete? Go along with their plan? Make myself a target for whatever comes next? Crouch's hands had clenched into fists behind his back. You have no proof of any conspiracy. I have my name on that parchment in handwriting that isn't mine. I have a 14-year-old entered into a competition with a minimum age of 17. I have the head of International Magical Cooperation telling me to shut up and compete instead of investigating who did this and why. Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. I'd say I have plenty of proof that something is very, very wrong. The boy has a point. Mad-Eye Moody's voice came from the doorway. Harry hadn't heard him enter. The Exorer stumped into the room, his magical eye spinning wildly before fixing on Crouch. Someone went to a lot of trouble to get Potter into this tournament. Be interesting to know why. Crouch's expression flickered again. Alastair. This isn't your concern. Everything's my concern. Constant vigilance. The last words were shouted, making Bagman jump. That's what I've always said. And right now, my vigilance is telling me something stinks. Moody's magical eye swiveled to Harry. Something about the way it focused made Harry's skin prickle, but the old Auror just nodded slowly. Smart lad, refusing to compete. Stupid of whoever set this up to think he'd just go along with it. He must compete, Crouch insisted. The contract, then let the contract enforce itself. Moody shrugged. Boy says he won't compete. Goblet says he has to. Let magic sort it out instead of forcing him at one point. The tournament cannot proceed without what? For champions. Seems to me we've got 3 perfectly good ones right here. Moody jerked his thumb at Cedric, Crumb, and Fleur, who had been watching the argument with varying degrees of alarm. Let Potter sit it out. If the goblet wants him that badly, it'll do something about it. Crouch's face had gone from pale to flushed. This is outrageous. Unprecedented. The rules clearly state, rules you wrote, Harry said quietly. For a tournament you organized. Using a goblet you were responsible for securing. He paused. Tell me, Mr. Crouch. When did you first learn that someone had entered my name? The question hung in the air. Crouch's flush deepened. When it emerged from the goblet. Same as everyone else. Really? You had no warning? No indication that the goblet's magic had been tampered with? Of course not. So the wards around the goblet, the ones that were supposed to prevent exactly this kind of manipulation, they just failed. Without warning. Without leaving any trace. The investigation will, you keep mentioning this investigation. Who's conducting it? When will it be complete? Will I be allowed to see the results? Crouch's mouth opened. Closed. Opened again. The ministry will conduct its own inquiry, he said finally. In due time. Through proper channels. In other words, no. In other words, this is not your concern. Someone entered me into a potentially fatal competition without my consent. How is that not my concern? Because you are a child. Crouch's composure finally cracked. A 14-year-old boy with delusions of importance. You are not entitled to ministry resources. You are not entitled to classified information. You are not entitled to anything except what we choose to give you. The words echoed in the sudden silence. Harry felt something shift inside him. The cold clarity he'd felt since his name emerged from the goblet crystallized into something sharper. I see, he said softly. So that's how it is. He looked around the room. At Dumbledore, who was watching him with an unreadable expression. At McGonagall, who looked troubled. At Snape, whose black eyes glittered with something that might have been interest. At Moody, whose magical eye had fixed on Crouch with an intensity that made the older man shift uncomfortably. At Crouch himself, who was breathing hard, his careful composure in ruins. You know something, Harry said. About why this happened. About who did it. And you're not going to tell me. You are being paranoid. Yes, you said. Harry's voice was cold now. Cold and hard as ice. Let me tell you what I think, Mr. Crouch. I think someone in this room knows exactly how my name got into that goblet. I think the ministry is going to bury any investigation so deep it'll never see daylight. And I think you're counting on a 14-year-old boy to just accept it. To be too scared, too ignorant, too powerless to do anything about it. He smiled again. That same sharp, unpleasant smile. You're wrong. Is that a threat, Mr. Potter? It's a promise. Harry drew himself up to his full height, which wasn't much, but something in his bearing made several of the adults take an involuntary step back. You want to hide behind rules? Fine. I'll use rules too. Every rule, every law, every regulation I can find. I'm going to find out who did this. I'm going to find out why. And when I do, I'm going to make sure everyone knows exactly who was responsible. Crouch's face had gone pale again. You don't know what you're dealing with. No, Harry agreed. I don't. But I'm going to find out. He turned away from Crouch, facing the room at large. I'm not competing in this tournament. I don't care what the contract says. I don't care what the goblet does. Someone tried to use me as a pawn tonight, and I refuse to play along. Harry, Dumbledore began. With respect, Headmaster, you've had 13 years to tell me things I needed to know. About my parents. About Voldemort. About why I'm famous in a world I didn't know existed until I was 11. Harry's voice didn't waver. I'm done waiting for explanations that never come. I'm done trusting people who keep secrets for my own good. From now on, I find my own answers. He walked toward the door. No one moved to stop him. At the threshold, he paused and looked back at Crouch. You said I'm not entitled to ministry resources. Fine. But I am entitled to justice under wizarding law. And I'm going to get it. Crouch's face was a mask. But his hands were trembling. Harry walked out. The corridor was empty. Most of the students were probably still in the Great Hall, buzzing about what had happened. Harry could hear distant voices, the rumble of conversation, but here it was quiet. He leaned against the cold stone wall and let out a breath he didn't know he'd been holding. His hands were shaking. He'd just told off the head of International Magical Cooperation. He'd accused a senior ministry official of conspiracy or incompetence in front of multiple witnesses. He'd refused to compete in a magically binding contract. What the hell was he thinking? But even as the doubt crept in, something else remained. That cold clarity. That hard certainty that he'd done the right thing. Someone had entered him in this tournament. Not as a prank. Not by accident. Someone had gone to incredible lengths, tricking ancient magic, forging his name, manipulating the selection process, to force him into a competition that had killed people. Why? The most obvious answer was also the most terrifying. Voldemort. Or at least, his followers. This had the smell of a Death Eater plot, complicated, long-planned, ruthless. But how? The goblet had been guarded. Dumbledore himself had cast the age line. The security should have been impenetrable. Unless someone inside had helped. Harry's mind went back to Crouch. The man's careful composure. His immediate insistence that Harry compete. His refusal to even consider alternatives. And that flicker in his eyes when Harry had asked about the why. Crouch knew something. Harry was certain of it. The question was what? Harry. He looked up. Hermione was running toward him, her hair flying, Ron close behind. Harry, what happened? What did they say? Are you all right? I'm fine. Harry pushed off from the wall. Where's everyone else? Still in the hall. Dumbledore came back and told everyone to return to their dormitories. Hermione's eyes were searching his face. Harry, did you really refuse to compete? Yes. But the magical contract, I don't care. The words came out harder than he intended. Someone tried to trap me, Hermione. I'm not going to walk into their trap just because it's expected. Ron was staring at him with wide eyes. Mate. You basically told Crouch to stuff it. In front of everyone. He deserved it. I'm not disagreeing. Ron held up his hands. It was brilliant. The look on his face when you accused him of being complicit, you saw that? Everyone saw it. Bagman left the door open. Half the hall was watching through the crack. Harry closed his eyes. So much for keeping this quiet. What are you going to do? Hermione asked quietly. You can't just ignore the goblet's magic. It'll punish you somehow. I know. Harry opened his eyes. But I'd rather deal with magical punishment than compete in something designed to get me killed. You don't know it's designed to get you killed, I don't know it isn't. Harry started walking toward Gryffindor Tower. Someone went to a lot of trouble to enter me. They didn't do that for fun. They have a plan. And I guarantee competing in the tournament is exactly what they want me to do. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances, then hurried to catch up. So what's your plan? Ron asked. Just wait and see what happens. No. Harry's voice was grim. I'm going to find out who did this. And I'm going to make them pay. The Gryffindor common room fell silent when Harry entered. He'd expected stares. He'd expected whispers. What he hadn't expected was the standing ovation. Fred and George were on their feet, clapping wildly. Angelina Johnson and Katie Bell were cheering. Even Neville Longbottom, normally so quiet, was applauding with a broad smile. That was bloody brilliant. Fred shouted. The look on Crouch's face, like he'd swallowed a dung bomb, George added. When you accused him of being complicit, I thought Karkaroff was going to have a stroke. Harry held up his hands. It wasn't supposed to be entertainment. Entertainment? Fred looked offended. That was art, that was. Political theater of the highest order. You basically told the ministry to sod off in front of 2 foreign schools and 3 of the most important wizarding officials in Britain. George draped an arm over Harry's shoulders. We've never been prouder. Harry shrugged him off, but couldn't quite hide a smile. I just said what I was thinking. That's what made it perfect. Angelina had pushed through the crowd. Everyone's always so careful around ministry types. Walking on eggshells, saying the right things. You just told the truth. The inconvenient truth, Katie added. That's the best kind. Harry looked around the common room. Most of the faces were friendly, excited, supportive. But he noticed a few that weren't, a cluster of upper years near the fire who were watching him with narrowed eyes. One of them stepped forward. Cormac McLagan, 6th year, built like a small mountain. Easy for you to make speeches, McLagan said. You've already got fame. What about Cedric? He earned his spot as champion. Now everyone's going to be talking about you instead of him. The common room went quiet again. Harry met McLagan's gaze steadily. Cedric's welcome to all the attention he wants. I don't want to be champion. I didn't ask for this. So you say. So I say. Harry didn't look away. If you want to believe I somehow tricked ancient magic to get my name in a potentially fatal competition against my will, go ahead. But ask yourself why anyone would do that. McLagan's jaw tightened. Glory. Fame. The prize money. I'm already famous. I hate it. And I've got plenty of gold in my vault. Harry shrugged. Try again. Then why, that's what I'm trying to find out. Harry's voice hardened. Someone entered me in this tournament. Someone with enough knowledge and power to trick the goblet of fire. Someone who wanted me, specifically, competing in tasks designed to test wizards 3 years older than me. He paused. You think I did that to myself? Fine. But if you've got a theory about who actually did it, I'm listening. McLagan had no answer. Harry nodded and turned away, heading for the stairs to the boys' dormitory. Ron and Hermione followed. The 4th-year boys' dormitory was empty except for the 3 of them. Seamus and Dean were probably still in the common room, enjoying the drama. Harry sat on his bed and stared at the wall. Harry. Hermione's voice was gentle. Are you okay? I don't know. He ran a hand through his hair. I just did that. Said all those things. In front of everyone. Regrets? He thought about it. No. I meant every word. I just wasn't planning to say them quite so publicly. Ron sat down on his own bed. What you said about Crouch. Do you really think he was involved? I don't know. Harry replayed the conversation in his mind. He knows something, though. The way he reacted when I asked about the why, there's something he's hiding. Crouch is a hard man. Hermione had begun pacing, a sure sign her brain was working overtime. He sent his own son to Azkaban during the war. Some people called him ruthless. Others said he was just doing his job. What was his son convicted of? I don't remember exactly. Something involving Death Eaters. Torturing someone, I think. Hermione frowned. I could look it up in the library. Do it. Harry lay back on his bed. I want to know everything about Bartemius Crouch. His career. His family. His enemies. If someone's using this tournament to get to me, Crouch is involved somehow. I'm sure of it. Ron and Hermione exchanged glances again. Harry, Ron said slowly. When you said you were going to make them pay, what did you mean? Harry stared at the canopy of his bed. I don't know yet, he admitted. But I'm not just going to sit here and wait for whatever they have planned. I'm going to find out who did this. And I'm going to stop them. How? I'll figure it out. Harry's voice was quiet but certain. They picked the wrong target. They think I'm just some kid who'll do whatever he's told. They're wrong. He closed his eyes. Somewhere in this castle, someone had entered his name in the goblet of fire. Someone who wanted him competing. Someone who wanted him in danger. He was going to find them. And they were going to regret it. Sleep didn't come easily. Harry lay in the dark, listening to Ron's snores and the wind outside the tower windows, his mind racing. The tournament. For champions when there should be 3. Ancient magic tricked somehow. Crouch insisting he compete. Dumbledore's careful neutrality. Moody's unexpected support. And beneath it all, the question that wouldn't stop nagging at him, why? If someone wanted him dead, there were easier ways. A curse. An accident. Poison. The tournament was elaborate, public, risky. Too many variables. Too many chances for something to go wrong. Unless death wasn't the goal. Harry sat up in bed, a thought striking him. What if they didn't want to kill him? What if they wanted something else entirely? Something that required him alive, competing, distracted by the tournament's tasks. But what? He didn't have enough information. That was the problem. He was working with fragments, guesses, intuition. He needed facts. Evidence. Proof. Tomorrow, he decided. Tomorrow he'd start digging. The library. The archives. Anything he could find about the goblet, the tournament, Crouch's history. He'd look for patterns, connections, anything that might explain what was really going on. And he'd watch. Carefully. Everyone who might be involved. Everyone who might know something. Someone in this castle had betrayed him. Had set him up for something. He was going to find out who. Harry lay back down, but this time his mind was calmer. He had a plan. It wasn't much, just the first steps of an investigation that might take months, but it was something. He closed his eyes. Sleep finally came. Breakfast the next morning was an exercise in endurance. The moment Harry walked into the great hall, conversation stopped. Heads turned. Whispers started. He could feel the weight of hundreds of stares as he made his way to the Gryffindor table. The Daily Prophet had already printed a special morning edition. Potter refuses tournament, accuses Ministry of conspiracy. Rita Skeeter's name was prominently displayed. Where did she even get the details? Hermione was scanning the article with barely contained fury. She quotes you verbatim. She couldn't have been in the antechamber. Quick quotes Quill, probably. Harry buttered a piece of toast with more force than necessary. Wouldn't be surprised if she had one hidden somewhere. This is actually pretty favorable, though. Ron had claimed his own copy. She makes you sound all heroic and rebellious. Listen, young Potter, his famous green eyes blazing with righteous fury, boldly confronted the ministry official, demanding answers that Crouch seemed unable, or unwilling, to provide. That's not what happened. Close enough, though. Ron grinned. You did look pretty furious. Harry scanned the hall. At the Slytherin table, Malfoy was holding court, probably making snide remarks. At the staff table, Dumbledore was speaking quietly with McGonagall. Crouch was notably absent. And at the door, a group of ministry wizards in official robes had just entered. Trouble, Harry muttered. The wizards made their way to the staff table. The lead one, a short, pompous-looking man with a lime green bowler hat, spoke briefly with Dumbledore, then turned to survey the hall. His eyes landed on Harry. Mr. Potter. The man's voice was magically amplified. A word, please. Harry stood slowly. And you are? The man's face flushed. I am Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. You will address me with respect. A murmur ran through the hall. Harry walked toward the staff table, keeping his pace steady. Minister. He stopped a few feet away. What can I do for you? Fudge's mustache bristled. You can explain yourself, young man. This morning's prophet is full of your accusations against senior ministry officials. You've caused an international incident. I told the truth. Harry kept his voice calm. Someone entered my name in the goblet without my consent. I refused to compete. I asked questions that no one could answer. You accused Bartemius Crouch of conspiracy. I asked if he knew who entered my name, how they did it, and why they targeted me. He couldn't answer any of those questions. Harry shrugged. I didn't accuse him of anything. I asked questions. Questions designed to undermine public confidence in the ministry. Questions designed to find out who's trying to kill me. The words hung in the air. Fudge's face had gone from red to purple. No one is trying to kill you. You are being dramatic and paranoid. Really? Harry tilted his head. The Triwizard tournament has a death rate. That's a matter of public record. Someone entered me in that tournament without my knowledge or consent. What other conclusion should I draw? Fudge sputtered. The other ministry wizards shifted uncomfortably. You will compete, Fudge finally managed. The magical contract has no power over someone who didn't consent to it. Harry had done some reading last night, pulling old books from the common room shelves. Binding contracts require informed consent in wizarding law. I didn't know my name was being entered. I didn't agree to the terms. The contract is void. The goblet's magic is ancient and poorly understood. No one can tell me exactly what will happen if I refuse. Speculation isn't law, Minister. Fudge's mouth opened and closed. He clearly hadn't expected legal arguments from a 14-year-old. The ministry's position is clear, he said finally. You will compete in the tournament. If you refuse, there will be consequences. What consequences? That remains to be determined. So I'm being threatened with undefined punishment for refusing to participate in something I never agreed to. Harry nodded slowly. That sounds like coercion, Minister. I wonder what the Wizengamot would say about that. Complete silence fell over the great hall. Fudge's face had gone pale. Are you threatening to bring this before the Wizengamot? I'm stating my options. Harry kept his voice pleasant. Someone violated my rights by entering me in this tournament. The ministry's response has been to demand I compete anyway and threaten me when I refuse. That seems like something the Wizengamot should know about. You can't possibly, a child, addressing the Wizengamot. Any citizen of magical Britain can petition the Wizengamot for redress of grievances. It's in the founding charter. Harry had found that in a dusty old book in the common room, one that looked like it hadn't been opened in decades. I'll admit I'm not sure of the exact procedure, but I'm sure I can find out. Fudge took a step back. The other ministry wizards were looking at each other with expressions ranging from shock to grudging respect. This isn't over, Potter. Fudge's voice had gone cold. You think you can embarrass the ministry and face no consequences? You're wrong. I don't want to embarrass anyone. Harry's voice was steady. I want answers. Who entered my name? How did they do it? Why did they target me? If the ministry can answer those questions, I'll drop my petition. Fudge stared at him for a long moment. Then he turned on his heel and strode out of the hall, his entourage hurrying to keep up. Harry watched them go. Mr. Potter. Dumbledore's voice was quiet but carried clearly. A word in my office, please. The gargoyle leaped aside as Dumbledore spoke the password, fizzing whiz-bees, and Harry followed the headmaster up the spiral staircase. Dumbledore's office was as cluttered as ever, full of spinning silver instruments and sleeping portraits. Fawkes, the phoenix, trilled softly from his perch. Dumbledore sat behind his desk. Harry remained standing. That was impressive, Dumbledore said after a moment. Your knowledge of wizarding law is better than I expected. I found some books in the common room. Ah. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. The joys of Gryffindor's modest library collection. Though I suspect Ms. Granger may have helped point you in the right direction. Harry didn't confirm or deny. Harry. Dumbledore's voice grew serious. What you're attempting is dangerous. Cornelius Fudge is not a man who forgives public embarrassment. And Bartemius Crouch, whatever else he may be, is a formidable enemy. He's already my enemy. Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. Someone entered my name in that goblet. Until I know who, everyone's a suspect. Even me. The question hung in the air. Did you do it? Harry asked quietly. No. Did you know it was going to happen? No. Do you know who did? No. Dumbledore sighed. Though I have suspicions. Share them. I cannot. Not yet. My suspicions are just that, suspicions. Acting on them prematurely could alert the true culprit and put you in greater danger. Harry felt his jaw tighten. With respect, Headmaster, that's exactly the kind of answer I've been getting my whole life. Trust the adults. Let them handle it. Don't ask questions. Harry, I trusted adults to handle Quirrell. They didn't notice Voldemort was possessing him for a year. I trusted adults to handle the Chamber of Secrets. They almost got Ginny killed. I trusted adults to handle Sirius Black. He's still a wanted man because no one will listen to the truth. Harry's voice was hard. I'm done trusting adults who keep secrets for my own good. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You have grown, he said finally. More than I realized. The boy who came to Hogwarts 3 years ago would never have spoken to me this way. The boy who came to Hogwarts 3 years ago didn't know that adults lie. That they hide things. That they make mistakes and never admit them. Harry shook his head. I'm not that boy anymore. No. Dumbledore's voice was sad. I suppose you're not. He stood, moving to the window to gaze out at the grounds. I will tell you this much, he said. I believe the person who entered your name in the goblet is here at Hogwarts. I believe they did so as part of a larger plan, one that likely involves bringing you to harm. And I believe that plan has something to do with Voldemort. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. You think he's behind this? I think his followers are. Whether he is personally directing them. Dumbledore shook his head. That I cannot say. Then help me find them. I cannot act openly without proof. But I can tell you this, watch everyone. Trust no one you haven't known for years. And be very, very careful around Alastor Moody. Harry frowned. Moody. He was the only one who supported me last night. Precisely. Dumbledore turned back to face him. Alastor and I have been friends for decades. I know him better than almost anyone. And the man I saw last night was not quite the Alastor I know. You think someone's impersonating him? I think something is wrong. I do not yet know what. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. Constant vigilance, Harry. That is Alastor's motto. Perhaps you should adopt it as well. Harry nodded slowly. I'll be careful. Good. Dumbledore sat back down. Now. The matter of your Wizengamot petition. You should know that filing such a petition will make you powerful enemies. It will also make you some unexpected allies. Politics in our world is complicated. I'm not trying to be political. I just want answers. Wanting answers is political, Harry. Everything is, in the end. Dumbledore sighed. I cannot stop you from filing. Nor would I, truthfully. But I would ask you to consider carefully who you trust. Some who offer help will have their own agendas. Everyone has agendas. Harry moved toward the door. At least this way, I'll know what mine is. He left without waiting for a response. The library was quiet in the late morning, most students still at breakfast or in their first classes. Harry had a free period, one of the few advantages of the tournament chaos. Hermione was already waiting at their usual table, surrounded by a fortress of books. I found some things, she said without preamble. About Crouch. About the tournament. About magical contracts in general. Tell me. First, Bartemius Crouch Sr. was head of magical law enforcement during the war against you-know-who. He was known for being ruthless, authorized Aurors to use unforgivable curses against suspected Death Eaters. Sent dozens to Azkaban, sometimes with very little evidence. Including his own son. Yes. Hermione pulled out a yellowed newspaper clipping. Bartemius Crouch Jr. was convicted of torturing Frank and Alice Longbottom with the Cruciatus curse. Along with 3 others, Bellatrix, Rodolphus, and Rabastan Lestrange. Harry felt his stomach lurch. The Longbottoms. Neville's parents? Yes. They were tortured into insanity. They're still alive, apparently, but they don't recognize anyone. Not even their own son. Harry sat down heavily. He'd known Neville's parents were gone somehow. Neville lived with his grandmother, but he'd never known the details. Crouch Jr. died in Azkaban, Hermione continued. A year after his conviction. His mother died around the same time. Some people said Crouch Sr. worked himself half to death after that, trying to bury his grief. Or trying to bury something else. Harry thought about the look in Crouch's eyes last night. What about the tournament? That's where it gets interesting. Hermione pulled out another book, this one ancient and leather-bound. The Triwizard tournament was established in 1294. The Goblet of Fire was created specifically to select champions. It's supposed to read the magical signature of anyone who submits their name and choose the most worthy. So someone would have needed my magical signature to enter me. Not exactly. The goblet chooses from names written on parchment. But to make it accept a 4th school, that would have required powerful magic. Confunding the goblet, maybe, or some kind of complex enchantment. Can the goblet be confunded? According to this book, no. It's supposed to be immune to such tampering. Hermione frowned. But clearly someone found a way. Which means either the book is wrong, or they used something more powerful than a simple confundus charm. Harry leaned back in his chair, thinking. Someone with access to the goblet. Someone with enough magical knowledge to trick ancient protections. Someone who specifically wanted Harry competing. What about the magical contract, he asked. Is there any way out of it? That's complicated. Hermione shuffled through her notes. Binding magical contracts are real, they're used for things like marriage bonds, trade agreements, oaths of fealty. Breaking them can have serious consequences. Loss of magic, sometimes even death. But I didn't agree to this contract. Exactly. That's the legal argument. Hermione's eyes lit up. Contracts require consent. You didn't consent. Ergo, no contract. The goblet might not see it that way. The goblet is a magical object, not a court of law. It operates on its own rules. She pulled out yet another book. But there's precedent for contesting binding magical contracts. In 1743, a wizard named Aldous Thistlethwaite was entered into a duel contract by an enemy who forged his signature. He refused to participate, and when the contract tried to punish him, he challenged it directly. Challenged it how? He made his own oath. A counter-oath, swearing that he had not consented and demanding justice against the one who had violated his will. Hermione's voice dropped. The magic accepted his oath. It punished the forger instead. Harry sat up straighter. A counter-oath. It's risky. If the magic judges that you're lying, that you actually did consent somehow, the punishment rebounds on you. But if you're telling the truth, then whoever entered my name pays the price instead. The idea was terrifying. And tempting. How do I do it? Harry asked. I'm not sure. The book doesn't give specifics. Hermione was already reaching for another volume. But there must be records somewhere. Old ritual texts, maybe. Or, the restricted section. They looked at each other. I'll need a note from a professor, Hermione said slowly. Moody owes me a favor. Harry stood up. Or at least, he supported me last night. That's close enough. Harry, Dumbledore said to be careful around him. I know. But if he's really an imposter, getting close to him might help me figure out who. Harry gathered his bag. Besides, if he's trying to manipulate me, having me owe him a favor plays right into his hands. He'll sign the note. Hermione didn't look convinced, but she nodded. Be careful. I always am. Moody's office was in a tower on the 4th floor, up a narrow spiral staircase that creaked ominously with every step. Harry knocked on the heavy wooden door and waited. Enter. The voice was gruff, suspicious. Harry opened the door. The office was dim, curtains drawn, lit only by a few flickering candles. Moody sat behind a cluttered desk, his magical eye spinning lazily before fixing on Harry. Potter. Was wondering when you'd show up. Harry stepped inside. Professor. Don't call me that. Makes me feel old. Moody gestured to a chair. Sit. You've got questions. Harry sat, keeping his movements casual even as every sense screamed alert. You supported me last night. I wanted to thank you. Don't thank me. I did what made sense. The magical eye swiveled, scanning the walls. Someone went to a lot of trouble to put your name in that goblet. Only an idiot would play along without knowing why. Do you know why? Got theories. Moody's gnarled hands wrapped around a hip flask. None I'm ready to share. Constant vigilance, Potter. You learn to keep your theories close until you've got proof. What would count as proof? Caught them in the act. Veritaserum confession. Pensive memory. Moody took a long drink from his flask. Course, all of those can be faked if you're clever enough. Real proof is rare. Best you can usually do is weight of evidence. Harry filed that away. I need a favor. Do you now? A signed note. For the restricted section. There's research I need to do. Moody's magical eye fixed on him with unsettling intensity. Research into what? Counter-oaths. Ways to contest a binding magical contract. Ah. Something that might have been approval flickered across Moody's scarred face. Fighting back. Good. Too many wizards just accept what happens to them. Roll over and die. Not you, though. You've got fight in you. He pulled a piece of parchment from a drawer and scrawled something on it. Here. Signed permission to access materials on magical contracts and oath magic. He handed it over. Word of advice, Potter. Be careful what oaths you swear. Magic takes them seriously. More seriously than most wizards realize. I'll be careful. Will you? Moody leaned back in his chair. You struck me as the type to charge in without thinking. Running off to face a basilisk. Chasing after escaped prisoners. Not exactly cautious behavior. I've learned. Have you? The magical eye was still fixed on him. Tell me, Potter. If you found out who entered your name in that goblet, right now, tonight, what would you do? Harry thought about it. Depends on who it was. Humor me. Let's say it was someone you trusted. Someone close to you. What then? I'd want to know why. What their plan was. What they hoped to gain. And if they wouldn't tell you? Then I'd make sure they couldn't hurt anyone else. How? Harry met Moody's eyes, both of them. Whatever it took. A long moment of silence. Then Moody laughed. It was a harsh, barking sound, without much humor in it. Good answer. He waved a hand dismissively. Go on, then. Do your research. Learn your oaths. But remember what I said, magic takes these things seriously. Swear something you can't fulfill, and you'll pay the price. Harry stood. Thank you, Professor. Moody. Just Moody. The magical eye followed him to the door. And Potter? Watch your back. You've made some powerful enemies in the last 24 hours. Not all of them wear ministry robes. Harry paused at the threshold. Is that a warning? It's advice. Take it or leave it. Moody turned back to his desk. Now get out. I've got papers to grade. Harry left, the signed permission slip clutched in his hand. As he descended the spiral staircase, he couldn't shake the feeling that Moody, or whoever was wearing Moody's face, was playing a very different game than anyone realized. The restricted section was everything Harry had imagined and more. Rows upon rows of ancient books, some chained to their shelves, others humming with barely contained magic. The air smelled of dust and old leather and something else, something that made the hair on his arms stand up. Madame Pants had examined Moody's note with deep suspicion, but eventually permitted him entry. 1 hour, Mr. Potter. And if you damage anything, you'll answer to me. Harry had no intention of damaging anything. He had a specific goal. He found the section on oaths and bindings near the back, where the shadows seemed deeper and the books looked older. Some of the titles were in languages he didn't recognize. Others were in English, but the words seemed to writhe when he looked at them too long. He pulled out a heavy tome bound in black leather, Magic Most Oath, a compendium of binding traditions. The book was dense, full of archaic language and complex diagrams. Harry skimmed through chapters on marriage oaths, fealty bonds, debt contracts. Finally, near the back, he found what he was looking for. Counter-oaths and challenges to binding magic. The text was faded but legible. Harry read slowly, making sure he understood every word. When a wizard is bound by an oath or contract to which they did not consent, they may invoke the ancient right of counter-oath. By swearing upon their magic that they did not consent, and naming the party responsible for the violation, they may transfer the burden of the binding to that party. The counter-oath must be specific. It must name the violation, the violated, and the violator. It must be sworn in the presence of witnesses and sealed with blood freely given. Warning: the magic that governs oaths is ancient and inflexible. A counter-oath sworn falsely will rebound upon the swearer with threefold force. Only those certain of their innocence should attempt this ritual. Harry's heart was pounding. This was it. This was how he could fight back. But there was a problem. The oath required naming the violator. Harry didn't know who had entered his name. He had suspicions, Crouch, or someone working with him, but no proof. He couldn't swear a counter-oath against someone he only suspected. He kept reading. In cases where the violator is unknown, a modified form of the counter-oath may be employed. The swearer names the violation and the violated, then swears to discover and punish the violator within a specified time. This transfers the binding's power to the swearer's quest for justice, protecting them from the original contract's punishment so long as they pursue their oath with dedication. Warning: the modified counter-oath carries its own burden. If the swearer fails to identify and punish the violator within the specified time, their own magic is forfeit. Harry sat back, mind racing. He could do it. Swear an oath to find whoever entered his name and bring them to justice. It would protect him from the goblet's punishment. It would give him legal standing to investigate. And if he failed, he'd lose his magic. Was it worth the risk? He thought about his life. About the years at the Dursleys, the discovery of magic, the wonder and terror of the wizarding world. Magic was everything to him. The idea of losing it was worse than death. But the alternative was competing in a tournament designed to kill him, playing into the hands of someone who wanted him dead or worse. No. He wouldn't be a pawn. He wouldn't let someone else control his fate. He'd take the risk. That evening, Harry gathered his closest allies in an empty classroom on the 3rd floor. Hermione, Ron, and, to their surprise, Neville Longbottom. "I want to be here," Neville said when Ron raised an eyebrow. "What happened to Harry? It's wrong. And I want to help." Harry nodded. "Thanks, Neville. That means a lot." He explained what he'd found in the restricted section. The counter-oath. The requirements. The risks. You're going to swear an oath to find whoever did this? Hermione's voice was careful, neutral. And if you fail? I lose my magic. Yes. Harry, that's insane. It's necessary. Harry's voice was calm. If I don't do something, the goblets contract will punish me for not competing. This way, I protect myself while I investigate. It buys me time. But if you can't find them, then I'll deal with that when it happens. Harry looked at each of them in turn. I'm not asking you to approve. I'm asking you to witness. The oath needs witnesses. Ron and Neville exchanged glances. Hermione was shaking her head. There has to be another way, she said. We could go to Dumbledore. Dumbledore told me to be careful and trust no one. He's not going to act without proof. Harry's jaw set. I'm tired of waiting for adults to solve my problems. I'm doing this. A long silence. I'll witness. Neville's voice was quiet but firm. Whoever did this to you, they're the kind of person who would torture innocent people for information. I know what that kind of darkness looks like. I want to see them stopped. Harry met his eyes. Saw the pain there, and the steel beneath it. Thank you. Ron sighed. In for a Canute, in for a galleon. I'll witness too. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue more, but finally nodded. Fine. But I'm going to help you investigate every step of the way. We're going to find whoever did this. We're going to make this work. Harry felt something warm in his chest. I know. He pulled out the notes he'd copied from the book and began preparing the ritual. The oath was sworn at midnight, in the empty classroom, by wandlight. Harry stood in the center of a circle drawn in chalk, his three friends at the edges as witnesses. He held a small silver knife in one hand. I, Harry James Potter, do swear upon my magic and my life. The words felt heavy in his mouth. The air seemed to thicken around him. Someone has entered my name into the goblet of fire without my knowledge or consent. Someone has attempted to bind me to a contract I never agreed to. This is a violation of my will and my rights as a wizard. The chalk circle began to glow faintly. I swear to discover who has done this. I swear to learn why. I swear to bring them to justice by any lawful means, or, if lawful means fail, by the ancient right of magical redress. The glow intensified. Harry could feel magic building around him, pressing against his skin. I swear this upon my magic. I name as my target the one who entered my name in the goblet, specifically, Bartemius Crouch, who by authority or negligence allowed this violation to occur. I give myself 1 year and 1 day to fulfill this oath. He drew the knife across his palm. Blood welled up, dark in the dim light. By blood freely given, I seal this oath. Let magic witness. Let magic judge. Let magic act. He let 3 drops of blood fall onto the chalk circle. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the glow flared brilliant white, so bright Harry had to close his eyes. He felt magic surge through him, ancient magic, older than Hogwarts, older than the Ministry, older than anything he'd ever touched. It examined him. Weighed him. Found him, worthy. The light faded. The chalk circle had burned into the stone floor, leaving permanent marks. Harry's cut palm tingled, then healed, leaving only a thin white scar. And something had changed inside him. His magic felt different. Sharper. More focused. Like a weapon that had been honed to a razor edge. He opened his eyes. His 3 friends were staring at him with expressions ranging from awe to terror. Harry, Hermione whispered. Your eyes. What about them? They're glowing. Harry looked down at his hands. Faint traces of golden light flickered across his skin, then faded. It worked, he said. The oath was accepted. Ron let out a breath. Bloody hell. Neville just nodded, his eyes bright with something Harry recognized as hope. Harry looked at the burned circle on the floor. At the scar on his palm. At his friends, who had witnessed him swear away his magic on a desperate gamble. He had 1 year and 1 day. 1 year to find out who had entered his name in the goblet. 1 year to discover why. 1 year to bring them to justice. And if he failed, he'd lose everything. Harry smiled. It was not a pleasant expression. Let's get started. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2. The weight of words. Harry woke to sunlight streaming through the dormitory windows and the peculiar sensation that his blood had been replaced with liquid lightning. He lay still for a moment, staring at the scarlet canopy above his bed, taking inventory. His body felt the same scrawny frame, same unruly hair falling into his eyes, same lightning scar that prickled occasionally when he thought about it too hard. But beneath the surface, something had fundamentally shifted. His magic hummed. That was the only way to describe it. Before last night, his magic had been like a tool he picked up when needed, a wand, a spell, a moment of intent. Now it felt like an extension of himself, constantly present, constantly aware. He could sense the wards around the dormitory, ancient protections woven into the very stones of Hogwarts. He could feel the faint magical signatures of his sleeping roommates. He could almost taste the residue of centuries of spellwork soaked into every surface. It was overwhelming. And exhilarating. Harry sat up slowly, careful not to wake the others. Ron's snores continued unabated. Seamus was muttering something in his sleep about Quidditch. Dean's bed curtains were drawn tight. Neville's bed was empty, already made. Harry checked his watch. 6:30. Early, even by his standards. He dressed quietly and made his way down to the common room. Neville was sitting by the fire, a cup of tea in his hands, staring into the flames. He looked up when Harry approached. Couldn't sleep either. Harry shook his head. Too wired. The magic. I felt it too. When you made the oath. Neville's voice was soft. It was like standing next to a lightning strike. The hair on my arm stood up for hours afterward. Harry sat down in the chair opposite him. I didn't mean to, don't apologize. Neville set down his tea. I wanted to be there. What happened to you, it's not right. Someone tried to use you as a pawn. You're fighting back. His jaw tightened. I wish I had that kind of courage. You do. The words came out before Harry could think about them. You faced down Malfoy first year when he tried to take my Remembrall. You came with us to protect the stone. You've got more courage than you give yourself credit for. Neville's ears went red. That's different. That was just, doing what needed to be done. That's exactly what courage is. They sat in comfortable silence for a moment, the fire crackling between them. Can I ask you something? Neville said finally. Go ahead. Last night, when you were reading about Crouch's history, Hermione mentioned the Longbottoms. My parents. Neville's voice was steady, but his hands had tightened around his teacup. Did she tell you what happened to them? Harry nodded slowly. She said they were tortured. By Death Eaters. That they're still alive, but they don't. They don't recognize me. Neville finished the sentence without flinching. I visit them every Christmas. Mom gives me sweet wrappers. She collects them, thinks they're treasures. Dad just stares at the wall. He paused. Crouch's son was one of the ones who did it. Harry felt cold. Neville, I didn't know, I know you didn't. That's why I'm telling you. Neville met his eyes. Crouch Sr. sent his own son to Azkaban for what he did to my parents. Some people call him a hero for that. Justice above blood. His voice hardened. But I've read the trial transcripts. Gran has copies. Crouch Jr. was screaming that he was innocent, that he'd been framed, that his father knew the truth. Crouch Sr. just sat there and watched them drag him away. You think he was innocent? I think something was wrong with that trial. It lasted less than a day. The evidence was all circumstantial, they were found at the scene, they had Death Eater connections, that was enough. Neville shook his head. I'm not saying Crouch Jr. didn't do it. The Lestranges definitely did. But the way it was handled, it felt like Crouch Sr. was more interested in looking tough than finding the truth. Harry thought about that. About Crouch's behavior at the champion selection. His immediate insistence that Harry compete. His careful non-answers to every question. He's hiding something, Harry said. I'm certain of it. Then find out what. Neville leaned forward. Not just for yourself. For everyone he's hurt. For all the people who never got real justice because it was more convenient to sweep things under the rug. Harry looked at his friend, really looked. The round face and slightly nervous demeanor were still there, but beneath them was something harder. A core of steel forged in years of loss and grief. I will, Harry promised. Whatever it takes. Breakfast was an exercise in controlled chaos. The great hall was buzzing with conversation when Harry arrived, and it only intensified when people noticed him. Yesterday's prophet had spread his confrontation with Fudge across the entire wizarding world. Today's edition had doubled down. Potter's Oath, Dark Magic or Desperate Measure. The headline screamed across the front page, accompanied by a grainy photograph of Harry that made him look vaguely deranged. How did they find out? Hermione had the paper spread across her plate, her breakfast forgotten. The oath was private. We were the only witnesses. Someone talked. Harry scanned the article. Rita Skeeter's byline, of course. Or someone was watching. Watching how? We checked the room for Ms. Granger. Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the morning noise. She was standing behind them, her expression unreadable. Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley. Mr. Longbottom. The headmaster wishes to see you. Immediately. Harry exchanged glances with his friends. All of us. All of you. McGonagall's lips were pressed into a thin line. Now, if you please. Dumbledore's office was crowded when they arrived. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. McGonagall took her place standing behind his chair. Snape lurked in the corner, his black eyes glittering with something that might have been satisfaction. Mad-Eye Moody leaned against the wall near the door, his magical eye spinning slowly. And in the center of the room, sitting in a conjured chair like he owned the place, was Cornelius Fudge. Ah, Mr. Potter. The minister's voice was silky, dangerous. So good of you to join us. Harry didn't sit in the chair that appeared next to Fudge. He remained standing, his friends flanking him. Minister. Headmaster. Professors. He kept his voice neutral. What's this about? I think you know. Fudge held up the morning's prophet. This oath you've sworn. This public challenge to ministry authority. I didn't challenge the ministry. I swore to find out who entered my name in the goblet. That's not a crime. It is when you name a senior ministry official as your target. Fudge's composure cracked. You've accused Bartemius Crouch of conspiracy. You've called into question the integrity of the entire Department of International Magical Cooperation. I've done nothing of the kind. I named Crouch as someone who either authorized or allowed the violation of my rights to occur. That's a statement of fact, not an accusation. Don't play word games with me, boy. I'm not playing anything. Harry's voice hardened. Someone entered my name in that goblet. Someone with access and knowledge that ordinary students don't have. Crouch was responsible for the goblet's security. Either he failed in that responsibility, or he was involved in the violation. Those are the only two options. Fudge's face had gone purple. You can't possibly, Minister. Dumbledore's quiet voice cut through the tension. Perhaps we should discuss the legal situation before continuing this debate. Fudge subsided, still glaring at Harry. Dumbledore turned to Snape. Severus. You've examined the oath Mr. Potter swore? I have. Snape stepped forward, his robes billowing. It is genuine. Ancient magic, properly invoked. The binding is absolute. And the consequences if he fails? Loss of his magic. Possibly his life, depending on how the ancient powers choose to interpret failure. Snape's voice was clinical, detached. The oath is irrevocable. Mr. Potter has committed himself to this course, whatever the outcome. Fudge looked triumphant. Then he's trapped himself. If he can't prove his accusations against Crouch, the oath doesn't require proof of accusation. Snape cut him off with evident satisfaction. It requires that Potter discover who violated his rights and bring them to justice. If Crouch is innocent, Potter simply needs to find the actual culprit. The oath will be satisfied. But he named Crouch specifically, as a target of investigation, not as the confirmed violator. Snape's lip curled. Mr. Potter was surprisingly precise in his wording. The oath allows him to investigate Crouch without committing to Crouch's guilt. Harry kept his face neutral, but inwardly he was relieved. He'd spent hours with Hermione crafting the exact language of the oath, trying to give himself as much flexibility as possible. It was good to know they'd succeeded. Fudge turned to Dumbledore. This is unacceptable. We cannot have students swearing ancient oaths and naming ministry officials as targets. It sets a dangerous precedent. I agree it's unusual. Dumbledore's voice was mild. But Mr. Potter was placed in an unusual situation. Someone entered him into a dangerous competition without his consent. His response, while dramatic, is legally valid. Legally valid doesn't mean acceptable. Perhaps not. But it does mean we cannot simply override it. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. The oath is sworn. The magic is binding. Our options are limited. Then what do you suggest? I suggest we let Mr. Potter conduct his investigation. Under supervision, of course. With full cooperation from the Ministry. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled slightly. After all, Minister, if there's nothing to hide, the investigation will clear everyone's name. Including Mr. Crouch's. Fudge sputtered. You can't seriously expect the Ministry to cooperate with a 14-year-old's fishing expedition. I expect the Ministry to demonstrate its commitment to justice. Dumbledore's voice hardened almost imperceptibly. Unless there's a reason you prefer this investigation not proceed. The implication hung in the air. Fudge's face went through several interesting colors before settling on an unhealthy pale. Fine. Fine. Investigate all you want. But if this turns into a witch hunt against loyal Ministry servants, it won't. Harry spoke before Dumbledore could. I'm not interested in politics, Minister. I just want to know who entered my name and why. Give me that, and I'll be satisfied. And Crouch? If he's innocent, my investigation will prove it. If he's not. Harry shrugged. Then he gets what he deserves. Fudge stared at him for a long moment. Then he stood abruptly. This isn't over, Potter. The Ministry doesn't forget its enemies. Neither do I. Fudge swept out of the office, his entourage hurrying to keep up. In the silence that followed, Harry became aware that everyone was staring at him. Well, Moody said finally. That was entertaining. Dumbledore dismissed the others but asked Harry to stay behind. When they were alone, the headmaster's grandfatherly demeanor dropped slightly. He looked tired. Worried. Harry. That was well played, but dangerous. Fudge is not a man to cross lightly. He crossed me first. True. Dumbledore sighed. But Fudge has the power of the Ministry behind him. He can make your life very difficult. He already has. Harry moved to the window, looking out at the grounds. My whole life, I've been a tool for other people's plans. The boy who lived. The chosen one. Whatever prophecy or destiny everyone seems to know about except me. He turned back to face Dumbledore. I'm done with that. From now on, I make my own choices. Even if those choices put you in danger. I'm always in danger. At least this way, I'm in danger for my own reasons. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. You've changed, he said finally. The boy I remember from first year was brave, yes, but also trusting. Willing to let others guide him. This Harry. He shook his head. This Harry is harder. Colder. Maybe that's what it takes to survive. Harry met the old man's eyes. You told me to watch everyone. To trust no one. I'm taking your advice. I didn't mean, what did you mean, then? Harry's voice was soft but relentless. You've been watching over me since I was a baby. Monitoring my life. Making sure I was in the right place at the right time. Why? Dumbledore's face went very still. There are things I cannot tell you yet, Harry. Things that would put you in greater danger if you knew them. More secrets. More lies of omission. Harry laughed without humor. Do you see now why I stopped trusting adults? Every time I ask a question, I get the same answer. Not yet. Not safe. Just trust us. Harry, I'll find out the truth on my own. About the goblet. About Crouch. About everything. Harry walked toward the door. You can either help me or stay out of my way. Those are your options. He paused at the threshold. One more thing. You said something was wrong with Moody. That he wasn't quite himself. What did you mean? Dumbledore hesitated. It was a feeling. Nothing concrete. Your feelings have been pretty accurate in the past. Harry looked back. If you figure out what's wrong with him, let me know. Until then, I'll be watching him. Along with everyone else. He left without waiting for a response. The rest of the morning passed in a blur of classes and whispered conversations. Harry sat through herbology and charms without really paying attention. His mind was elsewhere, turning over the puzzle pieces he'd gathered. Crouch was hiding something. That was certain. Someone had tricked the goblet, someone with access and expertise. Moody was acting strange, but had supported Harry's defiance. Fudge was more interested in protecting the Ministry's image than finding the truth. And underneath it all, the shadow of Voldemort loomed. Dumbledore was certain this was connected to the Dark Lord somehow. But how? Harry was still puzzling over this when he entered the library after lunch and found someone waiting at his usual table. She was blonde, with sharp features and cool gray eyes. Her Slytherin robes were immaculate, her posture perfect. She was reading a heavy tome on wizarding law and didn't look up when Harry approached. Potter. Her voice was neutral, neither friendly nor hostile. Sit. Harry didn't move. Do I know you? Daphne Greengrass. She still didn't look up. 4th year. Slytherin. I've been in your classes for 3 years. Right. Harry vaguely remembered her, always in the back, never participating, never drawing attention. What do you want? Now she looked up. Her eyes were calculating, assessing. I want to talk business. Sit down. You're making a scene. Harry glanced around. A few students at nearby tables were watching with undisguised curiosity. He sat. Better. Daphne closed her book. I watched your little performance last night. And this morning. Very impressive. I wasn't trying to impress anyone. I know. That's what made it impressive. She leaned forward slightly. Most people in your situation would have caved. Gone along with the tournament. Complained privately but complied publicly. You didn't. I don't see what that has to do with you. It has everything to do with me. Daphne's voice dropped. I'm a Slytherin, Potter. Do you know what that means? Green robes and superiority complexes. A flicker of something, amusement, crossed her face. It means I'm surrounded by the children of Death Eaters. Malfoy. Crabbe. Goyle. Not. Every day, I watch them posture and scheme and wait for their master to return. She paused. And it means I have to be very, very careful about which side I choose. Harry studied her. You're not a Death Eater. My family has always been neutral. Purebloods who keep their heads down and survive. We didn't join the Dark Lord the first time. We won't join him if he returns. Her jaw tightened. But neutrality is getting harder. The dark families are pushing for commitment. The light families don't trust anyone who isn't vocally opposed. Caught in the middle are families like mine. And you think I can help with that? I think you just made yourself the most interesting player on the board. Daphne's eyes were intense. You challenged the ministry. You swore an ancient oath. You refused to be a pawn. That takes power, and not just magical power. I'm a 14-year-old Gryffindor with no political connections. You're the boy who lived. You have the ear of Dumbledore. You just publicly humiliated the minister for magic. Daphne smiled slightly. Political connections are built, Potter. You're building them right now, whether you realize it or not. Harry was starting to understand. You want an alliance. I want options. My family needs options. She pulled out a piece of parchment and slid it across the table. This is a list of families who might support your investigation. Neutral parties who have no love for Fudge or Crouch. Some of them owe debts to the Greengrass family. I can arrange introductions. Harry looked at the list. Names he didn't recognize, some with brief notes beside them. He didn't touch it. What do you want in return? Recognition. If you win this fight, and you might, I want my family remembered as supporters. Not Death Eaters. Not collaborators. Allies. And if I lose? Then I'll deny we ever had this conversation. Nothing personal. Daphne shrugged. That's politics, Potter. Everyone hedges their bets. Harry considered. It was obviously a calculated move on her part. She was using him just as much as she was offering to help him. But why tell me this directly? Why not just approach through intermediaries? Because I wanted you to know it was me. Something shifted in Daphne's expression. I'm tired of hiding. Tired of playing neutral while monsters circle. You stood up in front of everyone and said no. That took courage. She paused. I want to see what happens when someone with courage actually has a chance to change things. Harry held her gaze for a long moment. I'll think about it. That's all I ask. Daphne stood, gathering her books. One more thing. As a gesture of good faith. She leaned close, her voice barely above a whisper. Moody isn't Moody. I don't know who he is, but the real Mad-Eye Moody has a very distinctive magical signature. The man teaching defense doesn't match. Harry's blood went cold. How do you know what Moody's signature looks like? My father met him once, years ago. It left an impression. Daphne straightened. Do with that information what you will. She walked away without looking back. Harry stared at the list of names she'd left behind. After a moment, he picked it up and slipped it into his bag. The afternoon brought defense against the dark arts. Harry walked into the classroom with every sense on high alert. If Daphne was right, if the man teaching this class wasn't really Moody, then Harry had been talking to an imposter. Had been given permission to access the restricted section by an imposter. Had revealed his plans to an imposter. Not good. The fake Moody was at the front of the classroom when Harry arrived, his magical eye spinning lazily. It fixed on Harry as he entered. Potter. Good. Take your seat. Harry sat near the back, between Ron and Hermione. He'd filled them in on Daphne's warning during lunch. They'd agreed to watch and wait. Today, Moody said, we're going to discuss something a bit different. Not spells or curses, but strategy. The art of magical combat. He stumped to the front of his desk and sat on it, his wooden legs sticking out at an odd angle. Most wizards think of dueling as trading spells. Curse, counter-curse, shield, attack. Very neat. Very orderly. His scarred face twisted into something like contempt. Most wizards are idiots. He pulled out his wand and, without warning, sent a jet of red light at Dean Thomas. Dean yelped and dove sideways. The stunner splashed against the wall. Thomas. What just happened? You attacked me. And what did you do about it? I dodged. Exactly. Moody nodded approvingly. You didn't try to cast a shield charm. You didn't try to counter-curse. You moved. That's instinct. That's survival. His eye swiveled across the room. In a real fight, there's no time to think. Your first spell needs to be coming out of your wand before your enemy finishes their incantation. Your second spell needs to be ready before the first one lands. And if you can't cast fast enough, you move. Harry watched the fake Moody carefully. The man's teaching style was compelling, practical, experienced, exactly what you'd expect from a legendary auror. If he was an imposter, he was a very good one. Now. Who can tell me the 3 most important factors in magical combat? Hermione's hand went up. Granger. Power, precision, and speed? Wrong. Moody shook his head. Those are important, but not most important. Anyone else? Silence. Potter. Take a guess. Harry thought about it. Information. Position. Will. The fake Moody's magical eye fixed on him with unsettling intensity. Explain. Information means knowing what you're facing. A wizard who knows his enemy's fighting style, their favorite spells, their weaknesses, that wizard has an advantage. Position means controlling the environment. High ground, cover, escape routes. Will means. Harry paused. Wanting to win more than you want to survive. Being willing to do what's necessary. The classroom was silent. Correct. The fake Moody's voice was soft. Where did you learn that? Experience. Harry held the man's gaze. I've been fighting for my life since I was 11. You learn things. Indeed you do. The fake Moody turned back to the class, but Harry noticed his hands were tighter on his wand than before. Potter's right. The 3 factors that determine victory aren't about power. They're about knowing your enemy, controlling the battlefield, and having the determination to see things through. He launched into a lecture about reconnaissance and positioning. Harry took notes, but his mind was elsewhere. The fake Moody knew things. Taught things that the real Moody probably would have taught. Either the imposter had studied his target extensively, or the imposter was someone who had fought alongside the real Moody. Someone who knew his methods intimately. A Death Eater, perhaps. One who had faced Moody in the war and learned his tactics the hard way. Harry filed the thought away for later. After class, the fake Moody called him back. Potter. A word. Harry waved Ron and Hermione on, promising to catch up. He approached the desk warily. That was good thinking, the fake Moody said. About the 3 factors. Where'd you really learn that? Books. Observation. Getting beaten up by things that should have killed me. The magical eye was doing that thing again, spinning slowly while the normal eye stayed fixed on Harry. You've been busy since we last talked. The oath. The confrontation with Fudge. Making alliances with Slytherins. Harry kept his face neutral. You've been watching me. Always watching. Constant vigilance. The fake Moody's voice dropped. You're walking a dangerous path, Potter. The oath you swore, do you understand what you've bound yourself to? Better than most. I doubt that. The fake Moody stood, moving closer. Ancient magic doesn't follow the rules we know. It has its own logic. Its own requirements. You've tied your fate to finding the person who entered your name. But what happens if that person is protected by even older magic? Harry felt a chill run down his spine. What do you mean? Just a thought. The fake Moody smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. Be careful, Potter. You're clever, but you're playing games with forces you don't understand. It would be a shame if you got yourself killed before you had a chance to fulfill your potential. Is that a warning? It's advice. Take it or leave it. Harry nodded slowly. I'll keep it in mind. He left the classroom, acutely aware of the magical eye following him until he turned the corner. That evening, Harry gathered his allies in the room of requirement. He'd discovered the room last year, almost by accident, during one of his nighttime wanderings. A room that appeared only when you needed it, configured for whatever purpose you had in mind. Tonight, he needed a secure meeting space. The room had provided exactly that, a comfortable sitting area with soft chairs, a fireplace, and walls that hummed faintly with privacy wards. Hermione, Ron, and Neville were already there when Harry arrived. And to the others' surprise, Daphne Greengrass had come as well. Before anyone says anything, Harry said, closing the door behind him, she's here because she offered to help and she's already proven useful. If anyone has a problem with that, speak now. Ron's mouth opened, then closed. He shot Daphne a suspicious look but said nothing. Good. Harry sat down. Here's what we know so far. He laid it out methodically. The goblet tampering. Crouch's suspicious behavior. Fudge's attempts to cover things up. The fake Moody. Wait, Ron interrupted. What do you mean, fake Moody? Daphne's father met the real Moody years ago. She says the man teaching defense doesn't have the same magical signature. Ron stared at Daphne. And you just noticed that? I notice a lot of things. Daphne's voice was cool. It's how I've survived in Slytherin. She's right, Hermione said reluctantly. I did some research. Magical signatures are distinctive, like fingerprints. They don't change over time. If the current Moody's signature doesn't match the real one's, then someone's impersonating him. Harry nodded. The question is who and why. Polyjuice potion, Neville said quietly. Everyone turned to look at him. That's the most common way to impersonate someone. It requires hair or some other part of the target, and it only lasts an hour. But if you had a supply of the target's hair, you could maintain the disguise indefinitely. Hermione's eyes widened. But that would mean the real Moody is still alive somewhere. Being kept captive so the imposter can harvest hair. Or being slowly killed as the imposter takes what he needs. Harry's voice was grim. Either way, we need to find out who's under that disguise. How? Ron asked. It's not like we can just walk up and demand he prove he's the real Moody. No, but we can test him. Daphne leaned forward. Polyjuice copies appearance, not memories. If we can find something only the real Moody would know, something from his past, we can ask questions the imposter can't answer. That's risky, Hermione said. If the imposter realizes we're testing him, then we need to be subtle. Harry thought for a moment. Neville, You mentioned your grandmother has connections to the old crowd. Do you think she could get us information about Moody's past? Something specific that wouldn't be in any public record? Neville nodded slowly. Gran knew Moody during the First War. They worked together, I think. She might know things that aren't written down anywhere. Good. Ask her. Be careful how you phrase it, we don't want anyone knowing what we're looking for. What about Crouch? Ron asked. He's the one you actually swore the oath against. Crouch is a longer game. Harry pulled out the list Daphne had given him. These are families who might help us investigate him. Neutral parties who don't like the Ministry but aren't aligned with the Death Eaters either. Hermione took the list, scanning it. Some of these names are old families. Old money. They don't usually involve themselves in politics. They might make an exception for this. Daphne's voice was measured. The Potters were an old family too, before the war. That means something to people like them. If Harry approaches them as the last of his line, asking for help against an injustice, they might listen. Hermione nodded thoughtfully. It's still a risk. If word gets back to Fudge that Harry's building a coalition, let it. Harry's voice was hard. I'm tired of hiding. Let Fudge know I'm coming for answers. Let everyone know. Silence fell over the group. You've changed, Hermione said softly. Since last year. Since Sirius. I've been changing since I walked into Hogwarts. Harry looked at each of them in turn. Every year, something tries to kill me. Every year, I survive by luck and last-minute heroics. I'm done with that. From now on, I'm taking control. Ron grinned suddenly. Bloody hell, mate. When you put it like that, it sounds almost reasonable. It is reasonable. Daphne stood, smoothing her robes. Potter's finally acting like the player he should have been from the start. The only question is whether he can maintain the momentum. She headed for the door, then paused. One more thing. The first task is in 2 weeks. The champions don't know what they're facing yet, but there are rumors. Dragons. Harry felt his stomach drop. Dragons? One for each champion, supposedly. The challenge is to get past them somehow. Daphne smiled slightly. Since you're not competing, it's not your problem. But the chaos might provide opportunities. The Ministry's attention will be on the task. Not on what else might be happening. She left before anyone could respond. Ron let out a breath. She's terrifying. She's useful. Harry stared at the door. And she's right. The first task is a distraction. Whatever the fake Moody and whoever's behind all this have planned, the task might be when they make their move. So what do we do? Harry stood. We prepare. We gather information. We figure out who the imposter is and what he wants. He looked at his friends, his allies. And when the first task comes, we're ready for whatever happens. Hermione nodded firmly. Ron cracked his knuckles. Neville's jaw was set. Let's get to work, Harry said. The next 2 weeks were a blur of activity. Harry threw himself into research and planning with an intensity that surprised even Hermione. He spent hours in the library, digging through old records and legal texts. He wrote letters to the families on Daphne's list, carefully worded requests for meetings. He practiced spells and dueling techniques in the room of requirement, pushing his magic harder than he ever had before. The oath he'd sworn had changed more than just his magic. It had changed him. He could feel the weight of it constantly, a pressure at the back of his mind, reminding him of what was at stake. Succeed or lose everything. Find the truth or forfeit his magic. It focused him. Sharpened him. Made him colder, yes, but also more effective. Hermione worried about him. He could see it in her eyes when he came to breakfast with dark circles under his own, when he snapped at people who interrupted his research, when he stayed up past midnight practicing combat spells. "You need to rest," she said one evening, finding him alone in the room of requirement. "You're going to burn yourself out." "I'll rest when I have answers." "Harry." She sat down across from him. "I know this is important. But running yourself into the ground isn't going to help. It's better than sitting around waiting for someone else to solve my problems." Harry didn't look up from the book he was reading, a treatise on magical contracts from the 15th century. "I've spent 3 years doing that. Trusting Dumbledore. Trusting the teachers. Trusting that the adults knew what they were doing. And they've saved your life more than once. They've also nearly gotten me killed. The stone. The chamber. Sirius." Harry's voice was bitter. "Every time, I only survived because I took matters into my own hands. If I'd waited for the adults, I'd be dead." Hermione was silent for a moment. "You're not wrong," she said finally. "But you're not entirely right either. You survived because you had help. Ron and me, first year. Fawkes and the Sword, second year. Buckbeak and the Time Turner, third year." She reached out and touched his hand. "You don't have to do everything alone." Harry finally looked up. Hermione's eyes were worried but steady. "I know," he said quietly. "That's why I called you all together. Why I accepted Daphne's help. I'm not trying to do everything alone." He paused. "But I am trying to be the one making the decisions. No more letting other people control my fate." "That's fair." Hermione squeezed his hand. "Just remember that we're here. That you can rely on us. That you don't have to carry all of this by yourself." Harry nodded slowly. "I'll try." 3 days before the first task, Neville came to Harry with news. Gran wrote back. He handed over a letter, his face troubled. "She was reluctant to answer my questions about Moody. But she told me some things." Harry read the letter quickly. Augusta Longbottom's handwriting was precise and elegant. "She says Moody has a distinctive tell when he's nervous. He taps his wand against his artificial leg in a specific pattern. 3 quick taps, then 2 slow ones." Harry looked up. "Has anyone seen the current Moody do that?" Neville shook his head. "I've been watching. He drinks from that hip flask constantly, and his eye spins when he's agitated, but I've never seen the leg tapping. Could mean something, could mean nothing." Harry folded the letter. "What else?" Gran also said that Moody and Crouch worked together during the war. They were both ruthless in their own ways, but they had different methods. Moody believed in capturing Death Eaters alive for interrogation. Crouch wanted them dead or in Azkaban immediately. Neville paused. "She says they had a falling out after the war. Something about Crouch's son's trial. Moody thought there should have been more investigation." Harry felt pieces clicking into place. Moody thought Crouch Jr. might have been innocent. Or at least that the trial was unfair. Gran wasn't clear on the details. Neville looked uncomfortable. "She also said something else. About my parents." "What?" "They were interrogated by Moody before the Lestranges were captured. He was trying to find out who had attacked them." Neville's voice was strained. "Gran says he was obsessed with the case. Kept investigating even after everyone else had moved on. He never believed that all the guilty parties had been caught." Harry stared at him. Moody thought there were other attackers. Besides the Lestranges and Crouch Jr. He thought there might have been a 5th person. Someone who escaped before the Aurors arrived. Neville's hands were clenched. "Gran says he never found any proof, but he never stopped looking. A 5th attacker. Someone who had participated in torturing the Longbottoms and gotten away with it. If the real Moody is still alive," Harry said slowly, "and he's being held captive by the imposter. Then the imposter might be that 5th person." Neville's face was pale but determined. The one who got away. Harry stood abruptly. We need to search Moody's office. Tonight. That's insane. If he catches us, he won't catch us. Harry's mind was racing. The champions have a preparation session tonight for the first task. All the judges will be there, including whoever's currently wearing Moody's face. His office will be empty. Neville stared at him. You're serious? Completely. Harry met his eyes. This might be our only chance to find out who we're really dealing with. Are you in? Neville took a deep breath. Then he nodded. I'm in. That night, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville made their way to the fourth floor under the cover of Harry's invisibility cloak. It was a tight fit for 4 people, but they managed, moving slowly and carefully through the corridors. The castle was quiet at this hour, most students in their common rooms or the Great Hall. Moody's office door was locked with multiple charms. Hermione had anticipated this, she'd spent the afternoon researching unlocking spells. Standard ministry ward, she whispered, her wand tracing patterns in the air. Designed to alert the caster if someone tries to break through. Can you disable it? I can delay the alert. We'll have maybe 10 minutes before it triggers. That's enough. Harry pulled out the Marauder's map. I'll keep watch. You 3 search. Hermione nodded and got to work. After a tense 2 minutes, the door clicked open. The office was dark and cluttered, full of strange instruments and dark detectors. Harry stayed by the door, watching the map, while the others fanned out. Over here. Neville's voice was strangled. He was standing near a large trunk in the corner. Harry looked up from the map. What is it? The trunk. It has 7 locks. Neville's wand was shaking. I've heard of these. They're wizard space trunks, each lock opens to a different compartment. Hermione was already examining the locks. Some of these are trapped. Give me a minute. The minutes stretched into 2, then 3. Harry watched the map anxiously. Still no sign of Moody returning. Got it. Hermione opened the 7th lock. They all looked down into the trunk. It was deep, much deeper than should have been possible. And at the bottom, barely visible in the dim light, was a figure. A man, huddled and unmoving. Lumos, Harry whispered. The light revealed a face Harry recognized from photographs, scarred, battle-worn, with a chunk missing from the nose. Mad-Eye Moody. The real one. He was alive, they could see his chest rising and falling, but clearly drugged or enchanted into unconsciousness. Bloody hell, Ron breathed. We have to get him out. Neville was already reaching down. Wait. Harry grabbed his arm. If we take him now, the imposter will know we found him. We'll lose our advantage. We can't just leave him. We won't. But we need a plan. Harry's mind was working furiously. We know who the real Moody is now. We know the imposter has been keeping him alive for polyjuice ingredients. If we expose the imposter without proof, he'll claim it's all a misunderstanding, Hermione finished. Or escape before anyone can stop him. Exactly. Harry looked at the map again. We need to find out who the imposter is first. What he wants. Why he entered my name in the goblet. How? We let him think he's still safe. We watch him. We gather evidence. Harry's voice was cold. And when we have everything we need, we take him down. Ron looked sick. That means leaving the real Moody in there. For now. We'll check on him. Make sure he stays alive. But we can't move too early. Hermione closed the trunk carefully, resetting the locks. Harry's right. If we expose the imposter now, we might never find out who he's working with or what their plan really is. Neville stared at the trunk for a long moment. Then he nodded tightly. Fine. But the moment we have what we need, we end this. Harry met his eyes. I promise. They slipped out of the office, Hermione resetting the wards behind them. Harry checked the map one more time. A name was moving toward them. Bartemius Crouch. No, not Bartemius Crouch. The name on the map was different. Bartemius Crouch Jr. Harry's blood turned to ice. Move, he hissed. Now. They ran, the invisibility cloak billowing around them. Behind them, footsteps echoed in the corridor. They made it around the corner just as the fake Moody's door opened. Harry pressed them all against the wall, barely breathing. Through a gap in the cloak, he watched Bartemius Crouch Jr., wearing the face of Mad-Eye Moody, enter his office. The door closed behind him. Harry looked at the map again. The name was clear, impossible to misread. Crouch's son. The one supposedly dead in Azkaban. The one convicted of torturing the Longbottoms. Alive. In Hogwarts. Impersonating a professor. Harry felt the oath magic flare inside him, recognizing its true target. He had found his enemy. Now he just had to figure out how to destroy him. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Allies in Unlikely Places. Harry didn't sleep that night. He lay in his four-poster bed, staring at the canopy, his mind churning through everything they discovered. Bartemius Crouch Jr. alive. In Hogwarts. Wearing Mad-Eye Moody's face and teaching defense against the dark arts to children. The man who had tortured Neville's parents into insanity was sleeping 3 floors above him. And Harry had shaken his hand. Accepted his help. Taken advice from him about combat and survival. The betrayal burned like acid in his chest. But beneath the anger, something colder was taking shape. A plan. Crouch Jr. had entered Harry's name in the goblet, that much was certain now. The question was why? What did a Death Eater want with Harry Potter in a deadly tournament? The answer seemed obvious, to kill him. But that didn't quite fit. There were easier ways to kill a student than entering them in the Triwizard tournament. A curse in a dark corridor. Poison in his pumpkin juice. A push down a staircase made to look like an accident. No. Crouch Jr. wanted something specific. Something that required Harry in the tournament, facing the tasks, surrounded by witnesses. What? Harry turned the problem over and over, examining it from every angle. By the time gray dawn light crept through the dormitory windows, he had the beginnings of an answer. The tournament was public. International. Every major wizarding government would be watching. If Harry died in the tournament, it would look like an accident, a tragic consequence of the competition's dangers. No one would suspect murder. But more than that, the tournament would force Harry to compete. To fight. To use magic under pressure, in ways that might reveal things about him. Things that the Death Eaters, or Voldemort himself, might want to know. Harry thought about his first 2 years at Hogwarts. The strange connection he'd felt to Voldemort. The Parseltongue that had emerged from nowhere. The way the Dark Lord's soul had tried to possess Ginny, and how Harry had felt it happening even from a distance. There was something linking them. Something Dumbledore knew about but wouldn't explain. Something that Voldemort's followers might be very interested in studying. The tournament was a trap. But not just to kill him, to test him. To observe him. To learn whatever secrets his connection to the Dark Lord might reveal. Harry sat up in bed, his decision made. He wouldn't just expose Crouch Jr., he would turn the trap around. Use the imposter's confidence against him. Let him think his plan was working while Harry gathered the evidence needed to destroy everything he was building. It would be dangerous. Crouch Jr. was a fanatic, the kind of Death Eater who would torture innocents for information and call it devotion. If he realized Harry was onto him, he would kill without hesitation. But Harry had faced death before. He could face it again. This time, though, he wouldn't be facing it alone. The morning of the first task dawned cold and grey. Harry found his allies waiting in the room of requirement, their faces grim. He'd sent messages the night before, urgent, brief, asking them to come early. "You found something?" Daphne wasn't asking. Her grey eyes were sharp, assessing. "We found everything." Harry closed the door and activated the room's privacy wards. "The fake Moody is Bartemius Crouch Jr., silence." Then, from Neville, a sound like all the air leaving his lungs at once. "That's impossible." Hermione's voice was shaking. "Crouch Jr. died in Azkaban. There are records. Death certificates. The records are wrong. Or faked." Harry looked at Neville, whose face had gone chalk-white. "The map doesn't lie. It shows people's true names, not their disguises. When Crouch Jr. walked past us last night, his name was right there on the parchment." "The man who," Neville couldn't finish the sentence. "Yes." Harry's voice was gentle but firm. "The man who tortured your parents. He's been teaching us defense all year. And he's the one who entered my name in the goblet." Ron swore under his breath. Hermione pressed a hand to her mouth. Daphne's expression didn't change, but her fingers had gone white where they gripped her wand. "We have to tell someone," Hermione said. "Dumbledore. McGonagall. The Aurors." "And tell them what?" "That the Marauder's map says a dead man is alive." Harry shook his head. "They'll think we're mad. Or worse, they'll investigate openly and tip Crouch off. He'll run, or he'll claim it's all a misunderstanding, and we'll lose our only chance to find out what he's really planning. So what do you suggest?" Daphne's voice was cool, but Harry could hear the tension beneath it. "We gather evidence. Real evidence, the kind that can't be explained away. We find out exactly what Crouch Jr. is planning and who he's working with. And then, when we have everything we need, we bring it all crashing down. That could take weeks." Hermione was pacing now. "Months, even. And in the meantime, a Death Eater is walking around Hogwarts, interacting with students, having access to," she stopped. "Harry, he's been alone with you multiple times. If he wanted to hurt you, he doesn't. Not yet." Harry had thought about this. "If he wanted me dead, I'd be dead already. He's had plenty of opportunities. Whatever his plan is, it requires me alive. At least for now. That's not exactly comforting. It's not meant to be. It's just the truth." Harry looked around at his allies. "I'm not asking any of you to put yourselves in danger. This is my fight. My oath. If you want to step back, don't be an idiot." Ron's voice was rough. "You're my best mate. I'm not letting you face this alone." "Same here." Hermione's chin came up. "We started this together. We'll finish it together." Neville didn't say anything. He didn't have to. The look in his eyes said everything, years of grief and rage, finally given a target. Daphne was silent for a long moment. Then she nodded once. "I'm in. But we do this smart. No heroics, no rushing in without a plan." She fixed Harry with a hard stare. "You want to take down a Death Eater? Fine. But we do it properly, or we don't do it at all." "Agreed." Harry felt something warm in his chest, gratitude, maybe, or something like hope. "Here's what I'm thinking." He laid out the plan. "Watch Crouch Jr. without alerting him. Document his movements, his meetings, his communications. Find proof that he's impersonating Moody, the real Moody in the trunk, the polyjuice ingredients, anything tangible. And most importantly, discover what he wants with Harry in the tournament. The first task is today," Harry finished. "All the judges and officials will be focused on the champions. That's when we start." The champions' tent was crowded with nervous energy when Harry slipped inside. He wasn't competing, his refusal still stood, but no one had explicitly banned him from the area. And he had reasons for being here that went beyond curiosity. Cedric Diggory was pacing near the entrance, his handsome face pale. Victor Crumb sat in a corner, eyes closed, apparently meditating. Fleur Delacour was speaking rapidly in French to her headmistress, her silver blonde hair catching the light. None of them noticed Harry at first. He stayed near the back, watching. Waiting. Potter. Cedric had spotted him. "What are you doing here?" "Came to wish you luck." It wasn't entirely a lie. "And to warn you. There are dragons out there." Cedric's eyes widened. "How do you know that?" "I have my sources." Harry had overheard Hagrid talking to Madame Maxime 2 nights ago. The half-giant wasn't exactly subtle. "One dragon for each champion. You have to get past it somehow." "Merlin." Cedric ran a hand through his hair. "Dragons. I thought the tournament was supposed to be safer this year." "Someone lied." Cedric laughed weakly. "Yeah. Someone did." He studied Harry for a moment. "You really didn't put your name in, did you?" "No. I believe you. I don't know why, but I do." Cedric stuck out his hand. "For what it's worth, I think you're doing the right thing. Refusing to compete. Standing up to the ministry." Harry shook his hand. "For what it's worth, I hope you survive." Charming. But Cedric was almost smiling. "See you on the other side, Potter." Harry slipped back out of the tent. He had other business to attend to. The stands around the dragon enclosure were filling rapidly. Harry found a spot near the back, away from the other students, where he could watch without being noticed. Hermione and Ron had positioned themselves near the judge's box. Neville was watching the paths leading to and from the enclosure. Daphne was somewhere in the Slytherin section, keeping an eye on Malfoy and his cronies. They were spread out, watching everything. The first task was about to begin, but for Harry, the real game was happening elsewhere. He pulled out the Marauder's map and whispered the activation phrase. The parchment bloomed with ink, showing the castle and grounds in intricate detail. Harry found the dot labeled Bartemius Crouch Jr. Immediately. It was moving through the lower corridors of the castle, heading toward a secluded section of the dungeons. Not toward the task. Away from it. Harry's heart rate quickened. Whatever Crouch Jr. was planning, it was happening now. He looked around quickly. No one was watching him. The crowd's attention was fixed on the enclosure, where officials were preparing the first challenge. Harry made a decision. He slipped away from the stands, moving quickly through the chaos of the crowds. Once he was clear of the viewing area, he broke into a run. The dungeons were cold and silent. Harry moved carefully, one eye on the map, tracking Crouch Jr.'s progress. The Death Eater had stopped in a corridor near the potions classrooms, an area that should be empty during the task. Should be. But there was another dot on the map, waiting in the same location. Bartemius Crouch Sr. Harry's blood went cold. Father and son, meeting in secret while everyone else was distracted by the tournament. This wasn't a coincidence. He found a shadowed alcove near the meeting spot and pressed himself into it, barely breathing. Voices drifted toward him, low, tense, angry. "Can't keep doing this." That was Crouch Sr., his voice strained. "The Imperius is weakening. I can feel it slipping. Then I'll reinforce it." Crouch Jr.'s voice was nothing like Moody's gruff growl. It was younger, smoother, with an edge of madness. "You'll do as you're told, Father. You always have. This is insane. If anyone finds out, no one will find out. Everyone is watching the tournament. Watching your precious competition." Contempt dripped from every word. "You did your job well, Father. The perfect cover. The perfect distraction. The Potter boy is exactly where he needs to be." Or will be, soon enough. Crouch Jr. laughed softly. He thinks he's so clever, refusing to compete. Swearing his little oath. He doesn't understand what's really happening. What is happening? You've never told me the full plan. Because you don't need to know. You just need to obey. There was a sound of movement, and Crouch Sr. let out a pained gasp. The Dark Lord will return. Soon. And when he does, he'll reward those who served him faithfully. That includes me. A pause. But not you, Father. Never you. You'll pay for what you did. For Azkaban. For Mother. For everything. Barty, please, silence. The word cracked like a whip. Go back to the task. Smile for the crowds. Play your part. And if you breathe a word of this to anyone, I won't. I swear I won't. Good. Footsteps moving away. Don't disappoint me, Father. You know what happens to people who disappoint me. Harry pressed himself deeper into the shadows as Crouch Jr. passed. The Death Eater was wearing Moody's face again, but his gait was different, smoother, more confident, without the characteristic limp. He didn't notice Harry. He was too focused on whatever came next. Harry waited until the footsteps faded, then checked the map. Crouch Sr. was still in the corridor, alone. His dot was trembling slightly on the parchment. Harry made another decision. He stepped out of the shadows. Crouch Sr. spun around, wand raised, his face a mask of terror. When he saw Harry, the terror shifted to something more complex, fear, yes, but also desperation. And beneath it all, a strange, fractured hope. Potter. His voice was a croak. What are you doing here? I could ask you the same thing. Harry kept his hands visible, non-threatening. But I think I already know the answer. Crouch's wand trembled. You don't know anything. I know your son is alive. I know he's been impersonating Moody. I know he entered my name in the goblet. Harry took a step closer. And I know he's got you under the Imperius curse. The wand dropped. Crouch staggered back, hitting the wall, his face crumbling. How? The word was barely a whisper. I have my methods. Harry didn't elaborate. The question is, what are you going to do about it? I can't, he'll know, the curse, fight it. Harry's voice hardened. You sent your own son to Azkaban once. You had the strength to do that. Find it again. That was different. I thought I was doing the right thing. Crouch's laugh was bitter, broken. I thought justice mattered more than blood. But I was wrong. About everything. Were you? Harry took another step. Your son tortured innocent people. He destroyed the Longbottoms. He would have killed more if he hadn't been stopped. Was it wrong to hold him accountable? I didn't hold him accountable. I threw him away. Tears were streaming down Crouch's face. My wife begged me. Begged me to save him. She died for him, took his place in Azkaban, polyjuiced as him, so he could escape. And I let her. I let her die so I could keep my secret. Keep my perfect reputation. Harry felt something twist in his chest. Not sympathy, exactly, Crouch had done terrible things, but recognition. The weight of impossible choices. The way the past could trap you worse than any prison. Your son is planning something, Harry said quietly. Something involving me and Voldemort. Help me stop him. Crouch flinched at the name. I can't. The curse is weakening. You said so yourself. Fight it. I've tried. Every day, I've tried. Crouch's voice broke. But he's my son. My blood. There's some part of me that doesn't want to fight him. That still loves him, even now. Then don't fight for yourself. Harry moved closer, until he was right in front of the shattered man. Fight for the people he's going to hurt. The people who'll die if his plan succeeds. Fight for them. Crouch stared at him. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then something shifted in his eyes. A spark of the iron will that had once made him the most feared prosecutor in Wizarding Britain. The Dark Lord, he said, and his voice was stronger now. Barty is trying to bring him back. There's a ritual. It requires specific ingredients. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken. Harry's blood went cold. My blood. Yes. The tournament is a cover. A way to get you isolated, away from protection, at a moment when your disappearance could be explained as an accident. Crouch swallowed hard. The third task. It's a maze. The cup at the center will be turned into a portkey. When you touch it, I'll be transported to wherever Voldemort is waiting. Yes. Harry absorbed this. It made terrible sense. The tournament wasn't about killing him, it was about capturing him. Delivering him to the Dark Lord like a sacrifice. How do I stop it? I don't know. Barty has been careful. He doesn't tell me everything. Crouch's hands were shaking. But there might be records. Notes. He keeps them hidden, somewhere in the castle. Where? I don't. Crouch's face contorted suddenly, and he let out a choked scream. His body went rigid, back arching. Harry recognized the signs. The Imperius Curse, reasserting control. Fight it. He grabbed Crouch's shoulders. Tell me where. The office, 7 locks. Crouch's voice was fading, his eyes glazing over. Under the false bottom, hidden, then the light went out of his eyes, and when he spoke again, his voice was flat. Controlled. Mr. Potter. What are you doing here? The task is above ground. Harry stepped back slowly. I got lost. These dungeons all look the same. Indeed. Crouch's face was blank now, a puppet's expression. You should return to the stands. Wouldn't want to miss the excitement. Of course. Harry forced a smile. Thank you, Mr. Crouch. He walked away, keeping his pace steady, resisting the urge to run. Behind him, he could feel Crouch's empty gaze following him until he turned the corner. The first task was nearly over when Harry made it back to the stands. He found Hermione and Ron in the chaos, their faces pale with worry. Where were you? Hermione hissed. We saw you leave, we thought something had happened, something did. Harry pulled them into a quiet corner. I found Crouch Sr. He's being controlled by his son. Imperius Curse. Ron swore. That's how Crouch Jr. escaped Azkaban. His father helped him. His mother helped him. She died taking his place. Harry quickly summarized what he'd learned, the ritual, the blood, the portkey plan. The third task is when they're going to make their move. They need me to touch the cup. Then don't touch the cup, Ron said. Simple. It's not that simple. If I don't compete at all, they'll find another way. And now that they know I'm suspicious. Harry shook his head. I need to find Crouch Jr.'s notes. He's keeping records somewhere in Moody's office. Under a false bottom in something with 7 locks. The trunk. Hermione's eyes widened. The one where we found the real Moody. It had 7 locks, remember? Different compartments for each one. We checked all of them. We checked what was visible. But if there's a false bottom in one of the compartments. Harry nodded slowly. We need to go back. Tonight, while everyone's celebrating or recovering from the task. That's insane. If Crouch Jr. catches us, he won't. Harry's voice was hard. I'll make sure of it. The celebration in the Gryffindor common room that night was subdued. Cedric had won the first task, barely. He'd gotten his golden egg, but he'd also gotten badly burned. The Swedish short-snout had nearly killed him twice. Fleur had been injured worse, her robes catching fire. Crumb had been efficient but brutal, blinding his dragon with a conjunctivitis curse. The tournament was supposed to be safer than previous versions. People were starting to question that claim. Harry waited until the common room had mostly emptied, the younger students sent to bed and the older ones drifting off in groups. Then he gathered his team. Ron, Hermione, Neville. Not Daphne, she'd drawn the line at breaking into a professor's office twice in 1 week. But she'd provided something useful, a charm that would alert them if anyone approached within 50 feet of Moody's door. Same plan as before, Harry said as they made their way through the darkened corridors. I watched the map, you search. We've got one target, the false bottom in the trunk. The office door yielded to Hermione's unlocking charms, just as before. They slipped inside, wands lit. The trunk sat in the same corner, apparently undisturbed. Harry kept his eyes on the map while Neville and Ron lifted the heavy lid. Which compartment? Ron whispered. Try them all. Look for anything that doesn't seem right, seams, discoloration, loose panels. They worked quickly, methodically, checking each of the 7 compartments. Harry watched their progress while monitoring the map. Crouch Jr. was in the Great Hall, probably enjoying the post-task feast. Found something. Neville's voice was tense. 4th compartment. The bottom isn't wood, it's metal, painted to look like wood. And there's a catch here. A soft click. Then Neville's hand came up holding a leather journal and a rolled sheaf of parchments. Got it. Don't read it here. Harry was already moving toward the door. We take it, we leave, we examine it somewhere safe. They were out of the office in under a minute. Hermione reset the wards behind them. Harry checked the map one more time, Crouch Jr. was still in the Great Hall. They made it back to the room of requirement without incident. The journal was worse than Harry had imagined. Crouch Jr. had been thorough. Meticulous. Every step of his plan was documented in cramped, obsessive handwriting. The escape from Azkaban. His mother's sacrifice. The years hidden under his father's imperious curse, slowly going mad in a silent house while the world forgot he existed. Then the World Cup, where a moment of weakness had let him cast the dark mark and feel, for the first time in years, alive. And then the plan. The beautiful, terrible plan. He's been working on this for months, Hermione said, her voice barely above a whisper. Maybe longer. The goblet tampering, the Moody impersonation, the tournament manipulation, it's all here. So is the ritual. Harry was reading the relevant pages, his stomach turning. The resurrection of Voldemort. It requires bone of the father, flesh of the servant, and blood of the enemy. My blood. Because of the protection your mother gave you. Hermione had gone pale. If Voldemort uses your blood in his new body, he can touch me. The protection won't work anymore. Harry set down the journal. Crouch Jr. figured that out. Or Voldemort told him. Either way, they need me specifically. Then we don't let them have you. Ron's voice was fierce. We take this to Dumbledore. Tonight. Right now. No. The word came out sharper than Harry intended. Not yet. Harry, this is insane, think about it. Harry forced his voice to calm. If we expose Crouch Jr. now, what happens? He gets arrested. Maybe he talks, maybe he doesn't. Either way, Voldemort finds another way. Another servant. Another plan. And we lose our only window into what the Death Eaters are doing. So what do you suggest? Hermione asked quietly. We let the plan continue. Up to a point. Harry's mind was racing, pieces clicking into place. Crouch Jr. thinks I'm going to compete in the 3rd task. He thinks I'm going to touch that cup and get transported right into Voldemort's arms. But what if I don't? You're not competing. Not officially. But nothing stops me from being near the maze when the task happens. Nothing stops me from getting to that cup before anyone else, and destroying it instead of touching it. Ron stared at him. You want to sabotage the task. I want to sabotage their plan. The cup is the key. It's how they're going to capture me. If I destroy it, publicly, in front of everyone, the whole scheme falls apart. Crouch Jr. gets exposed, Voldemort's resurrection gets delayed, and we do it on our terms. Not theirs. Silence fell over the room. That's brilliant, Neville said slowly. And completely insane. It's both. Harry smiled grimly. That's usually how my plans work out. The next few days were a careful balancing act. Harry continued his public role as the defiant non-champion, the boy who had refused to compete and sworn an oath against the ministry. He attended classes, did homework, maintained the appearance of a normal fourth-year student. But beneath the surface, he was preparing. The journal had given him details about the third task, the maze, the creatures inside, the location of the cup. Crouch Jr. had been planning to ensure Harry reached the center first, using subtle magic to clear his path. Harry would use that same information against him. He also had new allies working on his behalf. Augusta Longbottom had agreed to meet him during the next Hogsmeade weekend. Through Neville, she'd indicated that she was very interested in what Harry had discovered, and that she had resources he might find useful. Daphne's list of neutral families had started yielding results. 2 minor houses had responded to Harry's letters with cautious interest. They weren't ready to commit publicly, but they were watching. Waiting to see if the Potter boy was really as formidable as the papers suggested. And there was one other potential ally Harry hadn't expected. Sirius Black's letter arrived by owl on a Thursday morning. Harry, heard about your oath. Proud of you for standing up for yourself, but worried about the risks. Ancient magic is nothing to play with. I'm in hiding, but I'm not useless. I have contacts from the old days, people who might have information about the Crouches, the tournament, anything else you need. More importantly, I have information about you. About your parents. About why Voldemort targeted them specifically. If you want to know the truth, meet me at the cave near Hogsmeade this Saturday. Come alone, too many people and someone might spot me. Be careful. Padfoot Harry read the letter 3 times, his heart pounding. The truth about his parents. Finally. Part of him wanted to rush to the cave immediately, consequences be damned. But the colder, more calculating part of his mind urged caution. Sirius had been in Azkaban for 12 years. He might not know anything useful. Or he might know things that Dumbledore had deliberately kept from Harry, things that changed everything. Either way, Harry had to find out. Saturday, he murmured. After the Hogsmeade trip. After the meeting with Augusta Longbottom. He had a lot to do before then. The Three Broomsticks was crowded with Hogwarts students when Harry arrived for his meeting. He'd chosen a corner booth, away from the main traffic, with good sightlines to the door. Daphne had taught him that, always know your exits, always watch who's coming and going. Augusta Longbottom arrived precisely on time. She was tall and thin, with sharp features that reminded Harry of a hawk. Her hat, a large, rather ugly thing with a stuffed vulture on top, was unmistakable. She swept into the pub like she owned it, ignoring the stares of students and adults alike. Mr. Potter. She slid into the booth across from him, her eyes assessing. You're smaller than I expected. I get that a lot. She waved to Madame Rosmerta, who hurried over with tea service. My grandson speaks highly of you. Says you're brave, determined, and entirely too reckless for your own good. That sounds accurate. It does. Augusta poured tea with practiced precision. He also says you've discovered something. Something about the man who destroyed my Frank and Alice. Harry met her gaze steadily. Bartemius Crouch Jr. is alive. He's been hiding in Hogwarts, impersonating Alastor Moody. He entered my name in the Goblet of Fire as part of a plan to resurrect Voldemort. Augusta didn't flinch at the name. Her expression didn't change at all, in fact. She simply set down the teapot and folded her hands. Proof. Harry slid the journal across the table. His own words. His plans. Everything. Augusta read in silence for several minutes. Harry watched her face, looking for any crack in the composure, any sign of the fury that must be building beneath the surface. When she finally looked up, her eyes were burning. How long have you known? A few days. And you haven't told anyone? I've told my friends. My allies. Not the authorities. Harry took a breath. I want to stop Crouch Jr., but I want to do it properly. Expose the whole conspiracy, not just one piece of it. That's ambitious. It's necessary. If we move too early, Voldemort finds another way. Another servant. Another plan. We need to cut off all the heads at once. Augusta studied him for a long moment. You've changed, Mr. Potter. The boy Neville described from first year wouldn't have thought in those terms. The boy from first year almost died 3 times. I learned. Indeed. Augusta closed the journal. What do you want from me? Information. Resources. Political support when the time comes. Harry leaned forward. I know the Longbottoms have influence on the Wizengamot. When I expose Crouch Jr., when I bring this whole thing crashing down, I'll need allies. People who can make sure the truth actually matters. That it doesn't get buried by Fudge and the Ministry. You're asking me to stake my family's reputation on a 14-year-old's vendetta. I'm asking you to help me destroy the man who tortured your son and daughter-in-law. Harry's voice hardened. Is that a vendetta? Or is it justice? Silence stretched between them. Then Augusta Longbottom smiled. It was not a warm expression. I like you, Mr. Potter. You have steel in you. She extended her hand. The Longbottom family will support your efforts. When the time comes, we will stand with you. Harry shook her hand. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Her grip was surprisingly strong. We haven't won anything. We've just agreed to fight the same enemy. She released his hand and stood. Be careful, Mr. Potter. You're playing a dangerous game. One mistake could cost you everything. I know. Do you? Augusta looked at him, and for a moment her hawk-like composure cracked, revealing something older and sadder beneath. I thought I understood danger once. Then I visited my son in St. Mungo's and watched him not recognize his own mother. She gathered her things and swept toward the door. Don't let them do that to you, Mr. Potter. Whatever else happens, don't let them break you. Then she was gone. Harry sat alone in the booth, the journal heavy in his hands, and thought about all the different ways this could go wrong. The cave was dark and smelled of salt and seaweed. Harry climbed up the rocky path, his wand lit, every sense on alert. The Marauder's map showed no one else in the area, but he wasn't taking chances. Sirius. Movement in the shadows. Then a large black dog emerged, transforming mid-stride into a thin, gaunt man with matted hair and hollow eyes. Harry. Sirius's voice was rough with emotion. You came. You said you had information. Straight to business. Sirius laughed weakly. You really have changed. A lot's happened since last year. Harry stayed near the cave entrance, not quite approaching. You said you knew why Voldemort targeted my parents. I do. Or I know part of it. Sirius moved deeper into the cave, gesturing for Harry to follow. There's a fire back here. Warmer. Harry followed cautiously. The cave opened into a larger chamber where a small fire burned, casting dancing shadows on the walls. Buckbeak was there too, the hippogriff dozing in a corner. Sirius settled by the fire, looking even more haggard in the flickering light. Your parents weren't random targets, he said. Voldemort chose them specifically. Do you know why? The prophecy. Harry had read about it in Crouch Jr.'s journal, references to a prophecy that marked him as Voldemort's equal. There's a prophecy about me and Voldemort. Sirius's eyebrows rose. You know about that? I know it exists. I don't know what it says. Neither do I. Not exactly. Sirius leaned back. But I know it was made before you were born. It predicted that a child would be born who could defeat the Dark Lord. Voldemort learned about it, part of it, anyway, and decided to kill that child before he could become a threat. And he chose me. He chose you. Not because you were the only possibility, there was another child who could have fit the prophecy, but because of something else. Something in you that he recognized. Or feared. Harry's blood went cold. What do you mean? I don't know exactly. Dumbledore might. Sirius's voice was bitter. He's always known more than he told us. Even during the war, he kept secrets. Said it was for safety, but I always wondered. Wondered what? If he was protecting us. Or protecting his plans. Harry absorbed this. It fit with everything he'd come to believe about Dumbledore, a man who meant well but kept too many secrets, who controlled too much and shared too little. Why are you telling me this? Because you deserve to know. Because I've watched from a distance this year, seen what you've been doing, and I'm proud of you. Sirius met his eyes. Your father would have been proud too. He never backed down from a fight. Never let anyone push him around. I need more than pride. Harry's voice was hard. I need information. Allies. Resources. Can you help with any of that? Sirius was quiet for a moment. I have contacts in the old resistance. People who fought Voldemort the first time. Some of them might be willing to help, if they believe you're the real thing. How do I prove that? By doing what you're already doing. Standing up. Fighting back. Refusing to be a pawn. Sirius smiled slightly. The Order of the Phoenix, that's what we called ourselves, we believed in action. Direct action. Not waiting for the Ministry to do the right thing. The Order of the Phoenix. Harry filed the name away. Are they still active? Some of them. Scattered. Waiting. Sirius's eyes gleamed. Waiting for a reason to come back together. You might be that reason, Harry. Then bring them to me. When the time comes, when I expose Crouch Jr. and reveal what Voldemort's planning, I'll need people I can trust. People who'll fight. You'll have them. Sirius extended his hand. On my honor as a marauder. Harry shook his hand. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Sirius's grip tightened briefly. You're walking into a war, Harry. Even if you stop this particular plan, the Dark Lord will keep trying. He won't stop until one of you is dead. Then I'll make sure it's him. The words came out flat. Certain. Harry barely recognized his own voice. Sirius stared at him for a long moment. Then he nodded slowly. James would be proud, he said again. And terrified. But proud. Harry made his way back to Hogwarts as the sun set, his mind churning with everything he'd learned. The prophecy. The Order of the Phoenix. Voldemort's specific interest in him. It all connected somehow, formed a pattern he couldn't quite see yet. But he was getting closer. Every piece of information, every alliance, every secret uncovered, it all brought him closer to understanding the truth. And closer to the confrontation he knew was coming. He was halfway across the grounds when he saw her. Daphne was waiting by the lake, her robes pulled tight against the evening chill. She didn't speak as Harry approached, just fell into step beside him. "You've been busy." "So have you." Harry had seen her in the library earlier, surrounded by legal texts. "Find anything useful?" "Maybe." She glanced at him sidelong. "There's a provision in the Wisengamot Charter. Emergency sessions. If a member can demonstrate an imminent threat to the magical world, they can force a hearing within 48 hours. Harry's interest sharpened. Define imminent threat. The resurrection of a Dark Lord probably qualifies. They walked in silence for a moment, the lake glittering beside them. "You're planning something," Daphne said. "For the third task." "I can tell. I'm always planning something. This is different. Bigger." She stopped walking, turning to face him. "You're going to expose everything, aren't you? The conspiracy, the prophecy, all of it. When the time is right. When will that be?" Harry looked at her, really looked. Her sharp gray eyes, her careful composure, the fear she was trying to hide beneath layers of cool detachment. "Soon," he said. "A few weeks. The third task is the deadline. And then? And then everything changes." He paused. "I can't promise it'll be safe. For any of us. If this goes wrong, I know the risks." Daphne's voice was steady, but her hands were trembling slightly. "I made my choice. I'm not backing out now." "Why?" The question surprised Harry as much as it seemed to surprise her. "You could walk away. Go back to being neutral. Why stake everything on me?" Daphne was silent for a long moment. "Because neutral is a lie," she said finally. "My family's been pretending for years, that we can stay out of the conflict, that we can survive by keeping our heads down. But it's not true. When the Dark Lord returns, there won't be any neutral ground. You're either with him or against him. And you've chosen against. I've chosen you." She met his eyes, and there was something in her gaze that made Harry's breath catch. "For better or worse. You're the only person in this whole bloody mess who's actually fighting. Who's refusing to accept the way things are. That might get me killed." "It might." Daphne smiled slightly. "But at least you'll die standing up. That's more than most people can say." They stood there, looking at each other, the evening wind stirring their robes. Something shifted between them, not quite romantic, not yet, but something. An understanding. A connection. "Come on," Harry said finally. "We've got work to do." They walked toward the castle together, shoulder to shoulder, ready for whatever came next. The weeks leading up to the second task passed in a blur of preparation. Harry trained harder than ever, pushing his magic to its limits. The oath he'd sworn had enhanced his abilities somehow, made his spells sharper, his reflexes faster, his instincts more acute. He still didn't fully understand the mechanism, but he wasn't complaining. Hermione helped him research the maze, the creatures likely to be inside, the location of the cup. Ron practiced combat spells with him, playing the role of opponent in their room of requirement sessions. Neville contributed his knowledge of magical plants, many of which would be used as obstacles in the third task. And Daphne taught him politics. How to read people. How to identify their motivations, their weaknesses, their leverage points. How to navigate the complex web of alliances and enmities that made up pureblood society. "The Wisengamot isn't just a court," she explained one evening. "It's an arena. Every vote is a battle. Every speech is a weapon. If you want to bring down Crouch, really bring him down, not just get him arrested, you need to understand how the game is played. I'm not interested in games. Then you'll lose." Daphne's voice was sharp. "This isn't about what you want, Potter. It's about what works. You can have all the evidence in the world, but if you present it wrong, if you alienate the wrong people or underestimate your enemies, it won't matter." Harry forced himself to listen. To learn. It didn't come naturally, the patience, the subtlety, the endless calculation, but he understood its necessity. He was building toward something. A moment when all his preparations would pay off. A confrontation that would either save him or destroy him. The second task came and went. Harry watched from the stands as the champions dove into the lake, emerging an hour later with their rescued hostages. Cedric and Crumb tied for first. Fleur didn't find her sister in time, she came up screaming and sobbing, her silver hair streaming with water. Harry felt nothing. His mind was elsewhere. 3 weeks until the third task. 3 weeks until everything changed. The night before the final task, Harry stood in the room of requirement, surrounded by his allies. Ron and Hermione, his oldest friends, loyal beyond reason. Neville, quiet and determined, carrying the weight of his parents' tragedy. Daphne, cool and calculating, but with fire beneath the ice. And others. Augusta Longbottom, who had come in secret to hear the final plan. 2 members of the Order of the Phoenix, Remus Lupin and a witch named Nymphadora Tonks, sent by Sirius to observe and report. Tomorrow, Harry said. The third task begins at sunset. The champions enter the maze. The cup is at the center, enchanted as a portkey to take whoever touches it to a graveyard in Little Hangleton. That's where Voldemort is waiting. And your plan? Lupin's voice was cautious. I'm going to destroy the cup. Publicly. In front of everyone. Harry outlined the details, how he'd enter the maze unauthorized, navigating by knowledge gained from Crouch Jr.'s journal. How he'd reach the center before any champion. How he'd shatter the portkey and expose the conspiracy in a single dramatic moment. That's madness. Tonks's hair had shifted from pink to worried orange. You'll be expelled. Arrested. Maybe worse. Maybe. But Crouch Jr. will be exposed, Voldemort's plan will be ruined, and the wizarding world will have to face the truth. Harry's voice was hard. Sometimes madness is the only sane choice. And if something goes wrong? Augusta asked. If Crouch Jr. realizes what you're planning. Then we fight. Harry looked at each of them in turn. I'm not asking you to come into the maze with me. I'm asking you to be ready. To watch for threats. To protect the spectators if things go sideways. And to believe, Hermione added softly. That's what you're really asking, isn't it? You want us to believe this will work. Harry nodded slowly. I need you to believe. Because if we don't, if we let fear stop us, then Voldemort's already won. Silence fell over the room. Then Ron stepped forward, his hand extended. I believe, he said simply. Hermione took his hand, then Harry's. I believe. One by one, the others joined. Neville, his jaw set. Daphne, her eyes bright. Augusta, grim but resolute. Lupin and Tonks, exchanging glances before adding their hands to the circle. They stood there, linked together, a small band of allies against the coming darkness. Tomorrow, Harry said. Everything changes. For better or worse. He looked at each face, committing them to memory. His friends. His allies. His family, in all the ways that mattered. Let's make it for better. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The Trial of the Father. The morning of the third task arrived wrapped in fog. Harry stood at his dormitory window, watching grey mist curl across the Hogwarts grounds, obscuring the Quidditch pitch where the maze had been growing for weeks. Somewhere beneath that fog, hedges 20 feet tall formed an elaborate labyrinth. Somewhere at its center waited a cup that was meant to deliver him to his death. Not today. He dressed carefully, choosing practical clothes beneath his robes, trousers he could run in, boots with good grip, a belt with pouches for emergency supplies. His wand went into a forearm holster Daphne had procured from somewhere, allowing faster draws than a pocket or sleeve. The oath magic hummed beneath his skin, responding to his anticipation. It knew something important was coming. It was ready. So was he. Breakfast was a subdued affair. The champions sat at their house tables, surrounded by well-wishers and nervous friends. Cedric was pale but determined, accepting handshakes and backslaps from his Hufflepuff mates. Crumb sat alone, eating methodically, his dark eyes fixed on nothing. Fleur picked at her food, still visibly shaken from the second task. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, not eating, watching everything. "You're sure about this?" Hermione asked quietly. She'd asked the same question a dozen times over the past week. His answer hadn't changed. "I'm sure. Because if something goes wrong, then I'll improvise." Harry managed a thin smile. "I'm good at that." Ron snorted. "That's one word for it." At the staff table, the fake Moody was drinking from his ever-present flask, his magical eye spinning lazily. It paused on Harry for a moment, just a moment, before continuing its rotation. Did he suspect something? Impossible to tell. Crouch Jr. had maintained his disguise flawlessly for months. A few more hours wouldn't break him. But those hours were all Harry had. He caught Daphne's eye across the hall. She gave an almost imperceptible nod. Everything was in place on her end, the emergency Wisengamot session was prepped and ready, requiring only Augusta Longbottom's invocation to begin. The moment Harry exposed the conspiracy, the political machinery would grind into action. Neville was sitting with some other Gryffindors, but his attention kept drifting to Harry. His role was simpler but no less vital: watch Crouch Sr. If the elder Crouch showed any signs of breaking free from the Imperius curse, or of trying to interfere, Neville would alert the others. Lupin and Tonks were somewhere in the castle, ostensibly visiting as family friends of students. In reality, they were positioned to respond if things went violent. Everyone was ready. Now they just had to wait. The day crawled by. Harry attended his morning classes, history of magic, potions, but retained nothing. His mind was elsewhere, running through scenarios, contingencies, escape routes. He'd memorized Crouch Jr.'s journal so thoroughly he could navigate the maze blindfolded. He knew where every creature would be placed, every magical obstacle positioned. The advantage of fighting someone who documented everything: they handed you the blueprint. Lunch came and went. The fog had burned off, revealing a bright June day that seemed almost mocking in its cheerfulness. Students lounged on the grounds, enjoying the sunshine, oblivious to the drama about to unfold. At 3 o'clock, Harry slipped away from the common room and made his way to the room of requirement. His allies were already there. "Final check," Harry said without preamble. "Positions. I'll be in the stands with Mum and Dad." Ron's ears were red with tension. "Watching for any Death Eaters in the crowd." "I'll be near the judge's box," Hermione added. "Close enough to hear what they're saying, far enough not to draw attention." "I'm shadowing Crouch Sr." Neville's voice was steady, but his hands were clenched. "Gran's sitting with him in the VIP section. She'll keep him talking while I watch for signs of the Imperius. I'll be coordinating with my father." Daphne had her political face on, cool, composed, ready for battle. "The moment you give the signal, we invoke the emergency session." Lupin and Tonks stationed near the maze entrance, Hermione confirmed. "Ready to intervene if Crouch Jr. tries to run." Harry nodded slowly. It was as good a setup as they could manage. "Remember, the signal is me destroying the cup. The moment that happens, everything goes public. We won't be able to take it back." "We know." Ron clapped him on the shoulder. "Stop worrying, mate. You've planned this to death. Now you just have to do it." Easy for him to say. He wasn't the one walking into a maze designed to kill him. But Harry didn't voice the thought. He just nodded, gathered his resolve, and headed for the door. "Harry. Daphne's voice stopped him. She crossed the room quickly, her composure cracking slightly. Be careful in there. The journal might not have everything. Crouch Jr. could have added traps that aren't documented. I know. And if something goes wrong, if you can't reach the cup, then I'll find another way. He met her eyes. I've been surviving impossible situations since I was 11. One more won't break me. She stared at him for a long moment. Then, to his surprise, she leaned forward and kissed his cheek. For luck, she murmured. Now go save the world, Potter. Harry left before his face could go completely red. The stands around the maze were packed. Students, parents, ministry officials, international observers, everyone who was anyone in the magical world had turned out for the final task. Banners fluttered in the evening breeze. Vendors sold snacks and souvenirs. Omnioculars glinted as spectators jostled for the best views. Harry hung back at the edge of the crowd, watching. Waiting. The champions emerged from a preparation tent, walking toward the maze entrance. Cedric first, then Crumb, then Fleur. They looked small against the towering hedges, fragile in a way they probably didn't feel. Bagman's magically amplified voice boomed across the grounds, explaining the rules. First champion to reach the cup wins. Simple in theory. Potentially fatal in practice. On my whistle. The whistle blew. Cedric and Crumb entered the maze, swallowed by the hedges. Fleur followed a minute later. Harry counted to 60. Then he moved. The maze entrance was guarded, but the guards weren't expecting a fourth person. Harry hit them with stunning spells before they could react, quick, precise, exactly as he'd practiced. They crumpled without a sound. He levitated them into some bushes where they wouldn't be immediately visible, then slipped into the maze. The hedges closed behind him like jaws. Inside, the world was green and shadowed. The paths twisted and turned, walls of leaves pressing in from all sides. Harry could hear distant sounds, crashes, shouts, the roar of creatures, but the maze muffled everything, made it impossible to judge distance or direction. Didn't matter. He knew where he was going. Left at the first junction. Right at the second. Straight through the third, ignoring the blast-ended script that reared up in his path. It was chained, couldn't reach him if he stayed against the far wall. The journal had been thorough. Every trap, every creature, every dead end was mapped in Crouch Jr.'s cramped handwriting. Harry moved through the maze like a ghost, avoiding dangers before they could manifest. He encountered Cedric once, briefly. The Hufflepuff champion was fighting a giant spider, his wand blazing with curses. Harry slipped past while he was distracted. No time for heroics. The center of the maze was close now. He could feel it, a concentration of magic, the portkey's signature thrumming against his senses. The oath magic recognized it too, resonating with the enemy it was bound to find. One more turn. One more stretch of hedge-lined corridor. And there it was. The Triwizard Cup sat on a pedestal in the center of a small clearing, glowing with ethereal blue light. It looked beautiful. Harmless. Harry knew better. He approached slowly, wand raised, checking for additional traps. The journal hadn't mentioned any in the clearing itself. Crouch Jr. had wanted the champions to reach the cup easily once they got this far, but paranoia had kept Harry alive this long. The clearing was empty. Just the cup. Just him. Harry raised his wand. Bombarda Maxima. The curse shot from his wand like a cannon blast, aimed directly at the glowing cup. It never hit. A shield materialized out of nowhere, absorbing the spell in a flash of golden light. The cup sat untouched, still glowing, still waiting. Impressive, Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. But did you really think I wouldn't take precautions? Harry spun, searching for the source. The hedges around him were shifting, growing, sealing off the exits. He was trapped. Show yourself, crouch. Laughter echoed through the clearing. Then the air shimmered, and a figure stepped out of an invisibility spell that Harry hadn't detected. It wasn't Moody's face looking back at him. The polyjuice had worn off, or been deliberately ended. Bartemius Crouch Jr. stood revealed, young and gaunt, his eyes gleaming with fanatical intensity. "You know," Crouch Jr. said conversationally, "I had such hopes for you. The way you refused to compete. The oath you swore. I thought, here's a wizard with fire in him. Spirit. The Dark Lord will enjoy breaking that. He can try. He will do more than try." Crouch Jr. began circling, wand loose in his hand. "I've been watching you, Potter. Watching you scheme and plan, gathering your little allies, thinking you were so clever. Did you really believe I didn't know?" Harry's blood went cold. "You knew. From the beginning. That meeting with my father in the dungeons. I let it happen. I wanted you to find the journal, to think you had the upper hand." Crouch Jr.'s smile was terrible. "Everything you've done has been according to my plan. If you knew, why let me get this far? Because the Dark Lord commands it." Crouch Jr. stopped circling, his wand coming up. "He wants you, Potter. Alive, conscious, aware. The ritual requires blood of the enemy, freely given or forcibly taken. We thought forcibly taken would be easier, but then you made it so much simpler. I haven't given you anything. Haven't you?" Crouch Jr. gestured at the cup. "You walked into my maze. You came to my trap. And now." He smiled. "Now you're going to touch that cup, and it's going to take you exactly where you need to be." "I don't think so." Harry attacked without warning, a flurry of curses and hexes he'd been practicing for weeks. Stunners, disarmers, cutting curses, even a reductor aimed at the ground beneath Crouch Jr.'s feet. The Death Eater deflected them all. His wand moved in precise, economical motions, each spell batted aside like a fly. He wasn't even trying. "Your mother was more of a challenge," Crouch Jr. said, advancing steadily. "At least she made me work for it." Red rage bloomed behind Harry's eyes. "Don't you dare talk about my mother." "Why not?" "I was there, Potter. The night the Dark Lord fell. I wasn't in the house, I was watching, waiting, ready to help if needed." His voice dropped. "I heard her screaming. Begging for your life. It was beautiful." Harry's next curse was wordless, fueled by pure hate. It splashed against Crouch Jr.'s shield and dissipated. "There it is." Crouch Jr.'s eyes gleamed. "That rage. That power. The Dark Lord was right about you. You have potential. Such a waste that you chose the wrong side. The only wrong side is yours." "Is it?" Crouch Jr. tilted his head. "Look around you, Potter. Look at the world you're defending. A corrupt ministry. A senile headmaster. A society that locked me in Azkaban for loving my master and served my father for condemning me." Bitterness crept into his voice. "You think you're fighting for good? There is no good. There's only power, and those too weak to seek it." Voldemort's words. The truest words ever spoken. Crouch Jr. raised his wand. "Enough talk. The Dark Lord is waiting. Imperio." The curse hit Harry like a wave of warm honey. Suddenly, everything was peaceful. Calm. A voice in his head, soft, seductive, reasonable, whispered that he should just relax. Stop fighting. Touch the cup. It would all be over soon. No more pain. No more struggle. Just sweet, simple obedience. Harry's feet began moving toward the cup. No. The word rose from somewhere deep inside him. From the oath he'd sworn. From the magic that had bound itself to his very soul. No. I will not obey. He stopped walking. Crouch Jr.'s eyes widened. Impossible. Nothing's impossible. Harry's voice was strained, every word a battle against the curse's pressure. You should know that. You broke out of Azkaban. The Imperius curse is absolute. No one resists it. No one, I'm not no one. Harry raised his wand. The curse's grip was weakening, his will pushing back against its invasive touch. I'm Harry Potter. And I don't take orders from Death Eaters. He threw off the curse with a wordless scream of defiance. And then he attacked. The duel that followed was nothing like Harry's previous fights. Crouch Jr. was a trained Death Eater, hardened by war and Azkaban and years of fanatical devotion. His magic was sharp, precise, cruel. He wielded dark curses like a surgeon wielded scalpels, each one designed to maim or kill. Harry was outmatched. He knew it from the first exchange. His practiced spells, his careful preparations, none of it could close the gap in raw experience. But Harry had something Crouch Jr. didn't. He had nothing to lose. The oath magic surged through him, responding to his desperation. His spells came faster, hit harder, flew with accuracy that surprised even him. He wasn't fighting smart. He was fighting like a cornered animal, all teeth and fury. And it was working. Crouch Jr. fell back, surprised by the ferocity of the assault. A cutting curse slipped through his defenses, opening a gash on his cheek. A reductor shattered the ground at his feet, forcing him to leap aside. You can't win, Crouch Jr. snarled, but there was uncertainty in his voice now. Even if you kill me, the Dark Lord, I don't need to kill you. Harry's next curse forced Crouch Jr. to dodge left, exactly where Harry wanted him. I just need to stop you. He'd been maneuvering throughout the fight, pushing Crouch Jr. toward the clearing's edge. Toward the shifting hedges that had sealed them in. Toward the thorns. Crouch Jr.'s back hit the hedge. The thorns, 3 inches long and dripping with paralytic venom, sank into his robes, his flesh. He let out a choked scream. Harry didn't hesitate. Stupefy. The stunner hit Crouch Jr. square in the chest. The Death Eater's eyes rolled back, and he crumpled, suspended awkwardly against the hedge by the thorns embedded in his back. Harry stood there, breathing hard, blood pounding in his ears. He'd won. Somehow, impossibly, he'd won. The cup still glowed on its pedestal, waiting to transport whoever touched it to Voldemort's waiting arms. Harry raised his wand again. Bombarda Maxima. This time, there was no shield to stop the curse. The cup exploded in a burst of blue fire, fragments of enchanted gold scattering across the clearing. The portkey was destroyed. Voldemort's trap was sprung, but the prey had escaped. Getting out of the maze was harder than getting in. With Crouch Jr. unconscious, the hedges had stopped shifting, but they hadn't returned to their normal configuration. Harry had to navigate by memory and guesswork, backtracking when paths dead-ended, avoiding creatures that hadn't been there on his way in. He found Fleur first, unconscious, stunned by something she hadn't seen coming. He cast sparks into the air to mark her location for the rescue teams, then kept moving. Krum was next, but he wasn't unconscious. He was standing in the middle of a path, wand raised, eyes blank and staring. Imperiused. Harry recognized the signs immediately. Someone, probably Crouch Jr., before Harry had interrupted his plans, had put Krum under the curse and turned him into a weapon. Victor. Harry kept his voice calm. Victor, can you hear me? Krum's wand swung toward him. You don't want to do this. Whatever you're feeling, whatever the voice is telling you, it's not real. Fight it. For a moment, something flickered in Krum's eyes. Resistance. Struggle. Then the blankness returned, and he attacked. Harry dove aside, rolling, coming up with his wand ready. Victor, listen to me. Crouch Jr. is down. The curse will break. You just have to hold on, a curse scorched past his ear. Krum was advancing, his movements mechanical but precise. Harry didn't want to hurt him. Krum was a victim, not a villain. But he couldn't let himself be killed by someone else's puppet either. He made a decision. Stupefy. The spell hit Krum's wand arm, not his chest. It wasn't enough to knock him out, but it disrupted his grip. The wand clattered to the ground. Krum blinked. The blankness in his eyes fractured, then cleared. Potter? His voice was hoarse. That happened. You were under the Imperious curse. Someone was controlling you. I remember, a voice. Telling me to hurt the other champions. Krum's face contorted with horror. Did I? Fleur's stunned, but alive. I don't know about Cedric. Harry retrieved Krum's wand and handed it back. Can you walk? Yes. Krum took the wand with shaking hands. We must find the exit. They found it together, following the sounds of chaos from outside the maze. And chaos it was. The stands were in an uproar. Students were screaming. Ministry officials were running toward the maze entrance, wands drawn. And in the middle of it all, a body was being levitated from the hedges. Crouch Jr.'s body. Still unconscious. Still wearing his own face. Harry emerged from the maze to find 100 wands pointed at him. That's him, someone shouted. Potter. He attacked the champion. He attacked Professor Moody. That's not Moody. Harry's voice was steady despite his exhaustion. That's Bartemius Crouch Jr. Death Eater. Escaped Azkaban prisoner. The man who entered my name in the Goblet of Fire. Silence fell over the crowd. Then Cornelius Fudge pushed forward, his face purple with rage. This is outrageous. Crouch Jr. is dead. He died in Azkaban years ago. Check for yourself. Harry nodded toward the unconscious figure. Use Veritaserum. Check his arm for the dark mark. Hell, use the map, it shows people's true names. What map? The Marauder's map. Harry pulled the parchment from his pocket. I solemnly swear that I am up to no good. The map activated, revealing Hogwarts in all its detail. Harry turned it so the crowd could see, pointing to where they stood. The dot beside the unconscious body was clearly labeled, Bartemius Crouch Jr. Fudge spluttered. That's impossible, it's magic, Minister. Harry's voice was cold. Which is supposed to be your specialty? In the front row of the stands, Augusta Longbottom rose to her feet. Minister Fudge. Her voice carried across the stunned crowd. As a member of the Wizengamot, I invoke my right to call an emergency session. A Death Eater has been found operating within Hogwarts. The evidence must be examined immediately, before any unfortunate modifications can occur. Fudge looked like he wanted to argue. But 100 faces were watching him now. Waiting to see what he would do. Very well, he said finally, his voice strangled. An emergency session. Tonight. Harry let out a breath he hadn't known he was holding. Phase 1 complete. The Wizengamot chamber was ancient and imposing. Circular tiers of benches rose toward a vaulted ceiling, every seat filled with witches and wizards in plum-colored robes. The atmosphere was electric, emergency sessions were rare, and the rumors about what had happened at Hogwarts had spread like wildfire. Harry sat in the witness box, facing the assembled body. To his left, Crouch Jr. was bound to a chair, heavily sedated, the dark mark visible on his exposed forearm. To his right, the real Mad-Eye Moody, still weak but conscious, had been brought from St. Mungo's to testify. Fudge presided from the Chief Warlock's seat, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. This emergency session will come to order. His voice was strained. The matter before us, the alleged impersonation of Alastor Moody by an individual claiming to be Bartemius Crouch Jr., presumed dead since 1982. There's no alleged about it. Augusta Longbottom's voice cut through the chamber. We have physical evidence. Testimony. Veritaserum confirmed confession. The only question is how this was allowed to happen under the ministry's nose. Murmurs rippled through the assembly. The accused will testify, Fudge said reluctantly. Administer the Veritaserum. An Auror approached Crouch Jr. with a small vial. 3 drops on the tongue, and the Death Eater's eyes went glassy, his resistance stripped away. State your name. Bartemius Crouch Jr. Are you the individual known as the Death Eater who tortured Frank and Alice Longbottom? A long pause. Then, yes. The chamber erupted. People were shouting, demanding answers, calling for immediate execution. Fudge pounded his gavel uselessly. Harry watched it all with cold satisfaction. This was what they'd worked for. This was the trap sprung. But they weren't done yet. Silence. Augusta's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. We will have order, or I will invoke traditional dueling rights against the next person who interrupts. The chamber went quiet. No one wanted to duel Augusta Longbottom. Continue the questioning, she ordered. The Auror cleared his throat. How did you escape Azkaban? And Crouch Jr. told them everything. His mother's sacrifice. The Polyjuice switch. Years of captivity in his father's house, controlled by the Imperius curse. The World Cup, where he'd momentarily broken free and cast the dark mark. And then the plan, the glorious, beautiful plan to resurrect his master. The Dark Lord is weak, Crouch Jr. said, his voice dreamy from the Veritaserum. Barely alive. But he found a way. A ritual. He needs Potter's blood, blood of the enemy, to overcome the protection his mother's sacrifice created. And the tournament? Augusta pressed. You entered Potter's name to deliver him to this ritual? Yes. The cup was a portkey. It would have taken him straight to the Dark Lord. A twisted smile crossed Crouch Jr.'s face. But Potter destroyed it. Clever boy. The Dark Lord will have to find another way. The chamber was utterly silent now. Harry rose from the witness box. Every eye turned to him. You've heard the testimony. His voice carried clearly in the hushed chamber. A Death Eater operated freely at Hogwarts for an entire year. He impersonated a professor. He entered me in a deadly tournament against my will. He planned to deliver me to Voldemort for a resurrection ritual. The name rippled through the crowd like a shockwave. Harry ignored it. And where was the ministry? He turned to face Fudge directly. Where were the protections? The investigations? The basic security measures that should have caught this? Fudge's face had gone white. We couldn't have known, you couldn't have known because you didn't look. Harry's voice was hard. I figured it out. A 14-year-old with a map and some motivated friends. If I could find the truth, what's the ministry's excuse? Now see here, I'm not finished. Harry pulled out a sheaf of parchments, Crouch Jr.'s journal, copied and annotated. These are the Death Eater's own records. His plans. His communications. Everything he did is documented here, including who helped him. He threw the parchments onto the evidence table. Bartemius Crouch Sr., Harry said, has been under his son's Imperius curse for months. He helped cover up the impersonation. He ensured the tournament proceeded despite irregularities. He threatened me personally when I refused to compete. Augusta Longbottom rose again. I move that Bartemius Crouch Sr. be taken into protective custody and examined for signs of the Imperius curse. If found to be a victim, he should receive treatment. If found to be a willing collaborator. She paused. Well. We'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The motion passed unanimously. Fudge looked like a man watching his career crumble before his eyes. There is one more matter. Harry turned to address the full chamber. Crouch Jr. spoke of Voldemort's resurrection. Of a ritual that requires my blood. This plan may have failed tonight, but it won't be the last attempt. He drew himself up to his full height, not much, but it was enough. The Dark Lord is coming back. Not maybe. Not someday. He is actively working to return, and he will keep trying until he succeeds. The question is, what is the wizarding world going to do about it? Silence answered him. I swore an oath, Harry continued. To find the person who violated my rights and bring them to justice. Tonight, that oath is fulfilled. But I swear another oath now, in front of all of you. He raised his wand. The oath magic stirred inside him, recognizing the moment. I swear that I will not rest until Voldemort is destroyed. I swear that I will fight him with every weapon at my disposal. And I swear that anyone who aids him, hides him, or enables his return will face the same justice as Bartemius Crouch Jr. Golden light flared from his wand, the magic accepting his oath, binding it to his soul. The Wizengamot stared at him in stunned silence. Then, slowly, Augusta Longbottom began to applaud. Others joined her. One by one, then in groups, then in a thunderous wave of sound that filled the chamber. Harry stood at the center of it all, feeling the weight of what he'd just committed to. The first battle was over. The war was just beginning. The aftermath of the Wizengamot session was chaos in the best possible way. Crouch Jr. was sentenced to the Dementor's kiss, a fate Harry couldn't bring himself to mourn. The Death Eater had tortured innocents, plotted murder, and would have delivered Harry to Voldemort without a second thought. Whatever humanity he'd once possessed had been burned away by fanaticism long ago. Crouch Sr. was found to be a victim of the Imperius, mostly. There were signs that he'd resisted less than he could have, that some part of him had been willing to let his son's plan proceed. He was placed in St. Mungo's protective custody, which everyone understood meant he'd never hold office again. Fudge survived, barely. His political opponents had been sharpening their knives for months, and the tournament fiasco gave them all the ammunition they needed. He'd keep his position for now, but only because replacing a minister during a crisis would look worse than keeping a weak one. The prophet ran a dozen stories about Harry Potter, the boy who lived twice. He refused all interviews, which only made them more persistent. Through it all, Harry kept his focus on what mattered. Voldemort was still out there. Weakened, yes. His plan had failed, his most loyal servant captured. But the Dark Lord had survived worse setbacks. He would try again. And next time, Harry would be ready. The Room of Requirement had become their unofficial headquarters. Harry stood before his gathered allies, expanded now to include a few more Order members who had heard about his Wizengamot performance. Lupin. Tonks. Kingsley Shacklebolt, a senior Auror who had quietly opposed Fudge for years. Hestia Jones and Emmeline Vance, veterans of the First War. And, of course, the original crew, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne. The immediate threat is neutralized, Harry said. But we all know this is just the beginning. Voldemort will try again. We need to be ready. Ready how? Shacklebolt's deep voice was skeptical. The ministry's in chaos. The Auror department's been gutted by budget cuts. We don't have the resources for a prolonged conflict. Then we build our own resources. Harry looked at Lupin. The Order of the Phoenix. Is it still active? In spirit, if not in practice. Lupin's scarred face was thoughtful. Most of us have kept in touch over the years. If you're asking whether we could mobilize again. I'm asking. Then yes. Probably. We'd need Dumbledore's blessing, you have it. The voice came from the doorway. Harry turned to find Dumbledore himself standing there, looking older and wearier than Harry had ever seen him. I apologize for my late arrival. The Wizengamot session required extensive follow-up. He entered the room, taking a seat near the fire. I've been watching your efforts, Harry. Watching and, I confess, wondering if I should intervene. The headmaster's blue eyes met Harry's. I decided to wait. To see what you would do without my interference. And I was impressed. There was no twinkle in Dumbledore's eyes now, just quiet respect. You accomplished in weeks what the Ministry failed to do in months. You exposed a Death Eater, prevented a resurrection ritual, and rallied political support for the coming conflict. I had help. Yes. You built alliances. Trusted others. Led rather than commanded. Dumbledore nodded slowly. These are rare skills, Harry. Rarer than magical power, in some ways. Harry wasn't sure how to respond to that. What happens now? Now we prepare. Dumbledore leaned forward. The Order of the Phoenix will reform. The Ministry, for all its flaws, will be pressured to increase its defenses. And you? I'll keep training. Keep building alliances. Keep getting ready for whatever comes next. That is what I hoped you would say. Dumbledore smiled slightly. Though I must warn you, the path ahead will be harder than anything you've faced so far. Voldemort will not underestimate you again. Good. Harry's voice was flat. I want him to know what's coming. A long silence. Then Daphne spoke up, her cool voice cutting through the tension. Before we get too deep into war planning, there's a practical matter to address. School ends in 2 weeks. Where does everyone go for the summer? It was such a mundane question that Harry almost laughed. Here they were, discussing the return of the darkest wizard in history, and Daphne was asking about holiday arrangements. But she had a point. The Dursleys are out, Harry said. I'm not going back there. You could stay at Grimmauld Place. Sirius's voice came from a mirror Lupin was holding, a two-way communication device that let the still fugitive marauder participate. My family's old house. It's unplottable, heavily warded, perfect for a headquarters. Is it safe? Safer than most places. We'd need to do some cleaning, the house elf's gone a bit mad, but it's solid. Harry nodded. Then that's where I'll be. Anyone who wants to join me is welcome. I'm in. Ron didn't hesitate. Mum will have kittens, but she'll get over it. Same. Hermione was already mentally planning the research she could do. My parents will understand. Probably. Neville looked at Augusta, who had joined them after the Wisengamot session. She gave a sharp nod. The Longbottoms stand with Potter. We always have. Daphne was last. Her grey eyes met Harry's, and something passed between them, an understanding that went beyond words. I'll need to manage my family carefully. But yes. I'm with you. Harry looked around at his allies, his friends, his comrades, his family in all the ways that mattered. Then we have a plan. Summer at Grimmauld Place. Training, research, preparation. He took a deep breath. And when September comes, we'll be ready for whatever Voldemort throws at us. Dumbledore rose, moving toward the door. One last thing, Harry. He paused, looking back. The prophecy. I believe it's time you knew its full contents. Harry's heart rate spiked. You're willing to tell me? You've earned the right to know. Come to my office tomorrow. We'll discuss it then. The headmaster's face was grave. I warn you, the knowledge will not make your burden lighter. But you deserve the truth. I've always deserved the truth. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was soft, almost sad. You have. I'm sorry it took me so long to see that. He left. Harry stood in the silence that followed, feeling the weight of everything that had happened and everything still to come. The prophecy. Voldemort. The war ahead. But he wasn't facing it alone. Not anymore. He looked at his friends, his allies, and felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. The end-of-term feast was a subdued affair. The events of the third task had cast a pall over the castle. Students whispered in corners, trading rumors about Death Eaters and Dark Lords and the boy who lived. The champions, those who hadn't dropped out, received their awards with little fanfare. Cedric won, technically. He'd reached the center of the maze first, before Harry had destroyed the cup. But the victory felt hollow, and Cedric himself seemed more traumatized than triumphant. "I heard what really happened," he said, finding Harry before the feast. "In the maze." "What you did?" Harry shrugged. "I did what I had to. You saved my life. If that cup had been a portkey like you said, then you'd be dead, and I'd be worse." "Yeah." Harry met his eyes. "Don't thank me. Just, be ready. For what's coming." Cedric nodded slowly. "I will be." They shook hands, two young men who had faced darkness and survived. It wasn't friendship, exactly. But it was something. Dumbledore's office was quiet when Harry arrived the next morning. The headmaster sat behind his desk, looking every one of his considerable years. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, the phoenix's song a counterpoint to the heavy atmosphere. "Sit, Harry." Harry sat. "The prophecy." Dumbledore waved his wand, and a silver basin appeared on the desk, a pensive, Harry recognized. "I could simply tell you its contents, but I think it's better if you hear it yourself." He touched the silvery substance in the basin. A figure rose from its depths, a woman, wild-haired and thick-spectacled, her voice harsh and echoing. "The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches. Born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the seventh month dies. And the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not. And either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord will be born as the seventh month dies." The figure dissolved. Harry stared at the empty air where it had been. "Either must die at the hand of the other," he repeated softly. "Neither can live while the other survives." "Yes. So one of us has to kill the other. That's what it means." "That is one interpretation." Dumbledore's voice was gentle. "Prophecies are notoriously difficult to interpret. But the most straightforward reading, yes. You and Voldemort are bound together. The conflict between you can only end one way." Harry absorbed this. It should have felt like a death sentence. Instead, it felt like clarity. "I already knew," he said finally. "Not the words. But the truth. That this couldn't end any other way. You've always been perceptive." "No." Harry met Dumbledore's eyes. "I've always been hunted. You learn to see the shape of things when your life depends on it." He stood, moving to the window. "The power the Dark Lord knows not." "What is it?" "I have theories." Dumbledore joined him at the window. "Your mother's sacrifice. The protection in your blood. The love that saved you as an infant, love." Harry laughed bitterly. "You think love is going to defeat Voldemort?" "I think love is more powerful than you realize." "More powerful than Voldemort realizes, certainly." Dumbledore's voice was firm. "He has never understood it. Never experienced it. It is, perhaps, his greatest weakness." Harry thought about that. About his friends, his allies, the people who had stood with him when they had every reason to run. About Daphne, her cool gray eyes warming when she looked at him. About Sirius, risking everything to support his godson. About Ron and Hermione, loyal beyond any reasonable expectation. Maybe Dumbledore had a point. "I'll think about it," Harry said finally. "But right now, I'm more interested in practical matters. Training. Preparation. Building something that can actually fight Voldemort when he returns. A wise focus. Dumbledore nodded. The summer will be crucial. Use it well. I intend to. Harry turned to leave, then paused at the door. Professor. The oath I swore, to strip Crouch of his magic. It's fulfilled now, isn't it? The original oath, yes. Crouch Jr. has received the Dementor's kiss. His magic, along with his soul, is gone. But the second oath. The one I swore in the Wizengamot. That one remains. Dumbledore's eyes were grave. You have bound yourself to Voldemort's destruction. It is a heavy burden to carry. I was already carrying it. Harry smiled grimly. Now it's just official. He left the office, descending the spiral staircase, his mind already turning to the challenges ahead. Summer. Training. Preparation. And somewhere, hidden in shadow, a Dark Lord plotting his return. Harry was ready. The Hogwarts Express pulled out of Hogsmeade Station on a bright June morning. Harry sat in a compartment with his friends, the usual crew, plus Daphne, who had somehow integrated herself into their group without anyone quite noticing how. They talked about summer plans, about training schedules, about the work that lay ahead. It felt normal. Almost peaceful. But underneath the casual conversation, Harry could feel the weight of everything that had happened. The oath magic humming in his veins. The prophecy echoing in his mind. The certainty that the peace couldn't last. Voldemort would return. The war would come. And when it did, Harry would be ready. He looked out the window, watching the Scottish countryside roll by. His reflection stared back at him, thin face, round glasses, lightning scar. The boy who lived. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord. Harry Potter, who had once been a cupboard-dwelling orphan, now preparing to lead a war. The train carried him south, toward an uncertain future. But for the first time in his life, Harry wasn't afraid of what was coming. He was looking forward to it. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, The Prison Secret's grim old place was a house that hated being lived in. Harry stood in the entrance hall, breathing in air thick with dust and dark magic, and felt the building's malevolence pressing against his skin like a physical weight. The wallpaper was peeling, the carpet was rotting, and somewhere in the darkness, something skittered away from the light of his wand. Charming, Daphne said from behind him. You really know how to show a girl a good time, Potter. Wait until you meet the house elf. As if summoned by the words, a hunched figure emerged from the shadows. Creature was ancient, his skin hanging in folds, his eyes burning with resentment. He took one look at the group gathered in the hallway and let out a sound of pure disgust. Mudbloods and blood traitors in my mistress's house. Oh, what would she say, what would she say? She'd say nothing, because she's dead. Sirius appeared at the top of the stairs, looking healthier than Harry had ever seen him. Regular meals and freedom from Azkaban had done wonders. Creature, these are my guests. You will treat them with respect. Creature serves the noble house of Black. The elf's voice dripped with contempt. Not the traitor's son who broke his mother's heart. Creature, let it go. Harry stepped forward, drawing the elf's attention. We're not here to fight with servants. We're here to prepare for war. Creature's eyes narrowed. The Potter boy. Creature knows about the Potter boy. The one who stopped the Dark Lord. Something shifted in his expression, not quite respect, but calculation. My mistress spoke of the Potters. Old blood. Pure blood, once. I don't care about blood purity. I care about results. Harry met the elf's gaze steadily. Help us make this house livable, and I'll make sure you're treated fairly. Get in our way, and I'll find somewhere else for you to be. A long moment of silence. Then Creature bowed, the gesture mocking but technically correct. As the guest of the house commands. He vanished with a crack. Sirius let out a breath. That went better than expected. He responds to strength. Daphne was examining a portrait on the wall, covered by a curtain that seemed to pulse with malign energy. Most dark creatures do. You just have to show them you're not worth the trouble of crossing. Speaking from experience. Slytherin common room. Similar principles. Ron and Hermione had arrived behind them, levitating trunks loaded with supplies. Neville was last, his face pale but determined. None of them had been to a house this dark before. Right, Harry said, turning to face his friends. We've got 2 months before school starts. 2 months to train, research, and prepare for whatever Voldemort throws at us next. Let's not waste them. The first week was dedicated to making Grimmauld Place habitable. They worked in teams, clearing rooms of cursed objects, doxies, and other dangerous remnants of the Black family's dark history. Hermione catalogued everything, creating an inventory of potentially useful items versus things that needed immediate destruction. Ron and Neville handled the heavy lifting, while Daphne proved surprisingly adept at identifying and neutralizing dark artifacts. Harry split his time between the physical work and meeting with Order members who trickled in and out of the house. Moody, the real Moody, still recovering but determined to be useful, arrived on the 3rd day. He spent hours questioning Harry about the fake Moody's behavior, looking for any signs he'd missed. Should have noticed, the old Auror growled. Drinking from that flask constantly. The eye not tracking properly. Small things, but they add up. You were imprisoned and drugged for most of the year. Don't blame yourself. Who else should I blame? Moody's magical eye spun toward Harry. You figured it out. A 14-year-old boy with a map. I was an Auror for 40 years, and I missed what was right in front of me. You'll have a chance to make up for it. Voldemort's coming back. We'll need everyone. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. That we will. Lupin came regularly, bringing news from his contacts in the werewolf community. The news wasn't good. Voldemort's followers were already recruiting among the marginalized, promising power and revenge to those society had rejected. Greyback's been busy, Lupin reported grimly. He's turned at least a dozen new werewolves in the past month. Building an army. Can we counter-recruit? Offer the werewolves something better? It's not that simple. The Ministry's laws are brutal. Werewolves can't hold jobs, can't own property, can barely exist legally. Voldemort offers them a chance to hit back. What can we offer? Change. Harry's voice was hard. Real change, after the war. Laws rewritten. Equality. A place in the world they helped save. Lupin stared at him. You do that? Take on the Ministry over werewolf rights? I'd do whatever it takes to win. And if that means building a better world in the process. Harry shrugged. Then that's what we do. By the 2nd week, they had established a routine. Mornings were for physical training, running, climbing, obstacle courses conjured in the house's overgrown garden. Sirius had been a hit wizard before Azkaban, and he remembered enough to put them through their paces. You can't always rely on magic, he said, watching Harry dodge a barrage of stinging hexes. Sometimes your wand gets taken. Sometimes you're too exhausted to cast. Your body needs to be a weapon too. Afternoons were for magical practice. Dueling drills, shield work, curse breaking. Moody led these sessions when he was present, his paranoia translating into brutally effective training. Constant vigilance isn't just a catchphrase, he growled, after catching Neville with a tripped Jinx from behind. It's a survival strategy. The moment you stop watching, you're dead. Evenings were for research and planning. Hermione had claimed an entire room as her library, filling it with books on everything from dark arts defense to magical law. Harry spent hours there, reading about Voldemort's first war, about the Death Eaters, about the tactics that had worked and the ones that had failed. The Order was too defensive, he observed one night, surrounded by yellowed reports. They reacted to attacks instead of preventing them. Let Voldemort control the tempo. They were outnumbered, Hermione pointed out. And the Ministry was actively obstructing them. That's not going to change. We'll always be outnumbered. Harry closed the report he'd been reading. We need to be smarter. More aggressive. Take the fight to them instead of waiting for them to come to us. And how do we do that when we don't even know where they are? Harry was silent for a moment. Then, we find out. The idea came to him in the middle of the night. He was lying awake, staring at the ceiling of the room he'd claimed on the third floor, when the pieces suddenly clicked together. Crouch Jr.'s journal. The references to communications with Voldemort. The hints about where the Dark Lord was hiding, waiting, preparing. The journal had mentioned a location. Just once, almost in passing. Harry had noted it but hadn't followed up, too focused on the immediate threat of the tournament. Little Hangleton. The graveyard where the ritual was supposed to happen. The place Voldemort had chosen for his resurrection. Why there? Harry sat up, his mind racing. Voldemort was theatrical. Everything he did had meaning, symbolism. He wouldn't choose a random graveyard for the most important ritual of his existence. There had to be a connection. He was out of bed and halfway to Hermione's library before he fully realized he was moving. Little Hangleton. Hermione had that look in her eyes, the one that meant she'd caught the scent of a mystery. You're right. There must be a reason Voldemort chose it. Crouch's journal mentioned it was where the ritual would happen. But not why. Let me check something. She pulled out a massive tome, a wizarding genealogy that she'd borrowed from the Hogwarts library before term ended. Voldemort's real name was Tom Riddle. If he had family connections to Little Hangleton. She flipped through pages, muttering to herself. Harry waited, his patience fraying. Here. Hermione's finger stabbed at a page. The Gaunts. An old pureblood family, descended from Salazar Slytherin. They lived near Little Hangleton for generations. And Voldemort was related to them. His mother was Mara P. Gaunt. She married a muggle named Tom Riddle, who lived in the village. Hermione's eyes widened. Harry, the graveyard, the Riddles are probably buried there. His father. His grandparents. Bone of the father. Harry's blood went cold. The ritual requires bone of the father, forcibly taken. Voldemort was going to dig up his own father's grave. That's deeply disturbing. It's Voldemort. Everything about him is deeply disturbing. Harry paced the room, his mind working. But this gives us something. A location. A place he's connected to. You're not thinking of going there. Not alone. But we need intelligence. We need to know if Voldemort's still using that area, if he has followers stationed there, if there's anything we can learn about his plans. Harry, that's incredibly dangerous, everything's dangerous. At least this way, we're choosing our risks instead of waiting for them to find us. Hermione stared at him for a long moment. Then she sighed. I'll research Little Hangleton. History, geography, any magical connections. If you're going to do something stupid, at least you'll do it with good information. 2 days later, Harry had a plan. Not a visit to Little Hangleton, that would come later, with proper preparation. Something else first. Something that might give them even better intelligence. Azkaban. The prison held more than just criminals. It held knowledge. Memories. The truth about Voldemort's first rise, preserved in the minds of Death Eaters who had been there from the beginning. And there was one Death Eater in particular that Harry wanted to talk to. Bellatrix Lestrange. Absolutely not. Sirius's voice was flat. I won't allow it. You don't have the authority to allow or forbid anything. Harry kept his voice calm. I'm asking as a courtesy. A courtesy? You want to visit the woman who tortured Neville's parents into insanity as a courtesy? I want to learn what she knows about Voldemort. His history. His methods. His weaknesses. Harry met his godfather's eyes. She was one of his inner circle. She knows things that aren't in any book. And you think she'll just tell you? Out of the goodness of her heart. I think she's been in Azkaban for 14 years. I think she's half mad with Dementor exposure. And I think that if anyone can get her talking, it's the boy who lived, the one who destroyed her master. Sirius was silent for a long moment. I knew Bellatrix, he said finally. Before she went fully dark. She was brilliant. Charming, even. And completely, utterly devoted to Voldemort. His voice hardened. She won't give you anything useful. She'll play games. Try to get inside your head. Then I'll play games back. Harry, I have to try. Harry's voice was fierce. We're going in blind, Sirius. We don't know where Voldemort is, what he's planning, who's helping him. Every piece of intelligence could save lives. If there's even a chance Bellatrix knows something useful, I have to take it. Sirius stared at him. Something in his expression shifted, reluctant respect replacing protective concern. You've changed, he said quietly. The boy I met last year would never have suggested this. The boy you met last year hadn't sworn an oath to destroy Voldemort. Harry's jaw tightened. I'll do whatever it takes to fulfill that oath. Whatever it takes. Another long silence. Then Sirius nodded slowly. I'll arrange it. I still have contacts in the DMLE, people who owe me favors. Getting you into Azkaban won't be easy, but it's possible. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. Sirius's voice was grim. You haven't met Bellatrix Lestrange. The boat to Azkaban left from a hidden cove on the Scottish coast. Harry stood at the prow, watching the island materialize from the mist. It looked like something out of a nightmare, black rock rising from churning seas, a tower of dark stone stabbing at the grey sky. The cold hit him before they were even close. Not physical cold, but something deeper. A chill that seeped into his bones, his blood, his soul. Dementors. They're drawn to you. The Auror escort, a woman named Dawlish, who clearly didn't want to be here, was watching him with nervous eyes. Sensitive types always suffer more. I'm not sensitive. I just have a lot of bad memories. The boat scraped against the dock. Harry climbed out, his breath misting in the unnatural cold. Azkaban loomed above him, massive and terrible. Screams echoed from somewhere inside, the endless, mindless screaming of prisoners driven mad by despair. Harry set his jaw and walked toward the entrance. The interior was worse than the exterior. Narrow corridors lit by guttering torches. Cells lined with rusted bars, hands reaching out, voices begging for release. The Dementors floated past in their black robes, their presence a constant weight of misery. Harry focused on the oath magic inside him, letting it burn against the cold. It helped, barely. He could function, could keep moving, could remember why he was here. Dawlish led him deeper into the prison, past the general population toward the high-security wing. The screaming grew louder here, the cold more intense. Maximum security, Dawlish said. The worst of the worst. Death Eaters, mass murderers, traitors. She stopped before a heavy iron door. Lestrange is in there. You get 15 minutes. I need more than that. 15 minutes. That's what was authorized. Dawlish's voice brooked no argument. After that, I'm pulling you out whether you're done or not. Harry nodded tightly. 15 minutes would have to be enough. The door opened. Bellatrix Lestrange had been beautiful once. You could still see traces of it, the high cheekbones, the dark eyes, the aristocratic bearing. But 14 years of Azkaban had twisted those features into something barely human. Her hair was a matted tangle. Her skin was gray and papery. Her eyes. Her eyes were the worst part. They burned with a fire that the Dementors hadn't been able to extinguish. A fire of madness and devotion. Well, well. Her voice was a rasp, but there was strength in it. The boy who lived. Come to gloat. Come to talk. Harry stepped into the cell, keeping his distance. You have information I need. Bellatrix laughed, a horrible, cackling sound. Information. Little baby Potter wants information. What makes you think I'd give you anything? Because you've been in here for 14 years, and in all that time, no one's visited you. No one's cared enough to make the trip. Harry kept his voice calm. I'm the first person who's looked at you as something other than a monster in a cage. The laughter died. Something flickered in those burning eyes, surprise. Interest. Clever boy. Bellatrix leaned forward, chains clinking. My cousin Sirius always said the Potters were clever. Before I killed him, that is. Sirius isn't dead. Not yet. The grin that spread across her face was terrible. But he will be. You all will be. When my lord returns, your lord is weak. Barely alive. Hiding in shadows while his followers rot in prison. Harry matched her grin with a cold smile of his own. Some master. The chains rattled as Bellatrix surged against them. Don't you dare speak of him. Don't you dare. Why not? What's he ever done for you? You gave him everything, your family, your freedom, your sanity, and what did you get in return? This cell. These Dementors. 14 years of screaming. I would suffer 100 years for him. 1,000. My lord is worth any sacrifice. But he hasn't sacrificed anything for you, has he? Harry stepped closer. He hasn't come to rescue you. Hasn't sent word. Hasn't done anything to reward your devotion. He will. When he rises again, he's tried to rise again. It failed. Harry watched her face carefully. The tournament plan. Crouch Jr.'s scheme to deliver me for the resurrection ritual. I stopped it. Bellatrix went still. You know about the ritual. Harry pressed forward. The bone, the blood, the flesh. You know what he needs to return. Every faithful servant knows. Her voice had gone quiet. Dangerous. Then you know he'll try again. He'll find another way. Harry crouched down, putting himself at eye level with the chained woman. What I want to know is, what's his backup plan? What does he do when his first scheme fails? Silence stretched between them. Then Bellatrix smiled. It was somehow worse than the grin. You want to know how to stop him. Her eyes glittered. You think if you understand him, you can defeat him. Poor little Potter. You don't understand anything. Then enlighten me. My lord doesn't have backup plans. He has certainties. She leaned as close as her chains would allow, her breath rank and cold. He knew the tournament might fail. He knew you might resist. It doesn't matter. There are other ways. Other rituals. Other paths to power. What paths? Oh, I couldn't possibly tell you that. Bellatrix's voice was mocking. But I'll give you a hint, baby Potter. A gift from Auntie Bella. She paused, savoring the moment. The Dark Lord has been preparing for his return since before you were born. He took precautions. Made certain arrangements to ensure his immortality. Her eyes bored into his. You think you can kill him? You can't. No one can. He's moved beyond death. Beyond mortality. Beyond anything you can possibly comprehend. Harry's blood went cold. What precautions? What arrangements? Ah. Bellatrix wagged a finger. That would be telling. But if you're clever, and I think you might be, you'll figure it out. Look at what he valued. What he hoarded. What he protected above all else. You're giving me riddles instead of answers. I'm giving you more than anyone else ever has. The madness in her eyes flickered, replaced momentarily by something sharper. Saner. My lord never trusted me with his greatest secrets. But I watched. I listened. I learned. She leaned back, the chains going slack. 7, she whispered. Remember that number, Potter. 7 is the most magically powerful number. And my lord was always obsessed with power. 7 what? But the sanity had faded from her eyes, replaced by the familiar gleam of madness. Time's up, baby Potter. She was grinning again. Come back and visit sometime. It gets so lonely here. The door opened behind him. Dahlia's voice, Potter. Let's go. Harry stood, his mind racing. 7. What had Voldemort done 7 times? What had he created, protected, hidden? I'll be back, he told Bellatrix. Count on it. Oh, I will. Her laughter followed him out of the cell. I'll be waiting, Potter. I'll be waiting. The boat ride back was silent. Harry huddled in the prow, the Dementor chill slowly fading from his bones, turning Bellatrix's words over in his mind. 7. The most magically powerful number. Precautions to ensure immortality. Hermione would know. She'd have read something, somewhere, that explained what Voldemort had done. She always did. But even without the details, Harry understood the implication. Killing Voldemort wasn't going to be simple. The Dark Lord had done something to protect himself from death, something involving the number 7, something that had required preparation before Harry was even born. Which meant the oath Harry had sworn, to destroy Voldemort, might be even harder to fulfill than he'd imagined. Good, he thought grimly. I like a challenge. Hermione was waiting when he got back to Grimmauld Place. You went to Azkaban. It wasn't a question. Her face was pale with worry. Sirius told me. Harry, that was incredibly dangerous, I know. But I learned something. Harry quickly recounted his conversation with Bellatrix, watching Hermione's expression shift from concern to intense concentration. 7, she murmured. The most powerful magical number. And she said he made arrangements to ensure his immortality. Does that mean anything to you? Hermione was quiet for a long moment. When she spoke, her voice was hesitant. There's a type of dark magic. The darkest. I read about it in a book I probably shouldn't have been reading. She swallowed. It's called a Horcrux. What does it do? It splits your soul. You commit murder, and the act tears your soul apart. Then you bind a fragment of it to an object, hiding it, protecting it. As long as the object survives, you can't truly die. Harry felt ice form in his stomach. And if someone made 7 of them, they'd be nearly impossible to kill. You'd have to find and destroy all 7 before you could finish them off. Hermione's voice was barely a whisper. Harry, if Voldemort really did this, if he made multiple Horcruxes, then we need to find them. All of them. Harry's voice was hard. Before we can stop him for good. The scope of the task suddenly seemed overwhelming. 7 objects, hidden somewhere in the world, protected by who knew what magic. Each one containing a piece of the darkest wizard in history. And Harry had sworn to destroy him. We'll need help, Hermione said. We can't do this alone. I know. Harry thought of Dumbledore, of the Order, of all the allies they'd gathered. But first, we need information. We need to know what the Horcruxes are, where they might be hidden. I'll research. Hermione's eyes had that gleam again, the one that meant she had a problem to solve. Horcrux creation, Voldemort's history, objects he valued. If there's information out there, I'll find it. I know you will. They stood there in the dusty library of Grimmauld Place, two teenagers facing the revelation that their enemy was even more dangerous than they'd realized. But Harry didn't feel despair. He felt determination. 7 Horcruxes. 7 pieces of Voldemort's soul. He'd find them. He'd destroy them. And then he'd end the Dark Lord once and for all. It was just a matter of time. The summer weeks blurred together. Training continued, more intensive than ever. Harry pushed himself until his muscles screamed and his magic stuttered with exhaustion. Then he pushed harder. Hermione dove into Horcrux research, pulling every book she could find on dark magic, soul manipulation, and Voldemort's history. The findings were disturbing. Horcrux creation required murder, and Voldemort had killed plenty. The question wasn't whether he could have made 7, it was how he'd chosen what objects to use. He would have selected items with significance, Hermione theorized. Trophies. Things connected to his history, his identity, his obsessions. The founders, Daphne said. She'd joined the research effort, her knowledge of pure-blood history proving invaluable. Voldemort was obsessed with Hogwarts. If he could get his hands on artifacts from the founders. Slytherin's locket. Hermione pulled out a genealogy chart. The Gaunts were Slytherin's descendants. They had an heirloom locket that passed down through generations. It disappeared sometime before Voldemort was born. He could have retrieved it. Found it somehow. Harry stared at the chart. What else? What other founder artifacts exist? Hufflepuff's cup. Gryffindor's sword. Ravenclaw's diadem. Daphne ticked them off on her fingers. The sword is at Hogwarts, so probably not that one. The cup and diadem have been lost for centuries. Lost doesn't mean unfindable. Not for someone like Voldemort. They made lists. Possibilities. Theories. Each one was a thread that might lead to a Horcrux, or might lead nowhere. But at least they were doing something. At least they had a direction. Midsummer brought an unexpected development. Harry was in the garden, practicing combat spells against target Sirius had conjured, when Daphne found him. You have a visitor. Who? See for yourself. She led him inside, to the drawing room that had become their informal meeting space. Waiting there, looking profoundly uncomfortable amid the dark decor, was Cedric Diggory. Potter. Cedric stood as Harry entered. Thanks for seeing me. Cedric. Harry studied the older boy. He looked different since the tournament, older, harder, with shadows under his eyes that suggested troubled sleep. What brings you here? I want to help. Cedric's voice was steady, but his hands were clenched. What happened at the tournament? I can't stop thinking about it. How close I came to dying without even knowing why. How the whole thing was a trap, and I walked right into it. It wasn't your fault. No. But it is my responsibility. Cedric met Harry's eyes. You built something last year. A network. People working together against Voldemort. I want to be part of it. Harry was silent for a moment, assessing. Cedric was older, stronger, better trained than any of them. He had connections in Hufflepuff and the broader wizarding world. He'd been a tournament champion, which gave him credibility. And he had reason to hate Voldemort. Personal reason. The Dark Lord had tried to use him as a pawn, and he'd nearly died for it. It's dangerous, Harry said finally. What we're doing, what we're planning, it's not some school club. People could die. I know. And it's not just about fighting. There's research, surveillance, politics. A lot of boring, tedious work. I know that too. Cedric's jaw tightened. I'm not looking for glory, Potter. I'm looking for purpose. After the tournament, I don't know who I am anymore. I need something to believe in. Harry nodded slowly. All right. You're in. But you take orders. You don't go off on your own, you don't take unnecessary risks, you don't do anything without checking with the group first. Understood? Understood. They shook hands, not as rivals, not as acquaintances, but as allies. Harry's army had grown by one. August arrived with a heatwave that made Grimmauld Place even more oppressive than usual. Harry was in the library, reviewing maps of Little Hangleton, when Sirius found him. "We need to talk." Harry looked up. His godfather's face was serious, more serious than usual. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. But something's changed." Sirius sat down heavily. "Dumbledore contacted me. The ministries agreed to a full pardon. My name's been cleared." Harry stared at him. That's wonderful." "Is it?" Sirius laughed, but there was no humor in it. "I've been a fugitive for so long, I don't remember how to be anything else. What am I supposed to do now? Get a job? Buy a house? Pretend the last 14 years didn't happen? You could help us. Officially, I mean. Join the Order. Fight Voldemort openly. I could." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "But I've been thinking, maybe I could do more good in other ways." "What do you mean?" "The Wizengamot. With my name cleared, I can reclaim my family's seat. Get involved in politics." Sirius's lip curled. I know. Politics. But you said it yourself, we need to change the system, not just fight the Dark Lord. Laws for werewolves. Protection for muggleborns. All the things the ministry's been too corrupt or cowardly to do. Harry considered this. Sirius on the Wizengamot, pushing for reform, using the Black family's influence for good instead of evil. That could be valuable, he admitted. Really valuable. That's what I thought. Sirius's expression softened. "I won't abandon you, Harry. Whatever happens, I'll be here when you need me. But maybe the best thing I can do for you is make sure you have a world worth saving." Harry reached out and gripped his godfather's shoulder. "Then do it. Take the seat. Change what you can." Sirius smiled, a real smile, perhaps the first genuine one Harry had seen from him. "I'll make you proud, Harry. You already have." The final week of summer brought a message from Hogwarts. Harry's OWL schedule had arrived, along with a note from Dumbledore requesting a private meeting before term began. "He probably wants to check on your progress," Hermione said, examining the schedule. "Make sure you're ready for what's coming. Or he has new information." Harry tucked the note into his pocket. "Either way, I need to talk to him. There's a lot he might know about Horcruxes that isn't in any book. Be careful what you share." Daphne's voice was cool. "Dumbledore keeps secrets. There's no guarantee he'll be honest with you, even now." "I know. But he's still our best resource for certain kinds of knowledge." Harry stood, looking around the library at the weeks of research spread across every surface. "We've made progress this summer. Real progress. But we're still missing pieces." "The Horcruxes," Hermione said. "We know they exist. We have theories about what they might be. But we don't know where they are or how to destroy them. Then that's our priority for the school year. Finding the Horcruxes." Harry's voice was hard. "Everything else, training, alliances, preparation, it all supports that goal. Find the Horcruxes. Destroy them. Then destroy Voldemort." He looked at his friends, his allies. Ron, loyal and steady. Hermione, brilliant and determined. Neville, quiet and strong. Daphne, sharp and cunning. Cedric, the newest addition, still finding his place. "We're going to win this war," Harry said. "Not because we're destined to, not because of any prophecy, but because we're willing to do what it takes." Whatever it takes. One by one, they nodded. The summer was ending. The school year was about to begin. And the hunt for Voldemort's Horcruxes was just getting started. The night before they left for Hogwarts, Harry stood alone on the roof of Grimmauld Place. The stars were obscured by London's light pollution, but he could still see a few, distant points of light in an ocean of darkness. He thought about everything that had happened since his name came out of the goblet. The oath he'd sworn. The enemies he'd defeated. The allies he'd gathered. The revelations about Horcruxes and the scope of the task ahead. A year ago, he'd been a scared 14-year-old, manipulated by forces he didn't understand, forced into a tournament he didn't want. Now he was something else. Something harder. Something more dangerous. He wasn't sure if that was a good thing or not. But he knew one thing with absolute certainty: Voldemort was going to regret making an enemy of Harry Potter. However long it took, whatever sacrifices were required, Harry would find every Horcrux. He would destroy every anchor keeping the Dark Lord tethered to life. And then he would end it. The oath magic hummed inside him, approving. Harry smiled into the darkness. Let the hunt begin. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, Masks and Mirrors. The Hogwarts Express looked exactly as it always had, scarlet engine billowing steam, students and parents crowding platform 9 3/4, owls hooting from cages and cats yowling from baskets. But everything felt different now. Harry moved through the chaos with heightened awareness, noting faces, tracking movements, cataloging potential threats. The summer had changed him. He couldn't turn it off anymore. The constant vigilance Moody had preached was now second nature. You're doing it again. Daphne fell into step beside him, her trunk floating behind her. The scanning thing. You look like a paranoid Auror. I am a paranoid Auror. Just without the badge. It's unsettling. Try to look more like a normal teenager occasionally. I'll work on it. They found a compartment near the back of the train, large enough for their expanded group. Ron and Hermione were already there, along with Neville. Cedric had agreed to sit elsewhere. Too many questions would arise if a former champion was seen cozying up with Harry's group, but he'd check in during the journey. The train lurched into motion. Fields and forests began sliding past the windows. So, Ron said, once they'd settled in. 5th year. OWLs. Defense against the Dark Arts teacher to be announced. Any bets on how long this one lasts? Assuming they find someone at all. Hermione was already pulling out books, because of course she was. After what happened with the fake Moody, qualified candidates might be scarce. The position's cursed anyway. Neville's voice was matter-of-fact. Gran says it's been that way since you know who applied for the job and Dumbledore turned him down. Harry filed that away. Voldemort had wanted to teach at Hogwarts. That suggested an attachment to the school, a desire to be there. Which supported the theory that he might have hidden Horcruxes in the castle. What do we know about this year's teacher? Harry asked. Ministry appointment. Daphne's lip curled. Fudge pushed it through over the summer. Someone named Dolores Umbridge. I've heard of her. Hermione's voice was tight. She's the senior undersecretary to the minister. Very anti-werewolf legislation. Very pro-pure blood policies. So we're getting a ministry spy in the defense classroom. Harry's jaw tightened. Wonderful. It's worse than that. Daphne pulled out a folded newspaper. The Prophet's been running a campaign all summer. Downplaying what happened at the tournament. Suggesting you're unstable, attention-seeking, possibly dangerous. Harry took the paper. The headline made his stomach turn, Harry Potter, hero or hysteric? Fudge is scared, Daphne continued. Scared of Voldemort returning, scared of what that means for his career. He's decided it's easier to discredit you than face the truth. Then we give him something else to worry about. Harry's voice was cold. If the ministry wants a fight, they'll get one. The sorting ceremony felt interminable. Harry sat at the Gryffindor table, barely registering the new first years being distributed among the houses. His attention was fixed on the staff table, specifically on the woman sitting next to Dumbledore. Dolores Umbridge was short and squat, with a face like a pale toad and a taste for pink that bordered on aggressive. She wore a fluffy cardigan over her robes and had a smile that never quite reached her eyes. Harry had seen smiles like that before. On Aunt Petunia, when company was watching. On ministry officials, right before they delivered bad news. It was the smile of someone who enjoyed having power over others. "She's going to be a problem," he murmured to Hermione. "I know. But we can't do anything about it tonight. Just, try not to antagonize her right away." "When have I ever antagonized a teacher?" Hermione's look spoke volumes. Dumbledore rose to deliver his welcoming speech, but before he could get more than a few words out, Umbridge cleared her throat. The sound was surprisingly loud, carrying across the hall. "Hem, hem." Dumbledore paused, looking mildly surprised. Umbridge rose from her seat, that horrible smile firmly in place. "Thank you, Headmaster, for those kind words of welcome." Her voice was girlish, breathy, entirely at odds with her appearance. "And how lovely to see all your bright, happy faces looking up at me." Harry heard someone behind him mutter, "What the hell?" "I am very much looking forward to getting to know you all," Umbridge continued. "I'm sure we'll all become great friends." The silence that followed was deafening. Umbridge launched into a speech about educational progress and ministry-approved methods and pruning practices that ought to be prohibited. Harry stopped listening to the words and started watching the reactions around the hall. The students looked bored or confused. Most of the teachers looked politely blank, though McGonagall's expression suggested she'd bitten into something sour. Dumbledore was nodding along, but his eyes had lost their twinkle. "She's going to be worse than I thought," Daphne said under her breath. "The Ministry's taking over Hogwarts." Harry's voice was grim. That speech wasn't about education. It was about control. "What do we do? For now. Watch. Learn. Figure out exactly what she's planning." Harry's eyes tracked Umbridge as she sat back down. "And then we find a way to work around it." Defense against the dark arts, first period Monday, was a disaster. Harry arrived with Ron and Hermione to find the classroom transformed. Gone were the dark detectors and defensive objects Moody had filled it with. In their place were motivational posters with slogans like, "Progress through Unity," and, "A ministry-approved mind is a happy mind." Their textbook was equally concerning, Defensive Magical Theory, by Wilbert Slinkard. Harry flipped through it during the first few minutes of class and found no practical instructions at all, just theory, explanations, and constant reminders that the Ministry knew best. "Wands away," Umbridge said, that smile firmly in place. "We won't be needing them in this class." Hermione's hand shot up. "Yes, Miss Granger." "Professor, I've read the course aims, and there's nothing about using defensive spells." "Using spells?" Umbridge let out a high, girlish laugh. "I can't imagine why you would need to use spells in my classroom. But surely the practical application, this is a theoretical course, Miss Granger. You will learn about defensive magic in a secure, risk-free environment." Her smile hardened slightly. "After all, who do you imagine wants to attack children like yourselves?" "Oh, I don't know," Harry said, his voice flat. "Voldemort, maybe." The classroom went silent. Umbridge's smile froze. "Mr. Potter." Her voice had lost its breathy quality. "That name is not to be spoken in my classroom." "Why not?" "It's his name." 10 points from Gryffindor for speaking out of turn. Umbridge's eyes were cold now, reptilian. "And let me be clear, there is no Dark Lord threatening our community." The rumors about the tournament were exactly that, rumors, spread by attention-seeking individuals. "I was there." Harry's voice was steady. I saw the ritual. I fought Crouch Jr. I watched him confess under Veritaserum. That's not a rumor. 20 points from Gryffindor. Umbridge's smile returned, sharper than before. And a detention, Mr. Potter. Tonight. My office. For telling the truth. For spreading dangerous lies. The Ministry has thoroughly investigated the tournament incident. The official conclusion is that Bartemius Crouch Jr. was acting alone, motivated by personal delusions, not by any resurgent dark forces. Harry felt cold fury building in his chest. The official conclusion is wrong. Detention for a week, Mr. Potter. Umbridge's voice was silk over steel. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but Hermione's hand closed on his arm. A warning. Not here. Not now. He swallowed his anger with difficulty. No, Professor. I thought not. Umbridge turned back to the class, smile firmly restored. Now, as I was saying, we will be taking a theoretical approach to defensive magic this year. Harry spent the rest of the class in simmering silence, planning exactly how he was going to work around this obstacle. She's going to be a problem, Harry said that evening, pacing the room of requirement. His inner circle was gathered: Ron, Hermione, Neville, Daphne. Cedric had classes but would join them later. She's not just a problem. She's a deliberate obstacle. Hermione's voice was analytical despite her obvious frustration. The Ministry is using her to control the narrative. If students don't learn real defense, they can't fight back. They're creating a generation of helpless targets. Then we teach them ourselves. Everyone turned to look at Harry. I'm serious. His pacing stopped. If Umbridge won't teach practical defense, we will. Secret lessons. Real magic. Everything students need to know to protect themselves. That's, actually not a terrible idea. Daphne looked thoughtful. The room of requirement would be perfect. We could control access, set our own schedule, teach whatever we want. It would have to be secret, Hermione said. Umbridge is already suspicious of you, Harry. If she catches wind of this, then we make sure she doesn't. Harry's mind was racing. Small groups at first. People we trust. We expand gradually, carefully. What would we call it? Ron asked. Every secret group needs a good name. Dumbledore's Army. The words came from Neville, surprising everyone. He flushed slightly. Because that's what Fudge is afraid of, isn't it? Dumbledore building an army to challenge the Ministry. Let's make his nightmare real. Harry grinned. It was the first genuine smile he'd felt since arriving at Hogwarts. Dumbledore's Army it is. Harry's detention with Umbridge was scheduled for 8 o'clock that night. He arrived at her office to find it decorated in exactly the style he'd expected: pink everywhere, decorative plates featuring kittens on every surface, a sickly sweet scent that made his nose itch. Sit down, Mr. Potter. Umbridge gestured to a desk facing her own. On it was a piece of parchment and an unusual black quill. Harry sat. What am I supposed to write? Lines. Umbridge's smile was particularly unpleasant. I must not tell lies. As many times as necessary for the message to sink in. I don't see any ink. You won't need any. Her eyes glittered. That's a special quill. It uses something rather more personal. Harry picked up the quill, feeling uneasy. He touched it to the parchment and began to write. I must not tell lies. Pain lanced through his hand. He looked down to see the words carving themselves into his skin, blood welling from cuts that formed the letters. The cuts healed almost immediately, leaving red marks that faded to white. He looked at the parchment. The words were written in crimson. His own blood. Problem, Mr. Potter. Umbridge's voice was saccharine. Harry met her eyes. The fury he'd felt earlier returned, colder now, more controlled. She was testing him. Trying to break him. Trying to make him lash out so she'd have an excuse to escalate. He wouldn't give her the satisfaction. No, Professor. His voice was perfectly calm. No problem at all. He bent back to the parchment and kept writing. I must not tell lies. Each repetition carved the words deeper into his flesh. Each time, the cuts healed. Each time, they left scars that faded but never quite disappeared. Harry wrote for 3 hours. His hand was a mass of red lines by the end, aching with a bone-deep pain that the quick healing couldn't quite erase. When Umbridge finally dismissed him, her smile was gone. She'd expected tears, protests, maybe an outburst she could punish. Instead, she'd gotten silence. Compliance. The exact opposite of what she wanted. Harry walked back to Gryffindor Tower, his scarred hand tucked in his pocket, and started planning his revenge. The room of requirement provided exactly what they needed, a large space with practice dummies, bookshelves filled with defense texts, and cushioned floors for when spells went wrong. The first meeting of Dumbledore's army was held on a Friday evening, 2 weeks into term. 27 students attended, carefully vetted, each having signed a charmed parchment that would reveal anyone who betrayed the group. Harry stood at the front, his hands still aching from that day's detention session, and looked at the faces assembled before him. Gryffindors, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny Weasley, Fred and George, Dean Thomas, Seamus Finnegan, Lavender Brown, Parvati Patil. Hufflepuffs, Cedric, Hannah Abbott, Ernie Macmillan, Justin Finch-Fletchley, Susan Bones. Ravenclaws, Cho Chang, Luna Lovegood, Terry Boot, Michael Corner, Anthony Goldstein, Padma Patil. Even some Slytherins, Daphne, of course, and 2 others she'd vouched for, Tracy Davis and Blaise Zabini. Their presence had caused some muttering, but Harry had shut that down quickly. Welcome to Dumbledore's army. His voice carried clearly through the room. We're here because the Ministry has decided that teaching Real defense is too dangerous. They're wrong. We're going to learn to protect ourselves anyway. And if Umbridge finds out? That was Zacharias Smith, a Hufflepuff Harry had been reluctant to include. We could all get expelled. Then don't get caught. Harry's voice was flat. This isn't a game. Voldemort is out there, rebuilding his forces. The Ministry's pretending he doesn't exist. That leaves us, students, teenagers, supposedly too young to handle the truth, as the only ones actually preparing for what's coming. You really believe he's back? Smith's voice was skeptical. I don't believe it. I know it. Harry pushed up his sleeve, showing the scars from Umbridge's quill, visible proof of what happened to those who spoke the truth. I've been paying for that knowledge every night for 2 weeks. So yes, I'm sure. Silence fell over the room. Right. Harry lowered his sleeve. Let's start with the basics. Disarming charms. By the end of tonight, I want everyone able to Expelliarmus their partner at least once. They paired off and got to work. Harry moved through the room, correcting grips and stances, offering encouragement and criticism in equal measure. It reminded him of the summer at Grimmauld Place, the endless training sessions, the way his friends had improved under pressure. These students were raw. Untrained. But they were willing. That counted for something. By the end of the session, nearly everyone had successfully disarmed their partner at least once. Some, Neville, surprisingly, had shown real aptitude. Others would need more work. Same time next week, Harry said as they prepared to leave. Practice in pairs when you can. And remember, not a word to anyone outside this room. They filed out in small groups, careful to leave at intervals. Harry watched them go, feeling something he hadn't expected. Pride. He was building something here. Not just a defense club, but a community. People who trusted each other, trained together, would fight together when the time came. Dumbledore's army was just the beginning. The weeks passed in a blur of classes, detentions, and secret training sessions. Harry's hands scarred and healed and scarred again, the words, "I must not tell lies," etched into his flesh through sheer repetition. He refused to let it show, refused to give Umbridge the satisfaction of seeing him suffer. Instead, he channeled his anger into the DA. The sessions grew more intensive. They moved from basic disarming to shields, from shields to stunners, from stunners to more complex defensive magic. Harry found he had a talent for teaching, for breaking down spells into components, for finding the right words to help struggling students understand. "You're good at this," Hermione observed after one particularly productive session. "Better than most of the actual teachers we've had." "I've had good teachers." Harry thought of Lupin, of the real Moody, of Sirius during their summer training. "And I've had a lot of practice learning under pressure." "Still. You should think about teaching professionally someday. After all this is over. Let's survive all this first. Then we'll talk about career planning." October brought the first Hogsmeade weekend, and an opportunity Harry had been waiting for. He slipped away from the main crowd of students, making his way to the Hog's Head, a disreputable pub on a side street. It was the perfect place for a private meeting, nobody went there who wanted to be noticed. Sirius was waiting in a back corner, disguised with subtle charms that changed his features just enough to be unrecognizable. "You look terrible," Sirius said by way of greeting. "Those bags under your eyes could carry luggage." "Umbridge." Harry slid into the seat across from him. "She's got me in detention every night." "Blood quill." Sirius's expression darkened. "Blood quill. Those are illegal. Tell that to the ministry." Harry shrugged. "I've been documenting it. Photos of my hand, records of each session. When the time comes, I'll have enough evidence to bury her. That's my boy." Sirius's grim smile faded. "But that's not why you asked to meet." "No." Harry leaned forward, lowering his voice. "I need information about my father's school days. Specifically, about a room that belonged to the Marauders." Sirius looked surprised. "The room of requirement? You found it?" "I'm using it for training. But I want to know more about its history. What it can do. Whether there's anything hidden there that might be significant." Understanding dawned in Sirius's eyes. "You think Voldemort might have hidden something there? He was obsessed with Hogwarts. The room can become anything, including a room for hiding things. If I wanted to conceal a Horcrux in the castle, that's where I'd put it." Sirius was quiet for a moment. "Your father and I explored the room extensively. We used it for various purposes." A nostalgic smile flickered across his face. "There's a configuration called the Room of Hidden Things. It's where generations of students have stashed stuff they wanted to disappear. Mountains of junk, some of it centuries old. How do I access it? Walk past the entrance 3 times, thinking about needing a place to hide something. The room will configure itself accordingly." Sirius's expression grew serious. "But Harry, if there's a Horcrux in there, it'll be protected. Trapped. You shouldn't search alone." "I won't." Harry filed away the information. "What else? What do you know about Voldemort's time at Hogwarts?" "Not much directly. He was before my time. But there are stories." Sirius thought for a moment. "He was a prefect, then head boy. Model student, everyone loved him. Except Dumbledore. Dumbledore never trusted him." "Did he have any particular connections? Teachers he was close to? Rooms he frequented?" "Professor Slughorn." The name came quickly. Potions master back then. Had a thing for collecting talented students. Tom Riddle was his star pupil. Harry filed that away too. "Anyone else?" "The Chamber of Secrets. That was his big accomplishment as a student, opening the chamber, releasing the monster, framing Hagrid for it. Sirius's voice was bitter. Your father researched it later, trying to clear Hagrid's name. Never found enough proof. I cleared Hagrid's name. Second year. Harry smiled slightly at the memory. Also killed the basilisk. It was a whole thing. Sirius stared at him. You killed a basilisk. At 12 years old. Technically, Fawkes helped. And I had the sword of Gryffindor. Merlin's beard. Sirius shook his head slowly. Sometimes I forget how much you've been through. I try to forget too. Doesn't usually work. They talked for another hour, about the Order's activities, about Sirius's work on the Wizengamot, about the political landscape. Fudge was still pushing his narrative, but cracks were starting to show. Too many people had witnessed the tournament. Too many knew the truth. Give it time, Sirius said. The Ministry can't hide forever. When Voldemort makes his move, and he will, even Fudge won't be able to deny it. I'm counting on it. Harry stood to leave. Same time next month. I'll be here. Sirius gripped his shoulder briefly. Be careful, Harry. And do something about that hand. Harry looked down at the scars crossing his flesh. I will. Eventually. The room of hidden things was everything Sirius had described, and more. Harry accessed it late one night, slipping out of Gryffindor Tower under the invisibility cloak. He walked past the entrance 3 times, thinking desperately about needing a place to hide something, and the door appeared. What lay beyond made him stop and stare. It was a cathedral-sized space, filled with towering piles of discarded objects. Furniture, books, weapons, clothing, centuries of hidden things, accumulated into mountains of forgotten detritus. Finding a single Horcrux in this mess would be like finding a needle in a haystack the size of a Quidditch pitch. But Harry had something most searchers wouldn't, the oath magic. He closed his eyes and reached inward, feeling for the power that had bound itself to his quest. The magic was there, humming steadily, waiting for direction. Find the piece of Voldemort, he thought. Show me where it hides. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, slowly, he felt a pull. A direction. Something deep in the maze of objects was calling to his oath magic, resonating with its purpose. He began to walk. The path twisted and turned, leading him through narrow corridors between piles of junk. He passed ancient suits of armor, stacks of books with pages falling out, cages that might once have held dangerous creatures. Everything was covered in dust, undisturbed for years or decades. The pull grew stronger. Harry rounded a final corner and stopped. There, sitting on a battered wooden cabinet, was a tarnished tiara. He knew what it was immediately. The design was unmistakable, a small diadem with an eagle motif, inscribed with words that were nearly invisible beneath the grime, with beyond measure is man's greatest treasure. Ravenclaw's diadem. A Horcrux. Harry didn't touch it. He remembered what Dumbledore had said about Horcruxes: they were protected, dangerous, capable of manipulating anyone who came too close. Instead, he carefully marked the location in his mind, noting landmarks he could use to find his way back. Then he retreated, leaving the diadem where it sat. 1 down. Probably 6 to go. He made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, his mind racing with plans. He couldn't destroy the Horcrux yet, they didn't have the means. Basilisk venom would work, but accessing the chamber was risky. Fiend fire was an option, but almost impossible to control. He needed to talk to Dumbledore. This was information the headmaster needed to have. You found one. Dumbledore's voice was calm, but his eyes were intense. You're certain? My oath magic led me right to it. Harry was pacing the headmaster's office, too energized to sit. Ravenclaw's diadem. It's in the room of hidden things. Remarkable. Dumbledore steepled his fingers. The room has been searched before, of course. I myself looked there, years ago. But I never found anything significant. You weren't looking with oath magic. No. I was not. The headmaster's expression was thoughtful. This is a significant development, Harry. If we can confirm that the diadem is indeed a Horcrux, and if we can destroy it. One step closer to ending Voldemort for good. Precisely. Dumbledore rose from his desk, moving to a cabinet along the wall. I have some information that may be useful. During my own research into Tom Riddle's history, I obtained certain memories. He withdrew a pensieve from the cabinet, its silvery contents swirling. Memories of Voldemort. Memories of Tom Riddle, as he was then. And memories of others who knew him. Dumbledore set the pensieve on his desk. Harry approached without hesitation. Show me. The memory was old and slightly fuzzy around the edges. Harry found himself in a sitting room decorated in what he recognized as early 20th century style. A fire burned in the grate. Heavy curtains blocked out the evening light. And on a sofa, a young man was speaking to an older one. Tom Riddle was perhaps 16 or 17, handsome, dark-haired, with an intensity that was almost magnetic. Across from him sat a portly man in expensive robes, a glass of wine in his hand. Professor Slughorn. Dumbledore's voice came from beside Harry. As I mentioned, he was Riddle's mentor at Hogwarts. What are they talking about? Watch. Of course, I myself have no interest in such dark magic, Riddle was saying, his voice smooth as silk. But I was reading about it in the library, and I found myself curious about one particular concept. Concept? Slughorn's voice was wary. Horcruxes. The word fell into the room like a stone into still water. The books were rather vague on the subject. I wondered if you might illuminate matters further. Slughorn's face had gone pale. Horcruxes. Where did you even hear that word? As I said, I was reading, Tom. Slughorn set down his wine glass with a shaky hand. There are some forms of magic that should not be discussed. Horcruxes are among them. But surely, for academic purposes, no. The older wizard's voice was firm now. Not for any purpose. The creation of a Horcrux is an act of supreme evil. It requires murder, Tom. Cold-blooded murder. And the result? He shuddered. The result is an abomination. A split soul. A fragment of yourself that cannot rest, cannot move on, cannot ever find peace. Riddle's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. Interest. Hunger. I understand, Professor. I apologize for raising such an uncomfortable topic. See that you don't raise it again. Slughorn reached for his wine, his hands still trembling. Now, tell me about your summer plans. The memory dissolved. Harry found himself back in Dumbledore's office, his mind reeling. That's why Voldemort made Horcruxes, he said slowly. He learned about them as a student, from Slughorn. More than that. Dumbledore's voice was grave. In the original memory, before Professor Slughorn modified it, Tom Riddle asked about making multiple Horcruxes. Specifically, he asked whether splitting the soul 7 times would make one more powerful. 7. Harry remembered Bellatrix's hint in Azkaban. She told me the same thing. 7 is the most magically powerful number. Indeed. And Voldemort, as always, aimed for the maximum. Dumbledore sighed. We believe he created 6 Horcruxes, leaving his soul split into 7 pieces, 6 in objects, 1 in his body. 6. Harry's mind raced. The diary I destroyed second year, that was 1. The diadem is another. What are the other 4? That is what we must discover. Dumbledore returned to his desk. I have theories. Objects of significance, founder artifacts, family heirlooms, things connected to Voldemort's history. But theories are not proof. Then we need to find proof. Indeed we do. The headmaster's eyes met Harry's. I have been pursuing my own investigations. But with your oath magic, you may be able to do what I cannot, sense the Horcruxes directly. I can try. Harry felt the oath magic stir inside him. If they're all connected to Voldemort, my magic should respond to them. Then we shall work together. Dumbledore smiled slightly. An unusual partnership, perhaps. An old wizard and a young one, united against the darkness. Whatever it takes. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was soft. Whatever it takes. The next few weeks were a delicate balancing act. Harry continued attending DA sessions, guiding his students through increasingly complex defensive magic. They'd moved past basic spells now, working on patron uses and shield combinations and even some offensive techniques that would make Umbridge's hair curl. He continued enduring detentions, his hands scarring and healing in an endless cycle. The documentation grew, photographs, dates, detailed notes. When the time came to bring down Umbridge, Harry would have everything he needed. And in secret, he continued hunting Horcruxes. The diadem remained in the room of hidden things, waiting for them to develop a means of destruction. But Harry's oath magic was restless, pushing him to find more, to keep searching. It led him to the library one November evening. He was researching Voldemort's known associates when the pull came, sudden and strong, like a hook behind his navel. Something nearby was resonating with his magic. Harry looked around. The library was nearly empty, just a few scattered students. Nothing seemed unusual. But the pull persisted. He followed it, moving between shelves, past the study tables, toward the restricted section. The sensation grew stronger with each step. And then he saw her. Cho Chang was sitting alone at a corner table, her head bent over a book. That in itself wasn't unusual, she was a Ravenclaw, after all. What was unusual was the locket hanging around her neck. It was gold, ornate, with an S picked out in green stones. Harry had never seen it before. And his oath magic was screaming at him that it was wrong. Cho. He approached carefully, keeping his voice casual. Nice locket. She looked up, startled. Harry. Oh, this? Her hand went to the jewelry. I found it over the summer. Antique shop in London. Pretty, isn't it? Very. Harry kept his face neutral. Mind if I take a closer look? Something flickered in Cho's eyes. I'd rather you didn't. Why not? It's just. Her expression shifted, became defensive. It's mine. I don't want anyone touching it. That was wrong. Cho wasn't the possessive type. And the way her hand had closed protectively around the locket. Cho. Harry lowered his voice. How long have you had that locket? I told you. Since summer. And how have you been feeling? Since you started wearing it? Her face went pale. What do you mean? I mean, have you been having strange thoughts? Dark thoughts. Things you wouldn't normally feel. Cho's eyes darted around the library. I don't know what you're talking about. I think you do. Harry risked a step closer. That locket is dangerous, Cho. It's affecting your mind. You need to take it off. No. The word came out sharp, almost a hiss. It's mine. You can't have it. The library fell silent. Students were staring. Cho. Harry kept his voice calm, but his hand moved to his wand. That's not you talking. It's the locket. Please. Let me help. For a moment, he saw the real Cho, scared, confused, fighting against something she didn't understand. Then the moment passed, and her face hardened. Leave me alone, Harry. She grabbed her books and fled the library. Harry watched her go, his mind racing. Slytherin's locket. It had to be. One of the Horcruxes, somehow ending up in a London antique shop, somehow finding its way around Cho Chang's neck. He needed to get it from her. Quickly, before the Horcruxes' influence corrupted her further. But how? We need to stage an intervention. Hermione's voice was firm. If the locket is affecting her mind, we can't just rip it away. The shock could damage her permanently. They were in the room of requirement, the inner circle assembled for an emergency meeting. Harry had filled them in on what he'd observed. How do you stage an intervention for a Horcrux? Ron asked. It's not like she's addicted to butterbeer. Similar principles, actually. Hermione was in full problem-solving mode. The Horcrux has created an emotional dependency. We need to break that dependency gently, help her see what it's doing to her. And if she won't listen? Then we do it the hard way. Harry's voice was hard. I'm not letting a piece of Voldemort's soul poison a Hogwarts student. Whatever it takes, we get that locket. I might be able to help. Daphne had been quiet, thinking. Chose a Ravenclaw. She respects logic, evidence. If we can show her concrete proof of what the locket is doing, changes in her behavior, things other people have noticed, she might accept it intellectually even if her emotions are compromised. That's good. Harry nodded. We gather evidence. Talk to her friends, her professors. Document the changes. Then we confront her together, present everything we've found. And if she still refuses? Then I stun her and take the locket by force. Harry's expression was grim. I don't want to do it that way. But Cho's not my priority. Destroying that Horcrux is. The others exchanged glances but didn't argue. They had work to do. The intervention came 3 days later. They gathered in the room of requirement, Harry, Hermione, Daphne, and Cedric, who knew Cho from the tournament and had agreed to help. Luna Lovegood was there too, having proven surprisingly perceptive about the changes in her housemate. Cho arrived expecting a DA session. What she found was something else entirely. What is this? Her hand went to the locket automatically. What's going on? We need to talk. Harry stepped forward. About that locket. Not this again, Cho. Cedric's voice was gentle but firm. We're worried about you. All of us. You've changed since you started wearing that thing. I haven't changed. You've dropped 2 grades in charms. Hermione held up a sheaf of notes. Your friends say you've been withdrawn, irritable. Professor Flitwick told me you've been missing classes. That's none of your business. You stopped coming to DA meetings. Daphne's voice was cool. You were one of our best students. Now you barely show up. You've been crying. Luna's voice was dreamy but sad. In the bathroom, late at night. I can hear you through the walls. Cho's composure cracked. Tears welled in her eyes. It's not. She clutched the locket harder. It's not the locket's fault. It's just, everything else. Cedric and the tournament and my parents' end. It's the locket. Harry stepped closer. I know what it is, Cho. I know why you can't bear to take it off. But it's hurting you. It's poisoning your mind, feeding on your grief, making everything worse. You don't understand. Her voice was a whisper now. When I wear it, I can feel him. Cedric. He's still there, somehow. I can't let him go. Harry's heart clenched. He understood, more than she knew. The locket was exploiting her grief over Cedric, using her love as a weapon against her. Cho. He reached out, not touching the locket but taking her hand. Cedric's not in there. Whatever you're feeling, it's a lie. The locket is manipulating you. But it feels so real. I know. Harry's voice was gentle now. Believe me, I know. But you're stronger than this. You don't need a cursed object to remember someone you loved. Those memories are in you, not in some piece of jewelry. Cho was crying openly now, her hand trembling in his. I can't, she whispered. I can't let it go. You can. Harry reached up slowly, giving her every chance to pull away. Let me help. For a long, terrible moment, nothing happened. Then Cho's hand fell away from the locket. Harry unclasped the chain and lifted it over her head. The moment the gold left her skin, she let out a sob and collapsed against him. I'm sorry, she was crying. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, it's not your fault. Harry held her awkwardly, the locket dangling from his other hand. None of this is your fault. Cedric moved forward, taking Cho from Harry's arms. I've got her. Go do what you need to do. Harry nodded. He looked at the locket in his hand, gleaming gold, the serpentine S catching the light. Slytherin's locket. Another piece of Voldemort's soul. He could feel it pulsing against his palm, trying to find a way in. His oath magic pushed back, hard, keeping the Horcruxes' influence at bay. We need to secure this, he said. Somewhere it can't hurt anyone else. I know a place. Hermione's voice was shaky but determined. Let's go. They left Cho in Cedric's care and headed for the room of hidden things. 2 Horcruxes found. For more to go. Harry was getting closer. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The Father's Fall. December came to Hogwarts wrapped in frost and tension. The castle was decorated for Christmas, garlands in the corridors, trees in the great hall, suits of armor charmed to sing carols that echoed through the stone passages. But beneath the festive surface, something darker was building. Harry felt it in the way students watched him when they thought he wasn't looking. In the whispers that stopped when he entered a room. In the growing stack of Daily Prophet articles that painted him as unstable, dangerous, possibly deranged. Fudge's propaganda campaign was working. They're calling you the boy who lied, now. Hermione slapped the morning's paper onto the breakfast table, her face tight with anger. Rita Skeeter's latest. She's claiming the tournament incident was a hoax you orchestrated for attention. Harry didn't look at the article. He'd stopped reading them weeks ago. Let them talk. We have more important things to worry about. Like what? Like the Wisengamot session next week. Hermione's eyes widened. The vote on Umbridge's educational decrees. That's the one. Harry pushed his eggs around his plate. Sirius has been working behind the scenes. He's got a coalition ready to challenge the Ministry's authority over Hogwarts. If we can get enough votes, we can remove Umbridge. Or at least limit her power. Harry finally looked up. But it's going to be close. Fudge has been bribing and threatening everyone he can reach. We need something to tip the scales. What kind of something? Harry smiled. It wasn't a pleasant expression. Evidence. The kind that can't be ignored or explained away. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing the scarred words etched into his flesh, I must not tell lies. I've been documenting everything. Photographs. Dates. Medical records from Madame Pomfrey, who's been quietly treating students Umbridge has punished. His voice was cold. When the time comes, we'll have enough to bury her. Hermione stared at the scars. She'd known about the blood quill, of course, everyone did by now. But seeing the evidence so starkly displayed still made her flinch. Harry, that's torture. She's been torturing students. Yes. And next week, everyone in Britain is going to know it. The days before the Wisengamot session were a careful dance of preparation and misdirection. Harry continued attending classes, acting as though nothing unusual was happening. He endured his detentions with Umbridge, each session adding new scars to his collection. He ran DA meetings with his usual intensity, pushing his students harder as the stakes grew higher. But behind the scenes, everything was in motion. Sirius coordinated the political assault from his seat on the Wizengamot. Augusta Longbottom rallied the old families, calling in favors that had been owed for decades. Daphne's father worked the neutral factions, presenting the case against Umbridge as a matter of institutional integrity rather than political alignment. Even Dumbledore was involved, though he maintained a careful distance. The headmaster couldn't be seen actively opposing the ministry, not yet. But his subtle influence opened doors that would otherwise have remained closed. The night before the session, Harry gathered his inner circle in the room of requirement. "This is it," he said, looking at the faces assembled before him. "Tomorrow, we make our move. If everything goes according to plan, Umbridge will be finished and the ministry's grip on Hogwarts will be broken. And if it doesn't go according to plan?" Ron's voice was worried. "Then we adapt. We improvise. We find another way." Harry's jaw tightened. "But one way or another, this ends tomorrow. I'm done letting that woman torture students while the ministry looks the other way." "What do you need from us?" Neville asked. "Witnesses. I need students who've been punished by Umbridge to testify before the Wizengamot. The more voices, the harder it is to dismiss." "I'll testify." Lee Jordan stepped forward. His hand bore scars similar to Harry's. "She had me in detention for a week after I commentated that Quidditch match inappropriately." "Me too. That was a fifth-year Hufflepuff named Eleanor Branstone. She made me write lines for asking about practical defense spells." One by one, more students volunteered. By the end, Harry had nearly 20 witnesses ready to speak. Good. He felt something loosen in his chest. Be at the Wizengamot chambers by 9 tomorrow. Sirius will have arranged portkeys for everyone. Harry. Hermione's voice was soft. "What about you? Will you be testifying?" "I'll be there. But I'm not the main witness." Harry smiled slightly. "I have someone better." The Wizengamot chamber was packed. Every seat was filled, and more witches and wizards stood along the walls, craning for a view. The gallery above was crowded with reporters, their quick quotes quills scratching furiously. This wasn't just a routine session, it was a spectacle, and everyone knew it. Harry sat in the witness section, surrounded by students who bore the marks of Umbridge's cruelty. Across the chamber, he could see Fudge in the chief warlock's seat, his face already flushed with anger. Umbridge sat nearby, her pink cardigan almost glowing against the dark wood of the courtroom, her smile firmly in place. She thinks she's won, Harry realized. She thinks this is just a formality. She was wrong. This emergency session of the Wizengamot will come to order. Fudge's voice was strained. "We are here to address concerns raised about Educational Decree No. 26 and the conduct of the High Inquisitor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Point of order." Sirius stood, looking every inch the Lord of House Black despite his years in Azkaban. "Before we proceed, I move that the accused be required to surrender her wand for the duration of these proceedings." Fudge spluttered. That's highly irregular. It's standard procedure when serious accusations are being considered." Augusta Longbottom's voice cut through the noise. "Unless the minister wishes to suggest that the senior undersecretary is above the law." A murmur ran through the chamber. Fudge's face went from red to purple. "Very well. Madam Umbridge, your wand, please." Umbridge's smile finally faltered. She handed over her wand with obvious reluctance, her eyes darting around the chamber like a cornered animal. "Now." Sirius addressed the assembly. "The charges against Dolores Umbridge are as follows: systematic abuse of students through the use of an illegal torture device known as a blood quill. Suppression of legitimate educational content in violation of the Hogwarts Charter. Interference with the governance of Hogwarts in excess of ministry authority. And conduct unbecoming a ministry official. These charges are absurd." Fudge was on his feet. Madame Lumbridge has done nothing but restore order to a school that had fallen into chaos, then she won't mind if we examine the evidence. Sirius gestured toward the witness section. I call Harry Potter to testify. Harry stood and made his way to the witness chair. The chamber fell silent as he took his seat. Mr. Potter. Sirius's voice was formal, but his eyes were warm. Please show the Wizengamot your left hand. Harry extended his hand, palm up. The scars were clearly visible, the words, I must not tell lies, etched permanently into his flesh. A gasp rippled through the chamber. These scars were inflicted by a blood quill, Harry said, his voice carrying clearly. A device that carves whatever you write into your own skin, using your blood as ink. Madame Lumbridge used it to punish me for telling the truth about Voldemort's return. The name caused the usual stir, but Harry pressed on. I have been in detention with Madame Lumbridge nearly every night since September. Each session, she makes me write lines with the blood quill. Each session, the words cut deeper into my hand. He paused. I am not the only one. Call your other witnesses, Sirius said. One by one, the students came forward. Lee Jordan, his hands scarred like Harry's. Eleanor Branstone. Dennis Creevey. A dozen more, each bearing the marks of Umbridge's cruelty. The chamber grew increasingly restless as the testimonies accumulated. Even Fudge's supporters looked uncomfortable. Blood quills were illegal precisely because they were instruments of torture, there was no defending their use on children. Finally, Sirius called his last witness. I call Madame Poppy Pomfrey, healer of Hogwarts School. Pomfrey approached the witness chair, her face grim. She'd been treating these injuries all year, bound by confidentiality but burning with suppressed outrage. Now, finally, she could speak. Madame Pomfrey, Sirius said. In your professional opinion, what is the nature of the injuries you've treated? They are torture wounds. Pomfrey's voice was steady but cold. Caused by repeated use of a blood quill. The scarring is permanent. The psychological damage. She paused. I've had students crying in my infirmary, terrified to go to class. Terrified of their own teacher. And how many students have you treated for such injuries? 23. The number fell like a hammer. Since September. The chamber erupted. People were shouting, demanding answers, calling for Umbridge's immediate arrest. Fudge was pounding his gavel uselessly. Through it all, Harry watched Umbridge. The woman's smile had finally vanished. In its place was something uglier, fear, and beneath the fear, hatred. She was staring at Harry with an expression that promised retribution. Let her hate, Harry thought coldly. It's too late. Order. Fudge finally managed to restore some semblance of calm. Order in the chamber. Minister. Augusta Longbottom's voice was ice. I move that Dolores Umbridge be immediately removed from her position at Hogwarts and remanded to the custody of the DMLE pending criminal charges. Second, said a dozen voices at once. Fudge looked around the chamber desperately. His supporters had abandoned him, no one wanted to be seen defending a torturer of children. All in favor. The vote was overwhelming. Umbridge was finished. The aftermath was chaos in the best possible way. Aurors took Umbridge into custody, her protests growing increasingly shrill as she was led from the chamber. Fudge retreated to his office, reportedly to consider the implications. Reporters swarmed the students, demanding statements, photographs, exclusive interviews. Harry slipped away from the commotion, finding a quiet corner where Sirius was waiting. Well done. His godfather's voice was warm with pride. You just took down one of the ministry's most powerful officials. We took her down. All of us. Harry flexed his scarred hand. It's not over, though. Fudge is still in power. The ministry is still denying Voldemort's return. One battle at a time. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder. Today, you won. Tomorrow, we keep fighting. Harry nodded, but his mind was already moving ahead. Umbridge was gone, good. But she was just a symptom of a larger disease. The Ministry's corruption, Fudge's cowardice, the deliberate blindness to the growing threat. It would all have to be dealt with. Eventually. But first, there were other matters to attend to. I need to get back to Hogwarts, Harry said. There's something I have to do. The Horcruxes? One of them. Harry's voice hardened. Dumbledore thinks he's found another. We're going to retrieve it over Christmas break. Sirius's expression grew serious. Be careful. Those things are dangerous. I know. Harry met his godfather's eyes. But they're also our only chance to end this war for good. I won't stop until they're all destroyed. That's what I'm afraid of. Sirius sighed. Just, promise me you won't take unnecessary risks. I'll take exactly the risks that are necessary. Harry smiled slightly. No more. No less. Christmas at Hogwarts was usually a time of peace and celebration. This year, it was a time of preparation. Harry stayed at the castle over the holidays, along with Ron, Hermione, and a handful of other DA members. The official reason was extra studying for OWLs. The real reason was the mission Dumbledore had planned. The Gaunt Shack. Dumbledore stood before a map spread across his desk, pointing to a location in the English countryside. Tom Riddle's maternal family lived there. I believe he hid a Horcrux in the ruins. What makes you think that? Harry studied the map. Several factors. The location's personal significance to Voldemort. The fact that it's been abandoned for decades, making it an ideal hiding place. And most importantly, Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. My own research into Voldemort's movements during the First War suggests he visited the shack at least once, shortly after his initial rise to power. What's there? I believe it to be Marvolo Gaunt's ring. A family heirloom that would have held deep significance for Voldemort. Dumbledore paused. And possibly something more. The ring may be connected to one of the Deathly Hallows. Harry frowned. The what? An old legend. 3 magical objects of immense power, supposedly created by Death himself. Dumbledore waved a hand. The details aren't important now. What matters is that the ring is almost certainly a Horcrux, and we have an opportunity to retrieve it. When do we leave? Tomorrow night. I want you to come with me, Harry. The headmaster's voice was grave. Your oath magic may prove useful in locating and handling the Horcrux. I'll be ready. The Gaunt Shack was worse than Harry had imagined. It crouched in a hollow between 2 hills, hidden by overgrown vegetation that had claimed the surrounding land. The walls were half collapsed, the roof barely present. Everything about the place radiated decay and malevolence. And Harry's oath magic was screaming. It's here. His voice was tight. Something powerful. Something dark. Yes. Dumbledore moved forward carefully, his wand raised. I can feel it too. Stay close. They entered through what had once been a door. The interior was even worse than the exterior, rotting furniture, walls covered in strange symbols, and a smell of death that seemed to seep from the very stones. Harry's magic pulled him toward a loose floorboard in the corner. There. He pointed. Under the floor. Dumbledore approached cautiously, testing each step for traps. He found several, curse triggers, alarm wards, a nasty hex that would have caused immediate unconsciousness. Each one was carefully dismantled. Finally, he pried up the floorboard. A small golden box sat in the space beneath, its surface covered in protective runes. The ring is inside. Dumbledore reached toward it. Wait. Harry grabbed his arm. Something's wrong. The box, it feels too tempting. Like it wants to be opened. Dumbledore froze, his hand inches from the box. Harry saw something flicker across the old wizard's face: longing, desire, need. "You're right." The headmaster's voice was strained. "The compulsion, it's very strong. I almost—" He withdrew his hand, visibly shaking. "What just happened?" Harry asked. "The box is designed to appeal to the deepest desires of whoever finds it." Dumbledore's voice was grim. "For me, it sensed something I've wanted for many years. Something I've never told anyone." "What?" Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. When he spoke, his voice was barely a whisper. "The ring. It's connected to the Resurrection Stone, one of the Deathly Hallows. The stone supposedly allows one to speak with the dead." His eyes were haunted. "I have family. People I lost, long ago. People I've never stopped mourning." Harry understood then. The box had tried to trap Dumbledore by promising him what he wanted most, a chance to see lost loved ones again. "We need another way to open it." "Yes." Dumbledore seemed to gather himself. "Your oath magic. It's designed to hunt Voldemort's soul fragments. Perhaps it can neutralize the compulsion." Harry considered. The oath magic was indeed pulling toward the box, recognizing the Horcrux inside. But there was no longing in the pull, only the cold certainty of a predator sensing prey. He reached toward the box. The compulsion hit him immediately, a wave of desire, images of his parents alive and smiling, promises of reunion. But the oath magic pushed back, hard, recognizing the manipulation for what it was. Voldemort's trick, it seemed to say. Not real. Enemy. Harry's hand closed on the box. The compulsion shattered. "I have it." His voice was steady despite the sweat beading on his forehead. "The ring is inside." Dumbledore let out a breath. "Don't open it yet. We'll do that at Hogwarts, under controlled conditions." Harry nodded. He tucked the box into his bag, feeling the Horcruxes' malevolence pulsing against his side. 3 down. 3 to go. The return to Hogwarts was quiet. They'd destroyed the compulsion trap, but the ring itself remained intact. They didn't have a means of destroying Horcruxes yet. The diadem and the locket were similarly preserved, waiting for the moment when they could be safely eliminated. "We need basilisk venom." Harry said it for the 100th time, pacing Dumbledore's office. "It's the only thing we know destroys Horcruxes. The Chamber of Secrets contains a basilisk corpse." Dumbledore's voice was thoughtful. "If the venom glands are still intact, I can get down there. I've done it before." "Yes. But the chamber is sealed by Parseltongue, and you are the only known Parselmouth in Britain." Dumbledore steepled his fingers. "It would have to be you, Harry. Alone." Harry didn't flinch. "When?" "Soon. Before term resumes." The headmaster's eyes were grave. "But first, there's another matter we need to discuss." "What?" "Bartemius Crouch Sr." Dumbledore pulled a document from his desk. "He died 3 days ago. In St. Mungo's protective custody." Harry felt cold. "How?" "The official cause is heart failure brought on by the stress of his son's trial." Dumbledore's voice was carefully neutral. "Unofficially, I believe he was murdered." "By who?" "Unknown. But the timing is suspicious. Crouch Sr. knew things, about his son's activities, about Voldemort's plans. Things that someone might not want revealed." Harry processed this. Crouch Sr. had been under the Imperius curse for months, forced to help his son's schemes. He'd known details about the resurrection ritual, about Voldemort's location, about the Death Eater network. If he'd started talking, someone silenced him. "That is my belief." Dumbledore's face was grim. "The Death Eaters have operatives within the Ministry, perhaps even within St. Mungo's. Crouch was a liability. They eliminated him. Then we need to move faster. Harry's voice hardened. We can't keep finding Horcruxes if Voldemort's people are closing in on us. Agreed. Which is why I'm accelerating our plans. Dumbledore stood, moving to the window. I've identified the probable location of another Horcrux. A sea cave on the coast of Wales, where Voldemort once terrorized children during his orphanage years. When do we go? After you've retrieved the basilisk venom. That must come first. The headmaster turned back to face him. Be careful in the chamber, Harry. We cannot afford to lose you. You won't. Harry stood, his jaw set. I'll have the venom by tomorrow. The Chamber of Secrets was exactly as Harry remembered. The long, torchlit passage. The massive door carved with serpents. The vast, echoing space beyond, with its rows of snake-faced columns and the giant statue of Salazar Slytherin looming at the far end. And on the floor, exactly where Harry had left it 3 years ago, the corpse of the basilisk. The creature had decomposed somewhat, the flesh had rotted away in places, revealing yellowed bone beneath. But the fangs remained intact, gleaming in Harry's wand light. And more importantly, the venom glands appeared undamaged. Harry approached carefully, very aware that basilisk venom remained deadly even after the creature's death. A single cut from one of those fangs would kill him in minutes. He conjured a collection of glass vials, the strongest he could manage, and set about extracting the venom. It was delicate work, requiring him to puncture the glands precisely without rupturing them entirely. 30 minutes later, he had a dozen vials filled with thick, black liquid. Enough venom to destroy multiple Horcruxes. He pocketed the vials carefully and turned to leave. That's when he saw it. A doorway he didn't remember, set into the wall behind Slytherin's statue. It was small, barely visible, marked with symbols that writhed when he looked at them too long. Harry's oath magic stirred. There was something behind that door. Something connected to Voldemort. Something he needed to find. He approached slowly, wand raised. The door had no visible handle or lock, it was simply a stone portal, waiting to be opened. Open, he said in Parseltongue. The door didn't move. Harry tried again, focusing harder on the serpent language. Reveal yourself. Show me what's hidden. A grinding sound. The door began to slide aside. Beyond was darkness, complete, absolute darkness that his wand light couldn't penetrate. Harry felt a chill run down his spine. The smart thing would be to leave. Come back with backup. Not venture alone into unknown territory. But his oath magic was pulling him forward, insistent, demanding. He stepped through the door. The chamber beyond was small, barely larger than a closet. But it contained something that made Harry's breath catch. A diary. Not Riddle's diary, that had been destroyed years ago. This was different, older, bound in faded leather with silver clasps. And it radiated the same sick energy as the other Horcruxes. But there was something else too. Something that made Harry's oath magic recoil in confusion. The diary wasn't just a Horcrux. It was something more. Something that connected to Harry himself in ways he didn't understand. He reached out carefully, not touching the diary yet. His magic examined it, probing for traps, for curses, for any sign of danger. What it found made his blood run cold. The diary contained a piece of Voldemort's soul, but it was bound to another soul as well. A smaller piece. A fragment that had never been intended to exist. A piece of Harry. He understood then, with horrible clarity. When Voldemort had tried to kill him as a baby, when the curse had rebounded, something had happened that no one had anticipated. A piece of the Dark Lord's soul had broken off and latched onto the only living thing in the room. Harry himself. He was a Horcrux. Or he had been. The piece inside him felt different now, weaker, contained, somehow separate from his own soul. The oath magic had done something to it, bound it or quarantined it in some way. But it was still there. Still part of him. And this diary, this second artifact, seemed to be connected to that piece. A backup, perhaps. A fail-safe. Something Voldemort had created in case the accidental Horcrux was ever destroyed. Harry stared at the diary for a long moment. Then he picked it up, tucked it into his bag alongside the venom, and turned to leave. He had a lot to think about. "You're certain?" Dumbledore's voice was barely a whisper. "The magic doesn't lie." Harry sat across from the headmaster, feeling hollow. "I'm a Horcrux. Have been since I was a baby. I suspected." The words came out pained. "I never wanted to confirm it. Never wanted you to know." "Why?" "Because the implications are." Dumbledore closed his eyes. "To destroy a Horcrux, Harry, one must destroy its container. I feared that killing Voldemort might require." "Killing me?" "Yes." Silence fell between them. "But the diary changes things." Harry's voice was steady despite the turmoil inside him. "It's connected to my piece somehow. If we can understand how, we might find a way to remove the soul fragment without harming you." Dumbledore's eyes had opened again, and there was something like hope in them. "The diary may be the key. Or it may be a trap." Harry wasn't optimistic. Voldemort doesn't leave failsafes that can be easily exploited. No. He doesn't. The headmaster leaned back in his chair. "We'll need to study the diary carefully. Understand its purpose before we attempt anything." "How long will that take?" "Weeks. Perhaps months." Dumbledore's voice was apologetic. "I know that's not what you want to hear." "It's not." Harry stood, suddenly restless. "But I've learned patience. Among other things." He moved toward the door, then paused. "Professor. The other Horcruxes, the ones we've already found. We have the venom now. We can destroy them." "Yes." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "We should do that soon. Before term resumes." "Tomorrow." "Tomorrow." The old wizard smiled slightly. "Get some rest, Harry. You've earned it." Harry didn't think he'd be sleeping much tonight. Not with everything he'd learned weighing on his mind. But he nodded and left anyway. The destruction of the Horcruxes was anticlimactic. They gathered in the room of requirement, Harry, Dumbledore, and a handful of trusted witnesses, Hermione, Ron, Neville. The three artifacts sat on a table, the diadem, the locket, the ring. Harry held a vial of basilisk venom in his hand. "Once we begin," Dumbledore said quietly, "we must not stop. The Horcruxes will resist. They will try to tempt us, confuse us, turn us against each other. We must be strong. We're ready." Harry's voice was firm. He approached the diadem first. The moment the venom touched it, the Horcrux screamed. A psychic wail that tore through Harry's mind, filled with rage and hatred and desperate fear. Images flashed before his eyes, Voldemort's memories, his triumphs, his cruelties. Everything he'd ever been, compressed into a moment of dying agony. Then it was over. The diadem lay silent, smoking faintly, the soul fragment within it destroyed. One down. The locket was worse. When Harry opened it, a dark figure emerged, a shadowy Tom Riddle that whispered terrible things. About Harry's worthlessness. About his friend's betrayal. About the futility of everything he tried to accomplish. Harry poured venom directly into the open locket. The figure dissolved with a shriek. Two down. The ring was last. Harry knew what it contained now, the resurrection stone, one of the deathly hallows. The temptation to use it, to see his parents one last time, was almost overwhelming. But he remembered what it had almost done to Dumbledore. The venom destroyed the Horcrux quickly, cleanly. The ring cracked but remained intact. The stone would still function, if anyone dared to use it. Harry didn't. It's done. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with relief. 3 destroyed. 3 remain, plus me. Harry didn't flinch from the truth. 4 targets left. We will find a way. Dumbledore's hand gripped Harry's shoulder. I swear to you, Harry. We will find a way to free you without destroying you. Harry wanted to believe him. He really did. But he'd learned too much about the world to have faith in easy solutions. Let's hope so, he said quietly. Let's hope so. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, The Inheritance of Sins. January brought bitter cold and a new reality to Hogwarts. Umbridge was gone, replaced by a rotating series of substitute teachers who seemed terrified of the students after what had happened to their predecessor. The Ministry had retreated, licking its wounds, and Fudge's grip on power grew weaker by the day. But Harry barely noticed the political changes. His mind was consumed by what he'd learned in the Chamber of Secrets. He was a Horcrux. A piece of Voldemort's soul lived inside him, had lived inside him since he was 15 months old. Every nightmare, every flash of pain from his scar, every moment of inexplicable anger, all of it was the Dark Lord, bleeding through the connection. And to destroy Voldemort completely, that piece would have to be destroyed too. There has to be another way. Hermione said it every time they discussed the situation, which was often. The diary you found, it's connected to your fragment somehow. If we can understand the mechanism, we've been studying it for 3 weeks. Harry's voice was flat. Dumbledore's been studying it. We're no closer to understanding anything. Then we keep trying. Hermione's jaw was set. I refuse to accept that the only solution is your death. I'm not accepting it either. But I'm also not pretending it isn't a possibility. They were in the room of requirement, just the 2 of them. Ron was at Quidditch practice, Neville was working with Professor Sprout on some advanced herbology project. Daphne was managing her family's increasingly complicated political position. Harry had wanted to talk to Hermione alone. She was the only one he could be fully honest with about how scared he actually was. I keep thinking about my parents, he said quietly. They died to protect me. And now it turns out I've been carrying a piece of their murderer inside me the whole time. That's not your fault. I know. But it feels like. He struggled to find the words. Like everything I've done, everything I've fought for, has been tainted somehow. Like Voldemort's been with me the whole time, watching through my eyes. Harry. Hermione moved closer, taking his hand. Listen to me. Whatever piece of Voldemort is inside you, it's not you. You've proven that 1,000 times over. You're the one who swore an oath to destroy him. You're the one who's been hunting his Horcruxes. You're the one who's built an army to fight against everything he stands for. And if destroying him means destroying myself, then we find another way. Her voice was fierce. We always find another way. Harry wanted to believe her. He really did. But late at night, alone in his dormitory, he couldn't shake the feeling that his story was heading toward an ending he couldn't escape. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Creature appeared in the room of requirement one evening, his ancient face twisted with something that might have been excitement. Master Harry. The house elf's voice was a croak. Creature has found something. Something the blood traitor Sirius doesn't know about. Something hidden in the house of my mistress. Harry looked up from the book he'd been reading, another dead end in the Horcrux research. What did you find? Papers. Old papers, from the time of Master Regulus. Creature's eyes gleamed. Master Regulus was a good boy. A proper black. He served the Dark Lord faithfully. But then. The elf's voice dropped. Then he changed. Harry's interest sharpened. He knew about Regulus Black, Sirius's younger brother, who had joined the Death Eaters and supposedly died during the First War. But the details had always been murky. Changed how? Creature cannot say. The elf looked pained. Creature was forbidden to speak of it. But the papers might tell. Show me. The papers were hidden in a secret compartment behind a portrait of Walburga Black, a compartment that even Sirius hadn't known existed. Harry read them in Dumbledore's office, the headmaster watching silently. They were Regulus's private journals. And what they contained changed everything. He found out about the Horcruxes. Harry's voice was hushed. He figured it out, years ago. And he tried to destroy one. The locket. Dumbledore's eyes were distant. Slytherin's locket. That's why Voldemort was so furious when it went missing during the First War. Regulus stole it. He took Creature with him to the cave, the one you mentioned in Wales, and he retrieved the locket. But the cave's defenses. Harry swallowed. He didn't survive. But the locket did. Yes. He gave it to Creature, ordered him to destroy it. But Creature couldn't figure out how. He's been keeping it hidden all these years, waiting for someone who could finish what his master started. Harry set down the journal and looked at Dumbledore. We already destroyed a locket. The one Cho was wearing. But if Regulus also had one, then there may be two lockets. Dumbledore's face was grave. Or the one Cho found was a decoy, and the real Horcrux is still with Creature. We need to find out. The answer came quickly. The locket they destroyed had been a fake, an ordinary piece of jewelry that Voldemort had cursed to seem like more than it was. A trap for anyone who got close to finding the real thing. The real Slytherin's locket was still in Creature's possession. Harry held it in his hands, feeling its malevolence pulse against his palms. This was different from the fake, heavier, darker, saturated with genuine evil. This is it, he said quietly. The real Horcrux. Dumbledore nodded. You know what must be done. Harry pulled out a vial of basilisk venom. He didn't hesitate. The locket died screaming, just like the others. But this time, the psychic backlash was stronger, images of Voldemort's creation of the Horcrux, the murder he'd committed to make it, the dark rituals that had bound his soul to the golden metal. And something else. A connection, a thread, leading from the destroyed Horcrux to somewhere else. Harry followed the thread with his oath magic. It led him through layers of reality, through dimensions of magic he barely understood. And at the end, he found himself looking at his own reflection. The piece of Voldemort inside him. Connected to all the others. Part of a network of soul fragments that spanned the wizarding world. But there was something different about this piece. Something the diary had done to it, or something the oath magic had changed. It wasn't fully integrated anymore. It was separate. Contained. Like a tumor that had been isolated from the surrounding tissue. Harry pulled back from the vision, gasping. Harry. Dumbledore's voice was worried. What did you see? I think. Harry struggled to articulate it. I think there might be a way. The diary, it's done something to the piece inside me. Made it easier to separate. Separate how? I don't know yet. But it's not bound to me the same way it was before. It's like. He searched for the right analogy. Like a splinter that's working its way out. It's still there, but it's not part of me anymore. Hope flickered in Dumbledore's eyes. We must study this further. If the diary truly provides a mechanism for extraction, then I might survive after all. Harry didn't let himself feel relief yet. There was still too much they didn't understand, too many ways it could go wrong. But for the first time since learning the truth, he allowed himself to believe that death might not be inevitable. The weeks that followed were a blur of research and experimentation. Dumbledore worked tirelessly, examining the diary's magic, trying to understand how it had affected Harry's Horcrux fragment. Hermione threw herself into the research with equal fervor, pulling ancient texts from every library she could access. Slowly, a picture began to emerge. The diary wasn't just a backup Horcrux, it was a stabilizer. Voldemort had created it to anchor the accidental fragment in Harry, to prevent it from being destroyed along with its host if Harry ever died. But the diary had a flaw. When Harry had sworn his oath to destroy Voldemort, the magic had recognized the soul fragment inside him as part of the target. The oath had begun working on the fragment, loosening its grip, preparing it for removal. The diary's stabilizing influence had accelerated this process. Instead of fighting the extraction, it had facilitated it, trying to preserve the fragment by pushing it toward a form that could survive outside Harry's body. "It's like the diary is trying to give birth to the fragment," Hermione explained one evening, her face alight with the excitement of discovery. "It wants to separate it from you and transfer it to itself. A kind of soul migration. Can we use that?" Harry asked. "Theoretically, yes. If we can complete the process, let the fragment fully transfer to the diary, then we can destroy the diary with basilisk venom." Hermione's voice grew cautious. "But there are risks. The fragment might resist. It might try to take parts of you with it. And we don't fully understand what happens to your magic if a piece of your soul, even a foreign piece, is forcibly removed. What's the alternative? We keep you the way you are. Living with the fragment, hoping it never causes problems." Hermione met his eyes. "Or we destroy it the conventional way. By killing me." "Yes." Harry considered his options. Living with a piece of Voldemort inside him forever. Dying to destroy it. Or attempting a risky extraction that might work or might leave him damaged in ways they couldn't predict. "Let's try the extraction," he said finally. "If it doesn't work, we can always fall back to the other options." The ritual was prepared for the spring equinox, a time of balance and transition, when the boundaries between things were at their weakest. They gathered in the Chamber of Secrets, beneath the gaze of Salazar Slytherin's statue. Harry lay on a conjured platform, the diary placed on his chest, the basilisk venom ready nearby. Dumbledore stood at his head, wand raised. Hermione and Ron flanked him on either side. Neville and Daphne waited at the edges of the circle, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. "Are you ready?" Dumbledore's voice was solemn. "No." Harry managed a weak smile. "But let's do it anyway." The ritual began. Ancient words filled the chamber, spoken in languages that had been dead for centuries. Magic swirled around Harry, probing him, examining him, searching for the foreign fragment lodged in his soul. It hurt. Merlin, it hurt, a deep, tearing pain that seemed to reach into every part of him. Harry gritted his teeth and held on, refusing to scream, refusing to give in. The fragment resisted. He could feel it clinging to him, fighting the extraction, trying to stay embedded in his being. Images flooded his mind, Voldemort's memories, his fears, his hatreds. The Dark Lord's entire existence, compressed into a moment of desperate survival. And then, suddenly, something shifted. The diary on Harry's chest began to glow. The fragment stopped fighting and started flowing, drawn toward the diary like water seeking its level. The pain didn't diminish, but it changed, becoming the pain of loss rather than invasion. Something was leaving him. Something that had been part of him for almost his entire life. And then it was over. Harry gasped, his back arching off the platform. The diary pulsed with dark energy, saturated with the fragment it had absorbed. The piece of Voldemort that had lived inside Harry for 15 years was gone. He felt empty. Lighter. Different in ways he couldn't articulate. "Harry?" Hermione's voice was urgent. "Harry, are you all right?" "I think so." He sat up slowly, his head spinning. "Did it work?" Dumbledore examined the diary with his wand, his expression cautious. "The fragment is here. Contained within the diary. Then destroy it." Harry's voice was hoarse. "End this." Dumbledore uncorked the vial of basilisk venom. He held it over the diary, hesitating for just a moment. Then he poured. The diary screamed. The fragment screamed. The entire chamber seemed to shake with the force of dying evil. And then silence. Harry stared at the smoking remains of the diary, the black blood-like substance that was all that remained of the soul fragment that had haunted him since infancy. "It's gone," he whispered. "It's really gone." For the first time in his life, he was truly alone in his own mind. The aftermath of the extraction was complicated. Physically, Harry felt fine, better than fine, actually. The persistent headaches he'd always attributed to stress were gone. His scar no longer prickled when he thought about Voldemort. His sleep was deeper and more restful than it had been in years. But emotionally, he was struggling. The fragment had been part of him for so long that its absence left a void. Not a painful void, more like the phantom sensation of a missing limb. He kept reaching for something that wasn't there anymore. "It's normal," Dumbledore assured him. "You've been changed at a fundamental level. Your mind and magic need time to adjust." "How long?" "Weeks. Perhaps months." The headmaster's eyes were kind. "Be patient with yourself, Harry. What you've accomplished is unprecedented. No one has ever removed a Horcrux fragment and survived." "Great. I'm a pioneer." Harry's voice was dry. "Can I put that on my resume?" Dumbledore chuckled. "I suspect your resume is already impressive enough." April brought warmth and the promise of summer. It also brought confirmation that Voldemort had finally made his move. The attack came at the Ministry of Magic, a coordinated assault by Death Eaters, aimed at the Department of Mysteries. The target, the prophecy that connected Harry and the Dark Lord. Harry learned about it through the DA's communication coins, which had been adapted to receive emergency alerts from Order members. Ministry under attack. Death Eaters in Department of Mysteries. All available forces respond. He didn't hesitate. Within minutes, he had assembled his inner circle and was heading for the Hogwarts Flow network. "This could be a trap," Hermione warned as they ran through the corridors. "Probably is." Harry didn't slow down. "But if Voldemort's making a move this bold, we need to be there. Whatever happens, we can't let him win this battle." They emerged into chaos. The Ministry atrium was filled with dueling figures, Aurors versus Death Eaters, Order members versus masked assailants. Spellfire lit the darkness, screams echoing off marble walls. Harry didn't wait for orders. He threw himself into the fight, his wand blazing. The summer's training paid off immediately. His spells were faster, more accurate, more powerful than they'd ever been. He dueled 2 Death Eaters simultaneously, taking them down with a combination of stunners and creative transfiguration. Ron and Hermione fought at his sides, covering his flanks. Neville proved surprisingly effective, his quiet determination translating into rock-solid defense. Daphne was a revelation. Her pure-blood education had apparently included some very dark curses, which she deployed with cold precision. But they were outnumbered. For every Death Eater they took down, 2 more seemed to appear. "We need to get to the Department of Mysteries." Harry shouted over the din, "That's where the real fight is." They fought their way to the elevators, descending into the depths of the Ministry. The Department of Mysteries was a maze of circular rooms and strange, impossible spaces, but Harry's oath magic guided him, pulling him toward the place where destiny awaited. The Hall of Prophecy. Row upon row of glass orbs, each containing a recorded prophecy. And at the far end, surrounded by Death Eaters, a skeletal figure in black robes. Voldemort. Harry had faced the Dark Lord before, as an infant, as a first year, in the graveyard that never was. But this was different. This time, he met Voldemort's eyes with full understanding of what connected them. And what no longer connected them. "Potter." Voldemort's voice was a hiss of fury. "You've been busy. You too." Harry kept his wand level, his allies fanning out behind him. I see you've recovered from having your Horcruxes destroyed. Voldemort's red eyes narrowed. You know about those. I know about all of them. The diary. The ring. The locket. The diadem. The cup we found in Bellatrix's vault. Harry smiled coldly. And the one that used to be inside me. For the first time, Harry saw something like uncertainty flicker across Voldemort's face. That's impossible. You cannot remove a Horcrux without dying. Apparently I can. Harry felt his oath magic surge, recognizing its target. You made a mistake, Tom. You put a piece of yourself inside me, thinking it would make me weaker. Instead, it gave me the tools to understand you. To hunt you. To destroy you. You destroy me. Voldemort laughed, but there was an edge of desperation in it. You're a child. I am the greatest wizard who ever lived. You're a monster who's afraid to die. Harry raised his wand. And I'm the one who's going to make you face that fear. The battle exploded. Dueling Voldemort was unlike anything Harry had ever experienced. The Dark Lord's magic was overwhelming, waves of power that seemed to bend reality itself. His curses were faster than thought, each one aimed to kill or maim or destroy. But Harry had something Voldemort didn't, the oath magic. It burned through him like fire, enhancing his reflexes, strengthening his shields, guiding his wand with supernatural precision. Every spell he cast was infused with the power of his sworn purpose, to end Voldemort, no matter the cost. They dueled across the Hall of Prophecy, shattering glass orbs, dodging between aisles. Harry's allies engaged the Death Eaters, preventing them from intervening, but the main battle was between the two wizards who had been connected since before Harry could remember. You cannot win. Voldemort's voice was fury incarnate. I am immortal. You were immortal. Harry deflected a killing curse, countering with a chain of hexes that forced Voldemort to dodge. But I've destroyed your Horcruxes. All of them. You're mortal now, Tom. Just as vulnerable as anyone else. For a moment, Voldemort's composure cracked. Harry saw fear in those red eyes, real, visceral fear of the death the Dark Lord had spent his entire existence trying to escape. Then the fear transformed into rage. Avada Kedavra. The curse came too fast to dodge, too powerful to block. Harry raised his wand in a desperate shield, and the oath magic intervened. Golden light erupted from Harry's wand, meeting the green death curse in midair. The two magics clashed, fighting for dominance, filling the hall with blinding radiance. Harry poured everything he had into the connection. His hatred of Voldemort. His love for his friends. His determination to create a world where no one else would have to suffer what he had suffered. The oath magic responded, drawing on depths of power Harry hadn't known he possessed. And slowly, impossibly, the golden light began to push back. No. Voldemort's voice was a scream of denial. This is impossible. Nothing's impossible. Harry's voice was calm despite the strain. That's the first thing you should have learned. The golden light surged forward, overwhelming the green, reaching for Voldemort, and then everything went white. Harry woke in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. He was alive. That was the first surprise. Voldemort was gone. That was the second. What happened? His voice was a croak. Hermione was at his bedside, her eyes red from crying but her smile radiant with relief. You won. Her voice shook. Harry, you won. Voldemort's dead. Dead? He struggled to sit up. How? The oath magic. When it clashed with his killing curse, it backfired somehow. Hit him instead of you. Hermione shook her head in wonder. Dumbledore says it's because you destroyed all his Horcruxes. He had nothing protecting him anymore. The curse that was meant to kill you killed him instead. Harry absorbed this slowly. Dead. Voldemort was dead. The war was over. He should feel triumph. Relief. Joy. Instead, he felt empty. The others, he asked. Ron, Neville, Daphne, everyone's fine. Injuries, but nothing permanent. Hermione's smile widened. You did it, Harry. You actually did it. Harry lay back on his pillow and stared at the ceiling. Voldemort was dead. The Horcruxes were destroyed. The oath was fulfilled. For the first time in his life, Harry Potter had no enemy to fight, no destiny to pursue, no darkness to overcome. He had no idea what to do next. The wizarding world celebrated for weeks. Harry Potter was hailed as a hero, the boy who lived, the chosen one, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord. There were parades and ceremonies, awards and accolades. The ministry fell over itself trying to honor him. Harry endured it all with quiet patience. He accepted the Order of Merlin, first class. He gave the speeches that were expected of him. He shook hands and posed for photographs and said all the right things. But inside, he was struggling to find his footing in a world that no longer needed him to save it. You need a project, Daphne told him one evening. They were walking the grounds of Hogwarts, enjoying the late spring warmth. Something to focus on now that the war's over. Like what? Like changing the world. She stopped, turning to face him. You have more political capital than anyone in Britain right now. You could do anything, reform the ministry, rewrite laws, reshape society. Everything you promised during the war. Now's the time to deliver. Harry considered this. He'd made a lot of promises, to werewolves, to muggleborns, to everyone the old system had failed. You're right, he said slowly. I can't just walk away now. Not after everything we've fought for. So what are you going to do? Harry looked out across the grounds, at the castle that had been his home for 5 years, at the forbidden forest where he'd faced death so many times. I'm going to build something new, he said finally. Something better. A world where people like Voldemort can never rise to power again. Daphne smiled. Sounds ambitious. It is. Harry took her hand. But I've never been good at thinking small. The summer after 5th year was the beginning of something new. Harry didn't go back to the Dursleys, he never would again. Instead, he divided his time between Grimmauld Place, which had become his official residence, and the homes of his various allies. He spent weeks with Sirius, planning political strategies and lobbying Wizengamot members. He worked with Augusta Longbottom on legislation to protect werewolves and other marginalized magical creatures. He helped Hermione draft proposals for educational reform, and he supported Ron in his goal of becoming an Auror. The DA evolved into something more permanent, a network of young witches and wizards committed to creating a better world. They called themselves the Phoenix Guard, and they became the foundation of Harry's reform movement. Daphne was at his side through all of it. Their relationship had grown slowly, built on mutual respect and shared purpose rather than romantic passion. But it was real, and it was strong. You know, people are already talking about you running for minister, she told him one evening. Some of the old families think you could take the position within a decade. Maybe. Harry wasn't opposed to the idea. But there's a lot of work to do first. Laws to change. Institutions to reform. Minds to change. Are you ever going to rest? Are you? She laughed. Fair point. They stood together on the balcony of Grimmauld Place, watching the sun set over London. The sky was painted in shades of gold and red, beautiful and peaceful. I used to think my life would be defined by Voldemort, Harry said quietly. By fighting him, by being connected to him. I thought when he died, I wouldn't know who I was anymore. And now? Now I know that was wrong. He turned to face her. I'm not defined by my enemies. I'm defined by what I choose to build. By the people I love. By the future I'm fighting for. Daphne smiled, her grey eyes warm in the fading light. That might be the wisest thing you've ever said. Don't get used to it. She kissed him, and for a long moment, the world fell away. When they separated, Harry looked back at the sunset. The war's over, he said. But the work is just beginning. He was ready. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, The Hunting Party. 3 years had passed since Voldemort's death. Harry stood at the window of his office in the newly renovated Ministry of Magic, watching the afternoon light play across the atrium far below. At 20, he was the youngest senior undersecretary in the history of the ministry, a position he'd accepted reluctantly after 2 years of intense political maneuvering. The office itself was a far cry from the pink nightmare Umbridge had once occupied. Harry had kept it sparse, functional, a desk, some chairs, shelves lined with books and documents. The only personal touches were a few photographs, his parents, his friends, Daphne smiling at him from their engagement party last spring. A knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. "Come in." Hermione entered, her expression troubled. She'd changed since Hogwarts, more confident, more polished, her wild hair tamed into an elegant knot. She was the head of the department for the regulation and control of magical creatures now, having revolutionized it from the inside out. "We have a problem," she said without preamble. "We always have a problem." Harry turned from the window. "Which one is it this time?" "The Lestranges." Harry's expression hardened. Bellatrix Lestrange had died in the Battle of the Ministry, killed by Molly Weasley in a duel that had become legendary. But her husband Rodolphus and brother-in-law Rabaston had escaped Azkaban during the chaos of Voldemort's fall and had been on the run ever since. What about them? Intelligence suggests they're building something. A network. They've been recruiting quietly, disaffected purebloods, former Death Eaters who avoided prosecution, dark wizards from the continent. Hermione handed him a folder. "The Auror department has been tracking them for months. The situation is worse than we thought." Harry opened the folder and began reading. The reports were thorough, detailed, deeply concerning. The Lestrange brothers weren't just hiding, they were organizing. Building an infrastructure of safe houses, funding sources, and loyal followers. And at the center of it all was a name that made Harry's blood run cold. "They've found someone." Harry's voice was flat. "Someone claiming to be Voldemort's heir. That's the concerning part." Hermione's face was grim. "We don't know if it's a pretender or something more. But whoever they are, they're using the Dark Lord's legacy to rally support." Harry closed the folder. "How long do we have?" "Months. Maybe less." Hermione met his eyes. "The Aurors aren't equipped to handle this alone. They're spread too thin, too many of the experienced ones retired after the war. We need something more. We need the old team." "Yes." Hermione's voice was quiet. "We need to hunt." The Phoenix Guard hadn't formally disbanded, it had simply paused. After Voldemort's death, the original DA members had scattered to pursue their own lives. Ron was a senior Auror now, one of the best in the department. Neville had become the youngest herbology professor in Hogwarts history. Luna had disappeared into the wilds of magical zoology, searching for creatures that might or might not exist. Daphne had built a political consulting firm that advised half the pureblood families in Britain. Cedric was the captain of the English national Quidditch team. Even Draco Malfoy, reformed, humbled, genuinely changed, had become an unlikely ally, using his family's resources to support Harry's reform efforts. But when Harry sent the call, they all came. The meeting took place in the Room of Requirement, which still responded to Harry's needs despite his having graduated years ago. The space it provided was exactly what he remembered: comfortable seating, good lighting, the faint hum of protective magic. "It's like old times," Ron said, looking around with a nostalgic smile. "Except we're all older and presumably wiser." "Speak for yourself." Daphne was already reviewing the intelligence files. "Some of us were wise to begin with. Children, please. Hermione spread a map across the central table. We have work to do. Harry outlined the situation quickly. The Lestrange network. The mysterious heir. The threat to everything they'd built over the past 3 years. The Ministry's official response will be slow and bureaucratic, he concluded. By the time they're ready to act, the Lestranges will have consolidated too much power. We need to move faster. A surgical strike. Neville's voice was thoughtful. Like the old days. Exactly. Harry pointed to locations on the map. We've identified 3 key nodes in their network. Safe houses where they're storing resources, training recruits, planning operations. We hit all 3 simultaneously, we cripple their infrastructure before they can respond. And the heir? Daphne asked. We find them. We identify them. And we determine whether they're a genuine threat or just a pretender using Voldemort's name. And if they're genuine? Harry's expression didn't change. Then we deal with them. The planning took 2 weeks. They gathered intelligence through every channel available, Ministry sources, private contacts, the network of informants Harry had built during the war and never fully dismantled. Slowly, the picture became clearer. The Lestrange operation was centered in 3 locations, a manor house in Wales, a warehouse in London's magical district, and a cottage on the Scottish coast. Each served a different function, recruitment, supply storage, and command and control respectively. The heir is at the Scottish location, Hermione reported. All our intelligence points there. They rarely leave, they're heavily guarded, and the Lestranges treat them with something approaching religious reverence. Then that's our primary target. Harry studied the maps and photographs they'd gathered. Ron, you'll lead the team hitting the Welsh Manor. Neville, you've got the London warehouse. I'll handle Scotland personally. Of course you will. Daphne's voice was dry. Because you always take the most dangerous assignment. Because I'm the best equipped to handle whatever we find there. Harry met her eyes. The heir, whoever they are, is claiming Voldemort's power. If there's any truth to that claim, I'm the only one who's faced that kind of darkness before. That was years ago. You were a child. And now I'm not. Harry's voice was gentle but firm. Trust me. Please. Daphne held his gaze for a long moment. Then she nodded slowly. Fine. But I'm coming with you. I wouldn't have it any other way. The night of the operation was clear and cold. Harry apparat to the Scottish coast with his team, Daphne, Cedric, and 3 former DA members who had proven themselves during the war. They landed on a cliff overlooking the cottage, the sound of crashing waves covering any noise from their arrival. The cottage itself was deceptive. It looked small and run down from the outside, but Harry's magical senses told him it was much larger within, protected by wards that would have been impressive even by Voldemort standards. The defenses are serious, Cedric murmured, examining the wards with a practiced eye. This isn't amateur work. The Lestranges had access to the best dark magic resources in Britain. Harry was already probing the wards, looking for weaknesses. They've had 3 years to build this place up. Can we get through? Eventually. But they'll know we're coming. Harry made a decision. We go loud. Hit them hard and fast, before they can organize a defense. He raised his wand and began dismantling the outer wards with brute force. The magic resisted, fought back, screamed warnings to everyone inside, but it couldn't stop him. 3 years of practice, 3 years of growth, had made Harry's power formidable. The wards fell. Go. Harry charged toward the cottage, his team close behind. They hit the door with a combined reductor curse that blasted it off its hinges. Inside was chaos. Death Eaters scrambled to respond, grabbing wands, shouting warnings. Harry's team engaged them immediately, filling the corridor with spell fire. The battle was fierce but brief. The Phoenix Guard had trained for exactly this kind of assault, and their opponents were caught off guard. Secure the lower floors. Harry was already moving deeper into the structure. I'm going up. He found Rodolphus Lestrange on the stairs, wand raised, face twisted with hatred. Potter. The Death Eater's voice was a snarl. I should have known you'd come eventually. You should have run further. Harry didn't slow down. Stupefy. Rodolphus blocked the spell and countered with a dark curse that Harry sidestepped easily. They dueled up the staircase, trading spells with brutal efficiency. The Death Eater was skilled, he'd survived the first war, Azkaban, and the second war. But Harry was better. 3 years of relative peace hadn't dulled his edge, if anything, he'd grown sharper, more precise. A stunner slipped through Rodolphus's defenses and dropped him. Harry bound him with conjured ropes and kept moving. The top floor of the cottage was a single large room, dominated by a ritual circle drawn in the center of the floor. Standing within the circle, watching Harry approach with an expression of calm interest, was a young woman. She was perhaps 18, with dark hair and pale skin and eyes that seemed to shift color as Harry watched, blue, then green, then a deep, unsettling red. Harry Potter. Her voice was melodic, almost hypnotic. I've waited so long to meet you. You're the heir. Harry kept his wand trained on her. Voldemort's heir. After a fashion. She smiled, and there was something terrible in that smile. My mother was Bellatrix. My father was, well. I think you can guess. Harry felt cold certainty settle into his bones. Voldemort had a child. Conceived during the First War. Hidden away, raised in secret, waiting for the day when I would be needed. The woman, the girl, really, barely older than Harry had been when he'd first faced her father, spread her hands. And here I am. Here to continue your father's work. Here to finish what he started. Her eyes had settled on red now, glowing faintly in the dim light. The Dark Lord had a vision, Mr. Potter. A world purified of weakness, ruled by the strong. His methods were flawed, his execution imperfect. But the vision remains. The vision was madness. Harry's voice was flat. Your father was a monster who murdered thousands of people. My father was a revolutionary who challenged a corrupt system. Her smile didn't waver. Much like yourself, actually. We're not so different, you and I. We're nothing alike. Aren't we? She began walking the edge of the ritual circle, her movements graceful, predatory. You've spent the last 3 years accumulating power. Reshaping the ministry to your will. Building a network of loyal followers who would die at your command. Tell me, Mr. Potter, how is that different from what my father did? I don't kill people for having the wrong blood. No. You just kill people who oppose you. Her eyes glittered. Voldemort. The Death Eaters. Anyone who stands in the way of your vision for the world. I kill people who try to kill me and the people I love. There's a difference. Is there? She stopped walking, facing him directly. We both believe we're right. We both believe our cause is just. We both use violence to achieve our goals. The only difference is which side of the line you happen to stand on. Harry raised his wand. I'm done talking. Surrender now, or I'll take you by force. I don't think you will. The woman's smile widened. You see, Mr. Potter, I've studied you. Extensively. I know your weaknesses, your pressure points, your moral constraints. You won't attack an unarmed woman who hasn't directly threatened you. It's not in your nature. Don't test me. I already have. She gestured to the ritual circle beneath her feet. This circle isn't for summoning or protection. It's a dead man's switch. If I die within it, or if my magic is disrupted, it will trigger a cascade that will kill everyone in this building. Including your lovely fiancé, who I believe is fighting my followers downstairs. Harry's blood went cold. You're bluffing. Am I? Her voice was soft, dangerous. Do you really want to take that chance? For a long moment, neither of them moved. Then Harry lowered his wand. What do you want? A conversation. She sat down in the center of the circle, crossing her legs like a child settling in for a story. Sit with me, Mr. Potter. Let's talk about the future. Against every instinct, Harry sat. My father made many mistakes, she began. His obsession with blood purity was counterproductive, it alienated potential allies and limited his talent pool. His cruelty was often gratuitous, creating enemies where none needed to exist. And his fixation on you specifically led him to make fatal errors. You're analyzing his failures. I'm learning from them. Her red eyes were intent. The goal was never really about blood, Mr. Potter. It was about power. About creating a world where the strong rule and the weak serve. Blood purity was just a convenient ideology to rally the masses. And what ideology will you use? Something more sophisticated. More subtle. She smiled. I've watched your reforms, you know. The way you've restructured the ministry, empowered certain groups, marginalized others. You think you're building a better world, but you're really just reshaping the power structure to favor your allies over your enemies. That's not, isn't it? She leaned forward. The werewolf rights legislation you passed, it benefits werewolves who register with the ministry and submit to regulation. What about the ones who refuse? They're more marginalized than ever. Your educational reforms, they open doors for Muggleborns, but they also create new bureaucratic barriers that pureblood families have learned to navigate while others struggle. No system is perfect, no system is neutral. Her voice hardened. Every choice you make benefits some and harms others. The question isn't whether to exercise power, it's how to exercise it most effectively. Harry forced himself to remain calm. And you think your way is more effective? I think my way is more honest. She spread her hands. You pretend you're serving the greater good while consolidating power in your own hands. I would simply acknowledge what I'm doing and proceed without the moral pretense. That's called tyranny. That's called clarity. She stood, the ritual circle pulsing beneath her feet. But I didn't arrange this meeting to argue philosophy. I arranged it to make you an offer. What kind of offer? An alliance. Her red eyes gleamed. We both want power, Mr. Potter. We both want to reshape the wizarding world. The only question is whether we work together or against each other. Harry stared at her. You're serious. Entirely. My father's way failed. Your way is, achieving results, but slowly, incompletely. Together, we could accomplish in years what would otherwise take decades. Together, we could turn Britain into a dictatorship. Together, we could turn Britain into something that actually works. She stepped to the edge of the ritual circle. Think about it, Mr. Potter. All the frustrations you've experienced, the bureaucracy, the corruption, the entrenched interests blocking reform. I could help you sweep all of that away. At what price? Recognition. Legitimacy. A seat at the table when the new order is established. Her smile was almost wistful. I don't need to rule, Mr. Potter. I just need to matter. To be something other than my father's forgotten child. For a long moment, Harry was silent. Then he stood. No. Her expression flickered. No. You're right about one thing, every choice benefits some and harms others. Every system has winners and losers. Harry's voice was steady. But there's a difference between a system that tries to be fair and a system that doesn't bother pretending. Between leaders who acknowledge their power and try to use it responsibly, and leaders who use it purely for their own benefit. Pretty words. But words don't change reality. No. Actions do. Harry raised his wand. I'm not going to ally with you. I'm not going to let you build your father's vision with a different face. And I'm not going to let you threaten the people I love. Then you'll kill everyone in this building. I don't think so. Harry had been probing the ritual circle while they talked, analyzing its structure with magical senses honed by years of practice. Your dead man switch is clever. But it has a flaw. Her eyes narrowed. What flaw? It requires your magic to trigger. If you're unconscious, it can't activate. He moved before she could respond, his wand tracing a pattern he'd learned from an unspeakable years ago. The spell was obscure, powerful, designed for exactly this kind of situation. It hit her before she could raise a shield. She crumpled, her eyes rolling back, her magic flickering and fading. The ritual circle pulsed once, twice, then went dark. Harry caught her before she hit the floor. Harry! Daphne's voice came from the stairs. We've secured the building. What happened up here? I found the heir. Harry looked down at the unconscious woman in his arms. Voldemort's daughter. His what? It's a long story. Harry stood, carrying the woman toward the stairs. Let's get everyone out of here. We have a lot to figure out. The aftermath of the operation was complicated. Rodolphus and Rabastan Lestrange were taken into custody, along with dozens of their followers. The three nodes of their network were dismantled simultaneously, setting their organization back years if not permanently. But the real challenge was what to do with Delphine Riddle. She's Voldemort's biological child, Hermione said during the debriefing. That's going to be explosive when it gets out. If it gets out. Harry was pacing his office, trying to process everything that had happened. We could keep it quiet. Bury the information. Could we? She's going to be tried publicly. Questions will be asked. Then we control the narrative. Daphne had been silent until now, processing. She's a disturbed young woman who was manipulated by the Lestranges, fed a false history to use her as a figurehead. The Voldemort connection is never confirmed. You want to lie. I want to avoid a panic. Daphne's voice was pragmatic. If people find out the Dark Lord had an heir, a child who inherited his power, it will terrify them. Every political gain we've made could be swept away by the backlash. And if the truth comes out later? Then we deal with it then. But right now, stability matters more than transparency. Harry stopped pacing and looked at his fiancée. She was right, of course. From a political standpoint, the calculation was obvious. But something about it felt wrong. No, he said finally. We tell the truth. Both women stared at him. Harry, Daphne began. The whole point of what we've built is that it's supposed to be different. Better. More honest. Harry sat down heavily. If we start lying to protect ourselves, we become exactly what we fought against. The truth could destabilize everything. Then we manage it. We explain the situation, provide context, reassure people that the threat has been contained. Harry met Daphne's eyes. I didn't defeat Voldemort just to build a regime based on deception. That's not who I want to be. A long silence. Then Hermione nodded slowly. He's right. Whatever the consequences, we tell the truth. It's the only way to maintain credibility in the long run. Daphne was quiet for a moment longer. Then she sighed. Fine. We tell the truth. She moved to stand beside Harry. But we tell it carefully. Controlled release. Proper context. Every possible measure to minimize the panic. Agreed. Harry took her hand. Thank you for trusting me. I always trust you. She squeezed his hand. Even when you're being annoyingly principled. The trial of Delphine Riddle became the most closely watched event in Wizarding Britain since Voldemort's death. Harry testified about what had happened at the Scottish cottage, her claims, her offer, her threats. He provided evidence of her identity, including magical tests that confirmed her parentage. The wizarding world reacted with predictable horror. But Harry had prepared for this. In the weeks leading up to the trial, he'd given a series of carefully planned interviews. He'd explained the situation calmly, factually, without sensationalism. He'd emphasized that Delphine was being held securely, that her network had been dismantled, that the threat was contained. It wasn't enough to prevent all panic. But it was enough to keep the panic manageable. Delphine herself was a model prisoner. She cooperated with the proceedings, answered questions truthfully, made no attempt to escape or cause trouble. Her calmness was almost more unsettling than resistance would have been. "She's planning something," Daphne said after one court session. "I can feel it." "So can I." Harry watched through the one-way glass as Delphine was led back to her cell. "But I don't know what. Maybe she's just accepted her situation. People like her don't accept anything. They adapt." Harry turned away from the glass. "Keep watching her. If she makes any kind of move, I want to know immediately." The verdict came down on a gray November morning. Guilty of conspiracy, attempted murder, and various other charges. The sentence: life imprisonment in a new high-security facility specifically designed to contain powerful dark wizards. Delphine received the verdict without visible emotion. She was led from the courtroom in magical chains, her red eyes fixed on Harry until the doors closed between them. "It's over," Hermione said, relief evident in her voice. "Is it?" Harry wasn't so sure. That night, he dreamed of red eyes watching him from the darkness. 6 months later, Delphine escaped. No one knew how. The facility was supposed to be impenetrable, wards layered on wards, guards at every checkpoint, magical suppression fields that should have left her powerless. But somehow, she'd walked out. Vanished without a trace. Harry received the news at 3 in the morning, delivered by a terrified Auror who couldn't meet his eyes. "Find her," Harry said, his voice calm despite the ice in his veins. "Use every resource we have. Every contact, every informant, every tool at our disposal." "Yes, sir." The Auror hesitated. "Sir, she left a message. For you." "What kind of message?" The Auror handed over a piece of parchment. Written in elegant script were 3 words: "This isn't over." Harry stared at the message for a long moment. Then he crumpled it in his fist and began making calls. The hunt was back on. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, The Maze. The search for Delphine Riddle consumed the next 18 months. Harry threw every resource at the problem: Aurors, informants, international contacts, the remnants of the Phoenix Guard. They tracked leads across 3 continents, followed whispers through the darkest corners of the magical world, interrogated anyone who might have information. Nothing. Delphine had vanished as completely as if she'd never existed. No sightings, no magical traces, no communications with former allies. The Lestrange network was shattered, its members either imprisoned or scattered, and none of them seemed to know where she'd gone. "She planned this," Daphne said during one of their late-night strategy sessions. "From the moment she was captured, she was planning her escape. Everything else, the trial, the cooperation, was just theater." "I know." Harry was studying a map covered in pins and strings, connections that led nowhere. "The question is what she's planning now. Does it matter? She's one person. Without the Lestranges, without resources, she's Voldemort's daughter. She has his intelligence, his magical power, his ability to inspire fanatical loyalty." Harry's voice was grim. "We made a mistake treating her as a follower. She's a leader. And somewhere out there, she's building something new." The wedding had been postponed. Neither Harry nor Daphne had said it explicitly, but they both understood: a celebration was impossible while this threat loomed over them. It was one more thing Delphine had taken from them. The break came from an unexpected source. Luna Lovegood appeared at Harry's office one morning, looking exactly as she always had, dreamy, slightly unfocused, somehow seeing things that others missed. "I found something," she said without preamble. "In Albania." Harry set down the report he'd been reading. "Albania? I was tracking crumplehorn snorkax. They're very elusive, you know. But instead, I found something much more interesting." Luna pulled a photograph from her bag and handed it over. "This woman has been visiting a particular forest clearing every full moon. The locals think she's a witch, which I suppose she is, technically." Harry stared at the photograph. It was grainy, taken from a distance, but the dark hair and pale skin were unmistakable. Delphini. Where exactly was this taken? A forest near Barat. The same forest where Voldemort hid during his years of exile. Luna's voice was matter-of-fact. "I thought you might find that significant." Harry was already reaching for his communication mirror. "I need to assemble a team." "I thought you might say that." Luna smiled her dreamy smile. "I'll show you the way." The Albanian forest was ancient and dark, filled with trees that had stood since before the founding of Hogwarts. Harry led a small team through the undergrowth, Daphne, Ron, Neville, and Luna. They moved quietly, wands ready, every sense alert for danger. "The clearing is ahead," Luna whispered. "She usually appears around midnight." They found concealed positions around the clearing and settled in to wait. The hours crawled by. Harry watched the stars wheel overhead, listened to the sounds of the forest, and tried to prepare himself for whatever was coming. At 11:45, the air began to change. Magic gathered in the clearing, thick and heavy, pulsing with a rhythm that felt almost like a heartbeat. Harry's scar, long dormant since the Horcrux extraction, began to ache faintly. Not the Horcrux, he realized. Something else. A resonance with the dark magic being performed. At midnight exactly, Delphini appeared. She walked into the clearing from the opposite direction, her movements deliberate, ceremonial. She was dressed in black robes, her dark hair loose around her shoulders, and she carried something in her hands, a small wooden box that radiated malevolent energy. Harry watched as she knelt in the center of the clearing and opened the box. Inside was a ring. Not just any ring, Harry recognized it with a shock of horror. The Resurrection Stone. They'd thought it was lost. After Dumbledore's death, peaceful, in his sleep, 3 years after the war, Harry had inherited the Elder Wand and the invisibility cloak. But the stone had disappeared, supposedly destroyed when the ring that housed it was corrupted by basilisk venom. Apparently not. Delphini placed the stone on the ground before her and began to chant. The language was old, older than Latin, filled with harsh consonants and sibilant vowels. Harry didn't understand the words, but he understood their intent. She was trying to resurrect Voldemort. "Now," Harry hissed, and the team burst from cover. Spells filled the clearing, stunners, disarmers, binding curses. Delphini's shield materialized instantly, deflecting the initial barrage with contemptuous ease. "Harry Potter." Her voice was calm despite the chaos. "I wondered when you'd find me. Step away from the stone." Harry kept his wand trained on her. "Whatever you're trying to do, it won't work." "Won't it?" She smiled, and it was her father's smile, cold, cruel, utterly confident. "The Resurrection Stone can summon the spirits of the dead. With the right ritual, with enough power, those spirits can be given form. Substance. Life. The stone doesn't work that way, the stone has never been used with this much power." Delphini's eyes blazed red. "I've spent 18 months preparing. Gathering magical energy from ley lines across the world. Building a reservoir strong enough to do what no one has ever done. Bring back your father. Bring back the Dark Lord." Her voice rose with fervor. "And when he returns, when he sees what I've accomplished in his name, he'll finally acknowledge me. Finally see me as worthy." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the Albanian night. She wasn't doing this for power. She wasn't doing it for ideology. She was doing it because she wanted her father's approval, the approval of a man who had abandoned her before she was born, who had probably never even known she existed. Delphine. Harry lowered his wand slightly. He won't give you what you're looking for. He wasn't capable of love. He wasn't capable of acknowledging anyone as worthy. He would use you and discard you the moment you stopped being useful. You don't know anything about him. I know everything about him. I had a piece of his soul inside me for 15 years. Harry stepped closer. I felt his thoughts, his desires, his contempt for everyone around him. He saw people as tools, nothing more. That includes you. You're lying. I'm telling you the truth. Harry's voice softened. I understand what it's like to want a parent's approval. To want to know that you matter to someone. But Voldemort can't give you that. He couldn't give it to anyone. For a moment, something flickered in Delphine's red eyes. Doubt. Pain. The desperate hope of a child who had never been loved. Then it vanished, replaced by cold fury. Enough talk. She raised her wand. If you won't stand aside, I'll go through you. The duel exploded. Fighting Delphine was nothing like fighting her father. Voldemort had been power incarnate, overwhelming force, crushing pressure, magic that sought to dominate and destroy. Delphine was something different. Quicker. More creative. Her spells wove together in complex patterns, each one setting up the next, creating traps within traps. Harry's team tried to help, but Delphine's shield held them at bay. This was between her and Harry, she designed it that way, her ritual circle creating a barrier that only he could penetrate. You're good, she acknowledged, deflecting a chain of curses. Better than I expected. You're not bad yourself. Harry dodged a dark cutting curse that would have taken his head off. Your father would be proud. Don't patronize me. Her next attack was savage, a barrage of spells that pushed Harry back toward the edge of the circle. He blocked, countered, tried to find an opening, but she was relentless, her magical reserve seemingly bottomless. The resurrection stone pulsed behind her, feeding her power. I've been preparing for this for years, Delphine said, pressing her advantage. Every day in that cell, I was planning. Visualizing. Perfecting my magic for this moment. Impressive. Harry's back hit the barrier. But you made a mistake. What mistake? You assumed I'd come alone. On cue, Neville struck. While Harry had been dueling Delphine, Neville had been working his way around the outside of the barrier, examining its structure. He'd found a weakness, a gap in the ritual circle where the chalk had been imperfectly drawn. His spell hit the resurrection stone directly. The effect was immediate. The stone's glow flickered, and with it, Delphine's enhanced power. She stumbled, her shield wavering. Harry struck. His spell wasn't a stunner or a disarmer, it was something more fundamental. A magical binding he'd learned from the Unspeakables, designed to contain dark wizards by tethering their power to their own bodies. Delphine screamed as the binding took hold. Her magic, instead of flowing outward, turned inward, trapped in a closed loop that left her effectively powerless. She collapsed to her knees, gasping. It's over, Harry said, approaching carefully. Your ritual is broken. Your power is bound. There's nothing left to fight for. There's always something. Delphine looked up at him, and tears were streaming down her face. He was supposed to come back. He was supposed to see me. To acknowledge me. I'm sorry. And Harry found that he meant it. I'm sorry you never got the chance to be loved by someone who was capable of it. I don't want your pity. It's not pity. It's understanding. Harry crouched down to her level. I spent years defined by your father. By my connection to him. By the prophecy that tied our fates together. When he died, I thought I'd finally be free. Weren't you? Not entirely. Voldemort's shadow still falls over everything I do. Every political decision, every reform, every time someone looks at me, they're seeing the boy who lived, the chosen one, the vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Harry sighed. I'll never be just Harry. And you'll never be just Delphine. Then what's the point? The point is choosing what to do with the legacy we've been given. Harry stood, offering his hand. You can keep fighting. Keep trying to resurrect a dead man who never cared about you. Or you can find something else to be. Delphine stared at his hand for a long moment. You're offering me mercy. Her voice was hollow. After everything I've done. I'm offering you a choice. That's more than your father ever gave anyone. Slowly, reluctantly, Delphine took his hand and let him pull her to her feet. The return journey was quiet. Delphine was bound by both magical and mundane restraints, watched by the entire team. But she didn't resist, didn't try to escape. Whatever fight had been in her seemed to have drained away in that clearing. What happens to her now? Ron asked during a brief rest. Trial. Again. Probably imprisonment for the rest of her life. Harry looked at the young woman who was his enemy's last legacy. Unless. Unless what? Unless we try something different. Harry had been thinking about this since the forest. Prison didn't work last time. She escaped, went right back to pursuing her father's goals. What if we tried rehabilitation instead? Rehabilitation? Ron sounded skeptical. She tried to resurrect Voldemort. Because she wanted her father to love her. Because she had nothing else to live for. Harry's voice was thoughtful. If we could give her something else, a purpose, a community, a reason to choose differently, maybe she'd actually change. That's a big maybe. I know. But the alternative is just repeating the same cycle forever. Harry watched Delphine sleeping fitfully. We keep fighting the same battles, generation after generation. Death Eaters become the Lestrange network becomes Delphine's crusade becomes whatever comes next. At some point, we have to try breaking the cycle instead of just winning the current round. Ron was quiet for a moment. You've gotten philosophical in your old age. I've gotten tired. Harry smiled slightly. Tired of fighting. Tired of enemies. Tired of always being ready for the next war. So what do you want? Harry thought about it. About Daphne, waiting at home. About the reforms still incomplete, the world still imperfect. About the wedding they'd postponed, the life they'd put on hold. I want to build something, he said finally. Something that lasts. Something that doesn't depend on me being there to defend it. That sounds like retirement talk. Maybe it is. Harry leaned back against a tree. Or maybe it's just growing up. The second trial of Delphine Riddle was very different from the first. This time, Harry argued for an alternative to imprisonment. He proposed a program of supervised rehabilitation, magical binding to prevent escape, mandatory therapy to address her psychological issues, and a carefully structured environment designed to help her develop an identity beyond her father's legacy. The Wizengamot was skeptical. Many wanted simple execution and done with it. But Harry's political capital, carefully accumulated over years of reform, proved sufficient. The vote was close, but it passed. Delphine was remanded to a new facility, not a prison, but not freedom either. A place where she could receive treatment for the trauma of her childhood, where she could learn that there were other ways to matter beyond violence and domination. You're taking a huge risk, Daphne told him afterward. If she escapes again, if she goes back to her old ways, then I'll stop her again. Harry took her hand. But I have to believe that people can change. That they can choose to be better. Otherwise, what's the point of anything we've done? Daphne studied his face for a long moment. Then she smiled. When did you become such an optimist? I've always been an optimist. I just used to hide it behind a lot of anger. Well. She squeezed his hand. I suppose I can live with an optimistic husband. Harry blinked. Husband. The threat is contained. Delphine is in custody. There's no reason to keep postponing. Daphne's eyes sparkled. Unless you're having second thoughts. Never. Harry pulled her close. Let's get married. The wedding took place on a warm September afternoon at Hogwarts. It wasn't what Harry had imagined when he was younger, he'd never really imagined weddings at all, but it felt right. The great hall decorated with flowers, friends and family filling the seats, the enchanted ceiling showing a perfect blue sky. Hermione was Daphne's maid of honor. Ron was Harry's best man. The guest list was a mixture of old allies and new friends, the Phoenix Guard, ministry colleagues, foreign dignitaries, and former DA members who had come from across the world. Even Luna was there, having interrupted her expedition to attend. You look happy, she observed, finding Harry before the ceremony. It suits you. I am happy. Harry adjusted his dress robes nervously. Terrified, but happy. That seems about right for weddings. Luna smiled her enigmatic smile. My father always said that marriage was like a Nargle infestation, once it starts, it's impossible to get rid of, but eventually you learn to enjoy the company. Harry wasn't entirely sure how to respond to that, but he appreciated the sentiment. The ceremony itself was beautiful, traditional in some ways, innovative in others. Daphne had insisted on incorporating elements from both pureblood tradition and modern magical practice, creating something that felt genuinely theirs. When they exchanged rings, Harry felt the magic bind them together, not just legally, but spiritually. Two people choosing to face the future as one. I love you, he murmured as they kissed. I know, she whispered back. I love you too. The reception lasted well into the night. There was dancing and laughter and far too much champagne. Harry found himself surrounded by people he cared about, celebrating a moment of genuine joy after years of struggle. At some point, he slipped away to the balcony, needing a moment of quiet. The Hogwarts grounds spread out below him, beautiful in the moonlight. He could see the lake, the forest, the Quidditch pitch where he'd spent so many hours. This place had been his first real home. Now it was the site of his wedding. Life, he reflected, took unexpected turns. Hiding from your own party. He turned to find Neville approaching, 2 glasses of fire whiskey in hand. Just thinking. Harry accepted the offered glass. A lot has happened since we first met on the train. Understatement of the century. Neville leaned against the railing beside him. 11-year-old me never imagined any of this. The war, the victories, the losses. You getting married. Did you imagine yourself becoming the youngest professor in Hogwarts history? Neville laughed. Definitely not. I was just hoping to survive without embarrassing myself too badly. You've done a lot more than that. Harry clinked his glass against Neville's. I couldn't have done any of this without you. Without all of you. We couldn't have done it without you either. Neville's expression grew serious. You know that, right? Everything that's changed, everything that's better, it started with you. That night in the Great Hall when you refused to compete. When you swore that oath. The oath. Harry touched his chest absently, feeling for magic that was no longer there. The oath had been fulfilled years ago, its power dissipating when its purpose was achieved. Sometimes I forget that's where it all began. I don't. Neville's voice was quiet. That was the moment everything changed. When someone finally stood up and said no, when someone showed us that we didn't have to accept the way things were. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd never thought of himself as a symbol, just someone trying to survive, trying to protect the people he loved. But maybe that was the point. Maybe symbols were just ordinary people who refused to back down. "Thank you," he said finally. "For being there. For everything. Always." Neville raised his glass. "To the future. To the future." They drank together, watching the stars wheel overhead. The years that followed were good ones. Not perfect, no years ever were. There were setbacks and challenges and moments when everything seemed about to fall apart. But there were also victories, and growth, and the steady satisfaction of building something that would outlast them all. Harry served as senior undersecretary for another decade before stepping down to take a position at Hogwarts, Defense Against the Dark Arts, of course. The curse on the position had been lifted when Voldemort died, and Harry intended to make the most of it. Daphne continued her political consulting, eventually becoming an unofficial advisor to 3 successive ministers. Her influence helped shape policies that would define Wizarding Britain for generations. Their children, 2 daughters and a son, grew up in a world fundamentally different from the one their parents had fought to escape. A world where blood status didn't determine worth, where Dark Lords were history rather than present threat, where the institutions actually worked most of the time. It wasn't utopia. It was never going to be utopia. But it was better. And that, Harry decided, was enough. On the 20th anniversary of Voldemort's defeat, a ceremony was held at the ministry. Harry stood before the assembled crowd, older now, grey touching his temples, but still recognizable as the boy who lived, and tried to find words for what the occasion meant. 20 years ago, he began, I was a teenager who had just survived something that should have killed me. I didn't feel like a hero. I felt tired, and scared, and very much uncertain about what came next. He paused, looking out at the faces before him. I've been asked many times what made the difference. What allowed us to win when so many victories seemed impossible? And I've given a lot of answers over the years, the oath I swore, the allies I gathered, the secrets we uncovered, the battles we fought. But the truth is simpler than any of that. We won because we refused to accept that winning was impossible. We won because ordinary people, students and teachers, shopkeepers and parents, witches and wizards from every background imaginable, chose to stand together against a force that wanted to divide us. The real victory wasn't defeating Voldemort. It was building a world where someone like him could never rise again. Where darkness couldn't take root because we had pulled it out by the roots. Where the next generation wouldn't have to fight the same battles we did. Harry smiled slightly. I look at my children, at all the children who have grown up in this new world, and I see the future we were fighting for. Not a perfect future, perfection isn't possible for beings as wonderfully flawed as humans. But a better one. A kinder one. One where more people get to live, and laugh, and love without fear. That's what we won. That's what we built. And that's what we'll keep building, for as long as there are people willing to do the work. He raised his glass. To those we lost. To those who stood with us. And to the world we're still creating, one day at a time. The crowd raised their glasses in response. Harry drank, feeling the warmth of the fire whiskey and the warmth of the moment, surrounded by family, by friends, by the legacy of a lifetime's work. It was, he thought, a good ending. But it was also, in its way, a beginning. The story continued, as stories always do, not with Harry at the center, but spreading outward in ripples that would touch lives for generations to come. And that, perhaps, was the greatest magic of all. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11, The Graveyard. The classroom was quiet save for the scratch of quills on parchment. Harry sat at his desk at the front of the room, watching his 7th-year students struggle through their newt preparation essays. 20 years of teaching had taught him patience, the good kind, earned through experience rather than forced through necessity. Professor Potter. A hand went up near the back. Albus Severus, his middle child, looking uncomfortable at having to address his father formally. Yes, Mr. Potter. The question about countercurses for dark binding magic, is it asking about the theoretical framework or practical application? Both. The examiners want to see that you understand why the countercurse works, not just how to cast it. Harry smiled slightly. Think about the principles we discussed last week. The relationship between intent and effect. Albus nodded and returned to his essay, brow furrowed in concentration. Harry watched him for a moment, seeing traces of Daphne in the boy's features, traces of himself in the stubborn set of his jaw, then turned his attention back to the essays he was grading. The door opened without a knock. Hermione stood in the doorway, her face pale, her eyes carrying an expression Harry hadn't seen in years. Fear. Harry. Her voice was controlled but tight. We need to talk. Now. Harry rose without hesitation. Class dismissed. Essays on my desk by Friday. The students exchanged confused glances but began packing their things. Harry followed Hermione into the corridor, his heart already beginning to race. What is it? The rehabilitation facility. Hermione's voice dropped. Delphine. She's done something. Harry's blood went cold. Escaped again. Worse. Hermione handed him a rolled parchment. She's requested a meeting. With you. She says she has information about a threat, something she discovered through her therapy sessions, something connected to her father that nobody else knows. It could be a trap. Almost certainly is. Hermione met his eyes. But Harry, the things she's describing. If they're true. Harry unrolled the parchment and began to read. The rehabilitation facility had been built on the site of an old monastery, its ancient stones reinforced with modern magical protections. Harry passed through 7 checkpoints before reaching the interview room where Delphine waited. She looked different than he remembered. Older, of course, nearly 40 now, but something else had changed too. The feverish intensity that had always burned in her eyes had dimmed, replaced by something quieter. More settled. She wore simple robes, her dark hair cut short, the elaborate pure-blood styling of her youth long abandoned. When she saw Harry enter, she smiled, not the predatory smile of their first encounter, but something almost genuine. Harry Potter. She stood, chains clinking softly. Thank you for coming. Your message was compelling. Harry took the seat across from her. You mentioned a threat. Something connected to your father. Yes. Delphine sat back down, her movements careful. I've spent 20 years in therapy, Harry. 20 years unpacking my childhood, my obsessions, the lies I was told and the lies I told myself. And in all that digging, I found something I'd forgotten. Something that was hidden from me deliberately. What? A failsafe. Delphine's voice was quiet. You destroyed my father's Horcruxes. You killed him in the Department of Mysteries. But he was paranoid, Harry. Pathologically paranoid. He would never have trusted his immortality to just one system. Harry felt a chill run through him. What are you saying? I'm saying there's another anchor. Something separate from the Horcruxes. A contingency he created early in his rise, before he even made his first soul fragment. Delphine leaned forward. I remember my mother mentioning it once, when I was very young. A ritual he performed in Albania, during his years of exile. Something that would ensure his return no matter what happened to his body or his Horcruxes. If that's true, why hasn't he returned already? It's been 25 years. Because the contingency has conditions. Requirements that have to be met before it activates. Delphine's eyes were intent. One of those requirements is time. A specific anniversary. And Harry. That anniversary is tomorrow. Tomorrow. The 50th anniversary of his first murder. The day he killed his father and grandparents in Little Hangleton. Delphine's voice dropped. If I'm right, if my memories are accurate, something is going to happen at that graveyard tomorrow night. Something that could bring him back. Harry stared at her, trying to read truth from lies. 20 years of therapy might have changed her, but she was still Voldemort's daughter. Still capable of manipulation, deception, betrayal. Why tell me this? Because I don't want him to come back. Delphini's voice cracked slightly. I spent half my life trying to resurrect him. Convinced that if I could just bring him back, he'd finally see me, finally love me. It took 20 years of healing to understand that he never would have. That he wasn't capable of it. And now? Now I have something that matters more than his approval. She looked down at her hands. There's a young woman who works here. A counselor. We've become close. She sees me as I am, not as my father's heir. For the first time in my life, I know what it feels like to be valued for myself. Harry absorbed this. You're protecting someone. I'm protecting everyone. If my father returns, he'll destroy the world I've finally learned to live in. The world where someone like me can find peace. Delphini met his eyes. I know you have no reason to trust me. But I'm asking you to believe me anyway. Just this once. Harry was silent for a long moment. Tell me everything you remember, he said finally. Every detail, no matter how small. The gathering happened in Harry's private quarters at Hogwarts. His inner circle, older now, gray-haired and weathered, but still formidable, assembled around the table. Ron and Hermione. Neville. Daphne. Luna, who had been reached through emergency channels in whatever remote corner of the world she was currently exploring. Harry laid out Delphini's information, watching their faces shift from skepticism to concern to grim determination. It could still be a trap, Ron said when Harry finished. Some scheme she's been cooking up for 20 years. It could. Harry didn't disagree. But if it's not, if there really is another anchor, another way for Voldemort to return, we can't afford to ignore it. What exactly are we expecting to find? Neville asked. According to Delphini, the contingency ritual involved binding a piece of Voldemort's magical essence, not his soul, something different, to the location of his first murder. The Riddle Graveyard. Harry pulled out a map. If the ritual activates, it would use that essence as a template to reconstruct him. Body, mind, magic, everything. That's theoretically impossible, Hermione said slowly. You can't reconstruct a being from magical essence alone. It would require a massive amount of magical energy, Harry finished. Harvested over decades. Accumulated somewhere we haven't found. Silence fell over the room. 50 years, Luna said dreamily. That's a long time to gather power. Especially in a place associated with death. The graveyard. Daphne's voice was sharp. Every funeral held there. Every mourner's grief. Every whispered prayer and unshed tear. It's been feeding the ritual all along. That's... Hermione looked sick. That's monstrous. It's Voldemort. Harry's voice was flat. Everything he touched was monstrous. He looked around the table at the faces of his oldest friends. They were all thinking the same thing, the same terrible question. I know we're old, Harry said quietly. I know we've earned our rest. But this is what we trained for. What we've always trained for. One more battle. Ron's voice was resigned but steady. Hopefully the last one. You said that 25 years ago. I was more optimistic then. Harry stood. We leave in 3 hours. Pack for combat. This ends tonight. Little Hangleton hadn't changed much in the decades since Harry had last seen it. The village was still small, still quiet, still dominated by the crumbling Riddle House on the hill. The graveyard spread out behind the church, orderly rows of headstones marking generations of the dead. Harry and his team approached under disillusionment charms, moving silently through the evening shadows. The air felt heavy, charged with magic that made Harry's skin prickle. It's real, Hermione whispered. The accumulation. I can feel it. Where's the focus point? Neville had his wand out, scanning the graveyard. There. Harry pointed to a large marble headstone near the center, the Riddle family monument. That's where he killed them. That's where the ritual is anchored. They spread out, taking positions around the perimeter. The plan was simple: observe first, intervene if necessary, destroy the anchor if possible. The sun set. Darkness crept across the graveyard. And at midnight precisely, the ritual began. The accumulated magic, 50 years of grief and death and whispered prayers, began flowing toward the Riddle headstone. Harry watched in horror as the marble began to glow, pulsing with sickly green light. A shape formed in the air above the grave. Indistinct at first, then growing clearer. A man's figure, tall and skeletal, with red eyes that blazed with terrible intelligence. No. The word escaped Harry before he could stop it. This isn't possible. But it was happening. Voldemort, or something wearing his face, was materializing from pure magical essence. Not a ghost, not a memory. Something worse. The anchor. Harry shouted, abandoning stealth. Destroy the anchor. They attacked together, 5 wands blazing with everything they had. Curses, hexes, pure destructive force, all aimed at the marble headstone that anchored the ritual. The magic resisted. 50 years of accumulated power formed a shield that deflected their spells, absorbing their attacks without apparent effect. And all the while, the figure in the air grew more substantial. "Hello, Harry." The voice was Voldemort's, unchanged, unmistakable, filled with cold amusement. "Did you really think you could destroy me? I told you. I am immortal. You were immortal." Harry stepped forward, wand raised. "We destroyed every anchor. Every Horcrux. Every piece of your soul. You destroyed what I allowed you to find." The figure was nearly solid now, floating above his ancestor's grave. "But I am Lord Voldemort. I plan for every contingency. I trust no single path to immortality. Then we'll destroy this path too. Will you?" Voldemort's red eyes gleamed. "Look around you, Harry. Your friends are old. Weak. Shadows of what they once were. And I am about to be reborn with 50 years of accumulated power at my command." Harry felt despair clawing at his heart. The Dark Lord was right, they were old. The reflexes that had once saved them countless times were slower now. The magical reserves that had seemed bottomless in their youth had dwindled. But they had one thing Voldemort had never understood. "Now!" Harry shouted. The attack came from an unexpected direction, not at Voldemort, but at the ground beneath the headstone. Neville's specialty. Plants erupted from the earth, roots that had been growing in secret for centuries, awakened by magic Neville had been weaving since they arrived. The roots wrapped around the headstone and pulled it down, into the earth, away from the surface where the ritual was focused. Voldemort screamed. The figure that had been solidifying began to destabilize, its form flickering as the anchor was dragged away from the ritual's focal point. "Kill them!" Voldemort commanded. "Kill them all." But there was no one to obey. No Death Eaters. No followers. Just a half-formed specter raging against the dissolution of his final hope. "This isn't over." Voldemort's voice was fragmenting, multiple tones speaking simultaneously. "I will return. I always return." "No." Harry stepped forward, raising his wand. "This time, you won't." He spoke a word, a single word that Dumbledore had taught him years ago, a word that had never been recorded in any book, passed down through generations of wizards who guarded against the ultimate darkness. A word of ending. The magic struck Voldemort's fragmenting form and unraveled it. Not destroying, dispersing. Scattering the essence so widely that it could never again coalesce. The figure dissolved. The green light faded. The accumulated magic of 50 years dissipated harmlessly into the night. Silence fell over the graveyard. Is it done? Ron's voice was hoarse. Harry stared at the place where Voldemort had been, searching for any sign that the Dark Lord might reform. He found nothing. The magical signature that had haunted his life since infancy was simply gone. It's done, he said quietly. It's finally done. The return to Hogwarts was exhausted and jubilant in equal measure. They'd won. Again. For hopefully the last time. The final contingency had been destroyed, the last avenue for Voldemort's return sealed forever. Harry found himself standing at the window of his office, watching the sun rise over the castle. His body ached with the aftermath of magical exertion. His mind was still processing what had happened. You should sleep. Daphne appeared beside him, wrapping an arm around his waist. Soon. He leaned into her touch. I just want to watch the sunrise first. You and your sunrises. But she smiled, and they stood together in comfortable silence. Do you think it's really over? Harry asked eventually. The Voldemort threat? Probably. You dispersed his essence so thoroughly that reconstruction should be impossible. Daphne paused. But there will always be other threats. Other dark wizards with dreams of power. That's just the nature of the world. I know. Harry sighed. I just thought, maybe this time. Maybe this time would be the last battle. Daphne shook her head. Oh, Harry. You've been fighting your whole life. I don't think you'd know what to do with yourself if you actually stopped. I could learn. But he knew she was right. The instinct to protect, to defend, to stand against darkness, it was too deeply ingrained to ever fully disappear. Tell you what, Daphne said. Why don't you try retiring? Actually retiring, not just saying you're retiring while secretly keeping track of every potential threat. See how long you can last. Is that a challenge? It's a dare. Her eyes sparkled. I dare you to spend 1 full year doing nothing but teaching, being a grandfather, and enjoying your life. No investigating. No hunting. No saving the world. Harry considered it. A year of peace. A year of normalcy. A year of being just Harry, not the boy who lived or the vanquisher of the Dark Lord. Deal, he said. Starting today. He lasted 8 months. To be fair, it wasn't his fault. The situation in Eastern Europe was genuinely concerning. A dark magic cult had emerged, led by a charismatic young wizard who was gathering followers at an alarming rate. The local authorities were overwhelmed. Hermione brought him the intelligence, just as she always had. The ministries asked for your help, she said, setting the file on his desk. Officially. Through proper channels. And unofficially? Unofficially, they're terrified. This cult leader, he's calling himself the Inheritor. Claims to have discovered secrets of dark magic that surpass even Voldemort's knowledge. Harry flipped through the file. The reports were disturbing: disappearances, dark rituals, an ideology that promised power to those willing to sacrifice their humanity. I'm retired, he said without conviction. You lasted 8 months. That's actually impressive. Hermione smiled. Besides, this might be good for you. A chance to train the next generation. Show them how it's done. The next generation. Your children are adults now, Harry. Albus is an Auror. James is a cursebreaker. Lily is studying to be a healer. Hermione's voice softened. They want to help. They want to stand where their father stood. Harry looked down at the file in his hands. Thought about his children, grown and capable and ready to face the darkness. Fine, he said finally. But this time, I'm not doing it alone. We do this together, the old guard and the new. Show them everything we've learned. That's what I was hoping you'd say. The mission to Eastern Europe became a training exercise of sorts. Harry led a team of young Aurors, including Albus and several of his former students, while the old Phoenix Guard provided support and guidance. They tracked the cult through mountain villages and hidden fortresses, learning its patterns, identifying its leadership. The inheritor turned out to be less impressive than advertised. A talented wizard, yes, but no Voldemort. When Harry finally confronted him in a crumbling castle near the Romanian border, the duel lasted less than 3 minutes. "Is that it?" Albus asked afterward, looking almost disappointed. "I expected more of a challenge. Most dark wizards aren't challenges." Harry secured the unconscious cultist with binding spells. "They're just people who let their hunger for power consume their judgment. The truly dangerous ones are rare. Like Voldemort. Like Voldemort. And even he made mistakes. Let his obsessions blind him to the threats right in front of him." Harry looked at his son. "The lesson isn't how to fight dark wizards. It's how to prevent them from rising in the first place." "How do you do that?" "By building a world where people don't feel desperate enough to follow them." Harry started toward the castle exit. "By creating systems that are fair enough that extremism loses its appeal. By being vigilant without being paranoid." Albus fell into step beside him. "That sounds like a lot of work." "It is. But it's the work that matters." Harry clapped his son on the shoulder. "Welcome to the family business." The years continued to pass. Harry found a balance between teaching and occasional fieldwork. He trained hundreds of young witches and wizards, passing on everything he'd learned about defense, about courage, about the importance of standing against darkness. Daphne remained his partner in everything, her political acumen complementing his combat expertise. Together, they continued shaping the wizarding world, not through grand gestures anymore, but through the steady accumulation of small improvements. Their children grew and thrived. Grandchildren arrived, 5 of them eventually, each one a source of joy that Harry had never expected to feel. And through it all, the shadow of Voldemort receded further and further into history. A cautionary tale. A reminder of what could happen when power was pursued without conscience. Sometimes, late at night, Harry would still dream of red eyes and green light. But the dreams no longer frightened him. They were just memories, fragments of a past that no longer defined him. He had won. Not just the battles, but the war. Not just against Voldemort, but against the darkness that had tried to consume his life. And now, finally, he could rest. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, The Hollow Victory 50 years after the Battle of the Ministry. Harry sat in a comfortable chair by the window of his study at Grimmauld Place, watching the autumn leaves drift past. He was 70 now, his hair completely silver, his face lined with the marks of a life fully lived. His wand rested on the table beside him, not because he needed it for protection anymore, but because some habits never died. The house had changed over the decades. Gone were the dark artifacts and cursed objects, the screaming portraits and malevolent magic. In their place were photographs, hundreds of them, covering nearly every wall. Harry's children and grandchildren. His friends through the years. Moments of triumph and quiet joy, preserved forever. A knock at the door. "Come in." Albus entered, looking more like Harry at that age than either of them were entirely comfortable with. At 45, he was the head of the Aura department now, having inherited both his father's skill and his mother's political acumen. "Dad. There's someone here to see you." "Who?" "She says her name is Delphine." Harry's eyebrows rose. He hadn't seen Delphine in person since that meeting at the rehabilitation facility, though they'd exchanged letters occasionally over the years. She'd been released a decade ago, deemed rehabilitated, and had quietly built a life for herself in the countryside. "Send her in." Delphine entered slowly, leaning on a cane. She was 70 herself now, her dark hair streaked with gray, her once intense eyes softened by time. She looked peaceful. Content in a way Harry had never imagined possible. "Harry." Her voice was warm. "Thank you for seeing me." Delphine. He gestured to the chair across from him. Please, sit. Can I offer you tea? That would be lovely. They sat in comfortable silence while the tea was prepared, two old enemies who had somehow found their way to something like friendship. You look well, Harry said finally. I am well. Better than I ever expected to be. Delphine smiled. Martha and I celebrated our 20th anniversary last month. Our garden won a prize from the local horticultural society. Congratulations. It's strange, isn't it? 50 years ago, I was trying to resurrect my father. Now my greatest ambition is growing the perfect rose. She laughed softly. I never imagined this life. Neither did I. Harry looked around at the photographs on his walls. When I was young, I thought the fighting would never end. That there would always be another dark wizard, another threat, another battle to fight. There are always threats, Delphine said. But you built something that could handle them without requiring you to fight everyone personally. We built it, Harry corrected. All of us. Even you, in the end. They were quiet for a moment, the weight of history settling between them. I came to say goodbye, Delphine said finally. Harry felt a chill. You're ill. The healers say I have a few months. Something in my blood, a legacy of my father's experiments, apparently. She shrugged. I've made my peace with it. I'm sorry. Don't be. I've had 30 years of freedom. 30 years of love. 30 years of being someone other than Voldemort's daughter. Delphine met his eyes. That's more than I ever deserved. You deserved the chance to choose differently. Everyone does. And you gave me that chance. When everyone else wanted to execute me, you argued for rehabilitation. You believed I could change, even when I didn't believe it myself. Her voice cracked slightly. I wanted you to know. I wanted to thank you. For my life. Harry reached across and took her hand, something he never would have imagined doing 50 years ago. You changed yourself, he said. All I did was give you the opportunity. Still. Delphine squeezed his hand. Thank you, Harry Potter. For everything. She died 3 months later, peacefully, in her garden surrounded by roses. Harry attended the funeral, a small affair, attended by the handful of people who had known the woman Delphine had become, rather than the daughter of Voldemort she had once been. Her wife Martha spoke about their life together, the quiet joys, the small triumphs, the love that had blossomed in the most unlikely circumstances. There were tears, but also laughter. Stories of a woman who had found redemption in the simplest of things. Harry stood at the back, watching, remembering. He thought about all the people he'd lost over the years. Dumbledore, gone peacefully in his sleep. Sirius, killed in a final heroic stand during the Ministry battle. So many others, claimed by time or circumstance. But he also thought about the people who remained. His children and grandchildren. Hermione and Ron, still his closest friends after 6 decades. The students he'd taught, many of whom had become heroes in their own right. The world they'd built together. It wasn't perfect. The darkness hadn't been eliminated, it never could be. But it had been contained, managed, kept from overwhelming the light. That was enough. That had always been enough. The letter arrived on a grey November morning. It was from the Ministry, an official communication, stamped with the seal of the Wizengamot. Harry opened it with mild curiosity, expecting some bureaucratic formality. What he found made him sit down heavily. The Wizengamot had voted unanimously to rename the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. From now on, it would be called the Potter Department, in honor of Harry's lifetime of service to magical justice. More than that, they had established a permanent scholarship in his name, funding for young witches and wizards from disadvantaged backgrounds to receive full magical education. And they had commissioned a statue to be placed in the Ministry atrium, replacing the old Fountain of Magical Brethren. A statue of Harry, standing alongside Hermione, Ron, and the other members of the original Phoenix Guard. "They want to honor you," Daphne said, reading over his shoulder. "It's about time." "I don't need honors." "No. But you've earned them." She kissed the top of his head. "Let them celebrate you, Harry. You've given so much. Let them give something back." The unveiling ceremony was held on Christmas Day. The ministry atrium was packed with people, young and old, from every corner of the wizarding world. Harry stood before the covered statue, feeling deeply uncomfortable with the attention. But when the cloth fell away, revealing the bronze figures, he understood why they'd done it. It wasn't just him. It was all of them, the friends who had stood with him, the allies who had fought beside him, the ordinary people who had become heroes through choice rather than destiny. And at the base of the statue, an inscription: "Here stand those who refused to accept the darkness. Who fought not for glory, but for each other. Who built a world worth living in. May we remember their courage, and find our own." Harry felt tears prick his eyes. "Speech," someone called from the crowd. "Speech." Others took up the chant. Harry looked at Daphne, who nodded encouragingly. He stepped forward. "I never wanted to be a hero," he said, his voice magically amplified to reach the entire atrium. "When my name came out of the Goblet of Fire, all those years ago, I just wanted to be left alone. To live a normal life, free from destiny and prophecy and the weight of expectations." He paused, looking at the faces before him. "But I learned something, in the years that followed. Something that changed everything. Being a hero isn't about destiny. It's about choice. About deciding, every single day, to stand against the darkness even when it would be easier to look away. The people on this statue, they weren't special because of prophecy or bloodline or magical power. They were special because they chose to fight when fighting seemed hopeless. They chose to believe that the world could be better, and then they did the work to make it so. That's the lesson I want you to take from this. Not that I was some great wizard who saved the world. But that ordinary people, when they stand together, can accomplish extraordinary things." He looked at the statue one more time, at the bronze faces of friends he'd loved, some gone now, others still standing with him after all these years. "This statue isn't a monument to the past," he said finally. "It's a reminder for the future. That darkness can always be defeated. That hope is never truly lost. That as long as there are people willing to stand up for what's right, the light will endure." He raised his wand, the same wand he'd used since he was 11 years old, now worn smooth with decades of use. "To those who stood. To those who stand. And to those who will stand in the years to come." The crowd raised their wands in response, points of light filling the atrium like stars. Harry smiled. It was, he thought, a good life. The end, when it came, was peaceful. Harry was 93 years old, sitting in his garden at Grimmauld Place, watching his great-grandchildren play. Daphne had passed 2 years earlier, surrounded by family, and Harry knew he wouldn't be far behind. He didn't fear death. He'd faced it too many times, understood it too well. Death was just another transition, the end of one story, but perhaps the beginning of another. "Grandpa Harry?" His youngest great-granddaughter, Lily, climbed into his lap. "Are you tired?" "A little," he admitted. "Will you tell me a story? About when you were young?" Harry smiled. "What kind of story? The one about the goblet? About how you refused to compete?" "That's a long story. I like long stories." Harry settled back in his chair, the warm weight of his great-granddaughter against his chest, and began to speak. "Once upon a time, there was a boy who lived in a cupboard under the stairs. He passed away that night, in his sleep, with a smile on his face. The funeral was the largest the wizarding world had ever seen. People came from every country, every walk of life, to pay their respects to the man who had saved them all. His children spoke about his love for his family. His former students spoke about his dedication to teaching. His oldest friends spoke about his courage, his loyalty, his unwavering commitment to doing what was right. And when the ceremony was over, when the crowds had dispersed and the flowers had been laid, a simple headstone marked his grave: Harry James Potter 1980-2073. The boy who lived, the man who chose. Beside him lay Daphne, and beyond her, spaces reserved for the children who would eventually join them. A family, united in death as they had been in life. The story was over. But the legacy endured. Epilogue: 100 years after Harry Potter's death. The wizarding world had changed in ways that would have astonished its founders. Magic was no longer hidden from the Muggle world. A careful revelation, managed over decades, had integrated the two societies in ways that benefited both. The Potter Department still operated, now expanded into an international organization dedicated to magical justice. The Scholarship Fund had educated thousands of young witches and wizards. The statue in the Ministry atrium had been joined by others, commemorating new heroes who had risen to meet new challenges. And in Hogwarts, in the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, a portrait hung in a place of honor. Harry Potter, painted in the prime of his life, watched generations of students learn the lessons he had spent a lifetime teaching. Occasionally, when a particularly promising student caught his attention, the portrait would offer advice, sometimes cryptic, sometimes practical, always heartfelt. "Remember," the portrait said to a nervous first year who had stayed after class. "Being brave doesn't mean you're not scared. It means you do what's right even when you are scared." "How do you know what's right?" the student asked. The portrait smiled, the same smile that had reassured countless students over the years. "You listen to the voice inside you that wants to help others, not the voice that wants to protect yourself. You choose love over fear, every time." The portrait paused. "And you remember that you're never really alone. There are always people who will stand with you, if you let them." The student nodded, looking a little less nervous. "Thank you, Professor Potter." "You're welcome." The portrait's eyes twinkled. "Now go. You have a world to save. Or at least, to make a little bit better." The student left, carrying with her the wisdom of a man who had faced the darkness and emerged into the light. The portrait watched her go, then settled back into its frame with a contented sigh. The story continued, as stories always did. And somewhere, in whatever came after, Harry Potter smiled. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13, The Gathering Storm. 50 years before Harry Potter's death. The summer after the Battle of the Ministry. The war was over, but the work was just beginning. Harry stood in the ruins of what had once been Malfoy Manor, watching Ministry workers sift through the debris. The estate had been seized after Lucius's capture, its dark artifacts catalogued and destroyed, its secrets laid bare for all to see. It was satisfying, in a grim sort of way. The family that had caused so much suffering, brought low at last. But satisfaction wasn't the same as peace. "You're brooding again." Daphne appeared at his elbow, her robes dusty from the excavation work. "That's becoming a habit." "I'm not brooding. I'm thinking. The furrow in your brow says otherwise." She linked her arm through his. "What's troubling you?" Harry gestured at the ruined manor. "This. All of it. We won the war, but look at the cost. Families destroyed. Lives lost. An entire generation traumatized by violence. That's not your fault. Isn't it? I'm the one who escalated things. Who swore oaths and built armies and turned a tournament scandal into a full-scale conflict." Harry shook his head. "Sometimes I wonder if there was a better way. A path that didn't require so much destruction." Daphne was quiet for a moment. "Do you remember what you told me, the night before the Ministry battle? About why you were fighting?" "Not exactly. You said you weren't fighting to destroy Voldemort. You were fighting to build a world where people like him couldn't rise to power." She turned to face him. "That world doesn't exist yet, Harry. You've cleared the ground, but you haven't built anything on it. What do you mean? I mean the war was never the hard part. The hard part is what comes after. Daphne's gray eyes were intent. Anyone can tear down. Building something that lasts, that's the real challenge. Harry absorbed this. She was right, of course. She usually was. So what do we build? That's the question, isn't it? Daphne smiled. Lucky for you, I have some ideas. The reconstruction of wizarding Britain became Harry's obsession for the next several years. He threw himself into the work with the same intensity he'd brought to hunting Horcruxes and fighting Death Eaters. Political reform. Legal restructuring. Educational improvements. Every system that had enabled Voldemort's rise was examined, critiqued, and transformed. It wasn't easy. Entrenched interests resisted change. Old prejudices died hard. There were setbacks and frustrations, moments when Harry wondered if any of it was making a difference. But slowly, incrementally, things began to shift. The Wizengamot was reformed, its hereditary seats reduced and its elected positions expanded. Laws protecting werewolves and other marginalized magical beings were passed and enforced. Hogwarts' curriculum was overhauled to include Muggle studies as a core subject and to teach critical thinking alongside spellwork. Most importantly, the culture began to change. A new generation grew up in a world where blood purity was mocked rather than celebrated, where cooperation between magical and Muggle society was seen as inevitable rather than impossible. "You're making a difference," Hermione told him during one of their regular meetings. "The surveys show it. Attitudes are shifting, faster than anyone predicted." "It's not fast enough." Harry was reviewing polling data, his expression troubled. "There's still a significant minority who hold the old views. Who would welcome another Voldemort if one appeared? There will always be some. But they're marginalized now. Their ideas have lost legitimacy." Hermione leaned forward. "That's the real victory, Harry. Not defeating the Dark Wizard, but defeating the ideology that created him." The challenges kept coming. 3 years after Voldemort's death, a group of former Death Eaters attempted a coup. They were stopped, but the incident revealed how many of the old guard still harbored resentment and dangerous ambitions. Harry responded by creating the Phoenix Watch, a volunteer network of ordinary witches and wizards trained to identify and report extremist activity. Not vigilantes, but observers. Eyes and ears throughout the magical world, ensuring that darkness couldn't grow in secret. 5 years after the war, an economic crisis threatened to undo much of what they'd built. Harry and Daphne worked together to stabilize the situation, implementing reforms that distributed wealth more equitably and reduced the power of the old pureblood families. 8 years after, a new dark wizard emerged in Eastern Europe. Harry led the international response, but this time he brought young Aurors with him, training them in the field, passing on everything he'd learned. Each crisis was an opportunity. Each challenge was a chance to strengthen the institutions they were building, to prove that the new order could handle whatever came. Through it all, Harry's personal life flourished. He and Daphne married in a small ceremony at Hogwarts, surrounded by their closest friends. The wedding was everything Harry had never dared to imagine, peaceful, joyful, full of hope for the future. Their first child, James, was born 2 years later. Named for Harry's father, he inherited his grandfather's mischievous spirit and his mother's sharp mind. Albus came next, quiet and thoughtful, with Harry's green eyes and Daphne's cool composure. Lily was last, fierce and passionate, the child who most reminded Harry of himself at that age. Watching his children grow was the greatest joy of Harry's life. Every milestone, first steps, first words, first signs of magic, filled him with a wonder that never faded. "This is what we were fighting for," he told Daphne one evening, watching their children play in the garden of their home. "Not abstract principles or political systems. This. Families living in peace. Children growing up without fear. Getting philosophical in your old age?" Daphne teased. "I'm 35. That's not old. It's older than we ever expected to be, back in the war. She leaned against him. Remember when we thought we might not survive to graduation? I remember. Harry pulled her close. We've come a long way. We have. She kissed him softly. And we have a long way still to go. The next decade brought new challenges and new rewards. Harry's children entered Hogwarts, each finding their own path. James became a Quidditch star, his talent on the pitch eclipsing even his father's. Albus struggled at first, the weight of the Potter name was heavy, but eventually found his footing in the academic side of magic. Lily became a fierce advocate for magical creature rights, following in Hermione's footsteps. Harry watched them grow with pride and occasional anxiety. He wanted to protect them from the world's dangers, but he knew that was neither possible nor healthy. They had to find their own way, make their own mistakes, become their own people. You can't fight all their battles for them, Daphne reminded him when he worried. They need to learn to stand on their own. I know. But it's hard. The hardest thing about being a parent. She smiled. Welcome to the club. The political situation continued to evolve. Harry had never intended to become a permanent fixture in wizarding government, but circumstances kept pulling him back. His voice carried weight, his opinion shaped policy, his support could make or break legislation. He tried to use that influence wisely. Pushed for reforms that would outlast his own involvement. Built institutions that didn't depend on any single person to function. But there were limits to what he could accomplish. Some problems were too deeply rooted, some interests too entrenched. Progress came in inches, not miles. You're frustrated, Hermione observed during one of their meetings. The werewolf registration repeal failed again. Third time this year. Change takes time, Harry. You know that. I know. But sometimes I feel like we're running in place. Every step forward, someone pushes us 2 steps back. That's how progress works. It's never linear. Hermione's voice was gentle. The important thing is to keep pushing. To never give up. Easy for you to say. You're the eternal optimist. And you're the stubborn one who never backs down from a fight. She smiled. That's why we make a good team. Harry's 40th birthday was a milestone he hadn't expected to reach. Daphne threw a party at Grimmauld Place, inviting everyone who had ever mattered in Harry's life. The old Phoenix Guard, now scattered across the world but reunited for the occasion. Ministry colleagues and Hogwarts friends. Family, biological and chosen. Standing in the midst of the celebration, surrounded by people he loved, Harry felt something he rarely allowed himself to feel. Contentment. Speech. Ron called out, raising his glass. The birthday boy has to make a speech. I hate speeches, Harry protested. Too bad. It's tradition. Harry looked around at the faces watching him. His children, now teenagers, looking simultaneously embarrassed and proud. Daphne, her smile saying everything that words couldn't. His friends, older now but still the same people who had stood with him in the darkest times. All right, he said. But just a short one. He raised his own glass. When I was 11 years old, I thought I was nobody. An orphan living in a cupboard, worthless and unwanted. Then I found out I was a wizard, and I thought that changed everything. He paused, gathering his thoughts. It didn't. Being a wizard didn't make me special. Neither did surviving Voldemort, or defeating him, or any of the other things people call heroic. What made me who I am, what made my life worth living, was all of you. He looked at each face in turn. The friends who stood with me when standing was dangerous. The family that loved me when I didn't know how to be loved. The allies who believed in a better world and fought to build it. His voice thickened. That's what matters. Not the battles or the victories. The people. He raised his glass higher. To all of you. For making me who I am. For making my life worth living. Thank you. The room erupted in cheers and applause. Harry drank deeply, embarrassed by the attention but warmed by the love that surrounded him. 40 years old. More than half his life probably behind him. But what a life it had been. The years continued to pass. Harry's children graduated from Hogwarts and began their own careers. James joined a professional Quidditch team, then retired early to become a coach. Albus entered the ministry, working his way up through the Aura department. Lily became a healer, specializing in magical creature injuries. Grandchildren arrived, 4 of them, eventually, each one a new source of joy. Harry discovered that being a grandfather was even better than being a father. All the love, with less of the worry. You're spoiling them, Daphne accused, watching Harry conjure animated toys for the toddlers. That's what grandparents are for. They're going to be impossible when they go home. Also what grandparents are for. Harry grinned. It's revenge for all the trouble our children caused us. Daphne laughed and joined him on the floor, helping entertain the next generation. At 50, Harry made a decision. I'm stepping back from politics, he announced to his inner circle. It's time for new voices, new ideas. I've been part of this for too long. You're not that old, Ron protested. Old enough. And tired enough. Harry smiled. Besides, I want to teach. Actually teach, not just advise from the sidelines. Pass on what I've learned to the next generation. Hogwarts. Dumbledore offered me the defense position years ago. I think it's finally time to accept. And so Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the vanquisher of Voldemort, the architect of post-war Reconstruction, became a professor. It was, he discovered, the best decision he'd ever made. Teaching was different from everything else he'd done. There was no glory in it, no headlines or political maneuvering. Just the daily work of helping young people understand magic and themselves. Harry loved it. He taught his students about defense, yes, the spells and techniques that could save their lives. But he also taught them about choice. About standing up for what was right. About the importance of understanding your enemies without becoming like them. Professor Potter. A first-year raised her hand one afternoon. Is it true you once refused to compete in the Triwizard tournament? It is. Why? Weren't you afraid of what would happen? Harry considered the question. I was terrified. But I was more afraid of being used as a pawn than I was of any punishment. Sometimes you have to say no, even when saying no is dangerous. How do you know when it's the right time to say no? When staying silent would mean betraying who you are. Harry looked around the classroom. That's the most important lesson I can teach you. Know who you are. Know what you believe. And never compromise those things for convenience or safety. The students listened, rapt. Some of them would remember his words for the rest of their lives. That was enough. That was everything. The decades rolled on. Harry watched as the world he'd helped build matured and evolved. Some of his reforms endured. Others were modified or replaced. New challenges emerged, new heroes rose to meet them. And through it all, Harry taught. Year after year, class after class, generation after generation. He became a fixture at Hogwarts, as much a part of the castle as the moving staircases and enchanted ceiling. Students came to him for advice, for comfort, for the wisdom of someone who had seen everything and survived. How do you do it? A troubled 7th year asked him one evening. How do you keep going, after everything you've been through? Harry thought for a long moment before answering. When I was young, I thought the goal was to defeat the darkness. To win the war and live happily ever after. He smiled slightly. But that's not how it works. The darkness never goes away completely. There's always another battle, another challenge, another threat. Then what's the point? The point is that we fight anyway. Not because we'll win forever, but because fighting matters. Because every day we hold back the darkness is a day someone else gets to live in the light. Harry's voice softened. You don't fight for victory. You fight for the moments between battles. The love, the joy, the connection. That's what makes it worthwhile. The student nodded slowly, looking a little less troubled. Thank you, Professor. You're welcome. Harry gestured toward the door. Now go. You have a life to live. Don't waste it worrying about battles that haven't happened yet. At 70, Harry retired from teaching. His body was slowing down, his magic less sharp than it had once been. The time had come to step aside and let younger professors take his place. The farewell ceremony was emotional. Students and colleagues alike gathered to honor his decades of service. There were speeches and gifts and more than a few tears. But Harry's thoughts were elsewhere. On Daphne, waiting at home. On his children and grandchildren, scattered across the world but connected by bonds of love. On the life he'd lived and the life still ahead. Any regrets? Neville asked him afterward. They were sharing a drink in Harry's office, two old men reminiscing. A few. Things I could have done differently. People I couldn't save. Harry swirled his fire whiskey. But overall? No. I did my best. That's all anyone can do. Your best saved the world. Our best saved the world. I just got the credit. Harry raised his glass. To the real heroes. The ones who stood with me. Neville clinked his glass against Harry's. To standing together. They drank in comfortable silence, two friends who had been through everything together. The future was uncertain, as it always was. But the present was good. The past was meaningful. And that, Harry decided, was enough. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14, The Siege of Hogwarts 30 years after Voldemort's death. Harry is 55 years old. The attack came without warning. Harry was in his office at Hogwarts, grading fifth-year essays on defensive enchantments, when the ward screamed. Not the gentle chime that announced visitors, but a shrieking alarm that meant hostile magic, overwhelming force, imminent breach. He was on his feet before the sound faded, wand in hand, decades of combat instincts snapping into place. Patronus, he commanded, and the silver stag burst from his wand tip. All staff to defensive positions. Students to common rooms. We are under attack. The stag dissolved into mist, carrying his message throughout the castle. Harry was already moving, racing toward the entrance hall, his mind cataloging threats and responses. Who would attack Hogwarts? The Death Eaters were scattered, their ideology discredited. The various dark magic cults that had emerged over the years were small, disorganized, nowhere near capable of breaching wards that had stood for 1,000 years. Unless someone had found a way. He reached the entrance hall to find chaos. The massive oak doors were shuddering under repeated impacts, the ancient wood beginning to splinter. Beyond them, through the growing gaps, Harry could see figures in black robes, dozens of them, maybe hundreds, their wands blazing with coordinated curse fire. And at their head, directing the assault with cold precision, stood a face Harry had hoped never to see again. Rodolphus Lestrange. But that was impossible. Rodolphus had died in custody 15 years ago, killed in a prison riot that had been thoroughly investigated and, a trap. The riot had been staged. The death had been faked. Rodolphus had been planning this for 15 years. Potter. The voice carried through the splintering doors, magically amplified. Come out and face me. Or watch your precious school burn. Harry's mind raced. The wards were failing, somehow, impossibly, the attackers had found a way to erode protections that should have been impenetrable. The staff were capable, but they weren't prepared for an assault of this magnitude. And the students were in the common rooms. Sitting targets if the attackers breached the castle. Minerva. Harry spotted McGonagall rushing toward him, her face pale but determined. Even in her 90s, the headmistress was formidable. We need to evacuate the students. The Floo network is blocked. So is Apparition. McGonagall's voice was tight. They've isolated us. The passages. The secret passages, do they know about those? Unlikely. Most aren't on any map. McGonagall's eyes sharpened. The one behind the one-eyed witch. It leads to Hogsmeade. Get the students out that way. All of them, every house. I'll hold the entrance. Harry, there's no time to argue. The doors shuttered again, cracks spreading across their surface. Go. Now. McGonagall hesitated for just a moment. Then she nodded and ran, shouting orders to the staff members who had gathered. Harry turned to face the doors alone. They broke through with a final, thunderous impact. The attackers poured into the entrance hall, not Death Eaters, exactly, but something evolved from that legacy. Their robes bore unfamiliar symbols, their movements were coordinated like a military unit, and their magic crackled with a cold efficiency that spoke of extensive training. At their head, Rodolphus Lestrange walked with the confidence of a man who had already won. Harry Potter. His voice was different than Harry remembered, colder, more controlled, the madness refined into something sharper. The hero of the wizarding world. Reduced to grading papers in his old age. Rodolphus. Harry kept his wand level, his stance relaxed. I thought you were dead. That was the idea. Death provides excellent cover for planning. Rodolphus spread his hands. 15 years, Potter. 15 years of recruiting, training, preparing. While you were playing professor, I was building an army. To do what? Voldemort is gone. His ideology is dead. The Dark Lord failed because he was too theatrical. Too focused on personal power and ancient blood feuds. Rodolphus's smile was cold. I have simpler goals. Control. Order. A wizarding world ruled by those with the strength to rule. You'll never hold it. The world has changed. Has it? Rodolphus gestured, and his soldiers spread out, taking positions throughout the hall. Your precious reforms depend on institutions that can be captured. Laws that can be rewritten. People who can be replaced. His eyes glittered. Starting with you. You think killing me will change anything? I think killing you will demonstrate that the old order is finished. That the hero who defeated Voldemort was just a man, mortal, fallible, ultimately powerless against those with the will to act. Harry felt the familiar cold settling into his bones. The clarity of combat, the narrowing of focus to the present moment. You want to kill me? He raised his wand. You'll have to earn it. The duel that followed would become legend. Harry was 55, his reflexes slower than they'd been, his magical reserves diminished by age. But he had something Rodolphus lacked, decades of experience, a lifetime of facing impossible odds and surviving. He fought like a force of nature. Spells filled the entrance hall, shattering windows and scorching stone. Harry moved through the chaos like water, deflecting curses, countering attacks, always staying one step ahead. When Rodolphus's soldiers tried to intervene, Harry's magic swept them aside like leaves in a storm. You've gotten better, Rodolphus admitted, circling warily. I expected you to have softened in your retirement. Teaching keeps me sharp. Harry's next curse forced Rodolphus to dive aside. Every year, a new batch of students trying creative ways to cheat on exams. You learn to anticipate. Jokes. Rodolphus's voice hardened. You think this is funny? I think you're a relic fighting a war that ended 30 years ago. Harry pressed his advantage, a chain of hexes pushing Rodolphus back toward the doors. The world moved on, Rodolphus. You should have too. The world moved on because people like you forced it to. You dismantled everything we built, everything we believed in. You believed in murder and oppression. You believed that some people were worth more than others because of their blood." Harry's voice was cold. "Those beliefs deserve to be dismantled. And what have you built in their place? A world of weakness. Of compromise. Where mudbloods and half-breeds are treated as equals to ancient bloodlines." "Yes," Harry said simply. "Exactly that." His next spell caught Rodolphus square in the chest. The Lestrange patriarch crumpled, his wand flying from his hand. Harry stood over him, breathing hard, his own wand pointed at the fallen man's throat. "Surrender," Harry said. "Call off your army. This ends now." Rodolphus laughed, a wet, painful sound. "You think I'm the army?" Behind Harry, movement. He spun to find the black-robed soldiers closing in, their wands raised. Dozens of them, more still pouring through the broken doors. "I'm just the distraction," Rodolphus gasped. "While you were fighting me, my people were breaching the secondary wards. Capturing the choke points. Blocking the escape routes." Harry's blood went cold. The students. The secret passage. The evacuation, is walking into an ambush. Rodolphus's smile was bloody. "Your students are going to die, Potter. And there's nothing you can do to stop it." Harry made a decision in that moment, the kind of decision that had defined his entire life. He stopped trying to win and started trying to survive. A blast of raw magic swept the soldiers back, buying him seconds. He ran, not toward the front of the castle but deeper inside, toward the passage behind the one-eyed witch, toward the students who were walking into a trap. The castle blurred around him. He knew these corridors better than anyone, every shortcut, every hidden staircase, every secret way between the walls. He moved faster than should have been possible, magic and desperation combining into something that transcended normal limits. He reached the passage entrance just as the first screams began. The ambush was exactly as Rodolphus had described, black-robed soldiers waiting in the tunnel, cutting off the students' escape. McGonagall and the other professors were fighting desperately, but they were outnumbered, outmaneuvered, losing ground with every passing moment. Harry didn't slow down. He hit the ambush from behind like a thunderbolt, his magic tearing through the attackers' ranks. Years of teaching had made him protective of students in a way that went beyond strategy or duty. These were children under his care. He would die before he let them be harmed. The soldiers turned to face this new threat, and in that moment of confusion, the professors rallied. What had been a rout became a battle. Harry fought his way toward McGonagall, dropping enemies with brutal efficiency. His magic was running hot, burning through reserves he couldn't afford to spend, but he didn't care. All that mattered was reaching the students, getting them to safety. "Harry." McGonagall's voice was hoarse. "The exit is blocked." "Then we unblock it." Harry reached her side, shielding them both from a barrage of curses. "On 3. Everything you've got." 1, McGonagall gasped. 2. 3. Their magic combined, two of the most powerful practitioners in Britain unleashing everything they had at the tunnel ahead. The soldiers in their path were swept away. The blockade they'd constructed, stone and spell alike, shattered into fragments. "Move!" Harry roared. "Everyone move!" The students ran, professors herding them toward the now open exit. Harry stayed at the rear, fighting a desperate holding action against the attackers who kept coming. One by one, the students escaped into Hogsmeade. The professors followed. Finally, only Harry was left, standing alone against an army. "Go," he said to McGonagall, who had lingered. "I'll hold them." "Harry, you can't, I can." He met her eyes. "Get the students to safety. Send help. I'll be fine." They both knew he was lying. But McGonagall nodded and ran, because sometimes the lie was necessary. Harry turned to face the horde alone. The last stand of Harry Potter became the stuff of legend. He fought for 17 minutes, an eternity in combat terms. Alone against dozens, then hundreds, his magic blazing brighter than it had in decades. Every spell he'd ever learned, every technique he'd ever practiced, every desperate improvisation that had kept him alive through impossible odds, all of it came together in a single, sustained burst of defiance. The soldiers fell before him like wheat before a scythe. Those who survived would later speak of facing something barely human, a figure wreathed in golden light, moving too fast to track, striking too hard to stop. But even legends can fall. The curse caught him from behind, fired by an attacker he hadn't seen. Harry stumbled, his concentration shattering, his magic flickering. More curses followed, too many to block, too many to dodge. He went down. Harry woke to pain and darkness. He was in a dungeon somewhere, not Hogwarts, the stone was wrong, chained to a wall with magic-suppressing manacles. His entire body throbbed with the aftermath of multiple curse impacts. He could taste blood in his mouth. Ah! You're awake. Rodolphus Lestrange limped into the torchlight, his face still bloody from their earlier duel. He looked worse than Harry felt, but he was smiling. 17 minutes, Rodolphus said. You held off my entire army for 17 minutes. I'm almost impressed. The students? Harry's voice was a croak. Escaped, unfortunately. Your little rearguard action bought them enough time. Rodolphus shrugged. No matter. They weren't the real target anyway. Then what was? You. Rodolphus crouched down, bringing his face close to Harry's. The symbol. The hero. The man who proved that Voldemort could be beaten. His smile widened. When I execute you, publicly, ceremonially, with all the world watching, that symbol dies. And with it, the hope that your precious reforms will endure. You're insane. I'm determined. There's a difference. Rodolphus stood. Rest up, Potter. Tomorrow, you die. And the wizarding world watches. He left, taking the torchlight with him. Harry slumped against the cold stone, alone in the darkness. The rescue came at dawn. Harry heard the fighting before he saw it, shouts and spell fire, the crash of doors being breached, the sound of running feet. For a moment, he thought it might be another attack, another layer of Rodolphus's scheme. Then Albus burst through the door, his face desperate with worry. Dad! Albus! Harry managed a weak smile. Took you long enough. The whole Auror department is here. Ron's leading the assault on the main compound. Albus was already working on the manacles. We got McGonagall's message, mobilized immediately. It took us hours to find where they'd taken you. The students? All safe. Every one of them. The manacles clicked open. Can you stand? I can try. Harry stood with Albus's help, his legs shaky but functional. His magic was still suppressed, but it was starting to return, a slow trickle of power seeping back into his depleted reserves. Rodolphus, he said. Where is he? Being arrested as we speak. His whole organization is collapsing, turns out most of them were only loyal because they thought he'd win. Once we showed up in force. Albus shrugged. They surrendered pretty quickly. Harry absorbed this. It was over. Just like that, it was over. I need to see the students, he said. Make sure they're really safe. Dad, you need a healer, I need to see my students. Harry met his son's eyes. Please. Albus hesitated, then nodded. All right. But you're going to St. Mungo's right after. Deal. The Great Hall at Hogwarts was crowded with returned students, parents, ministry officials, and reporters. The chaos was immense, people crying, hugging, demanding explanations. When Harry walked in, supported by Albus, the hall fell silent. Then the cheering began. It started with the students, the ones who had watched him fight for their lives, who had escaped through the tunnel he'd kept open with his own body. They rose to their feet, applauding, shouting his name. The parents joined in. The staff. Even the ministry officials, many of whom had opposed Harry's policies over the years. Harry stood in the midst of it all, overwhelmed and embarrassed and strangely moved. These were the people he'd spent his life protecting. The world he'd fought to build. In this moment, battered and barely standing, he knew it had been worth it. All of it had been worth it. The aftermath of the attack transformed the wizarding world. Rodolphus Lestrange was tried, convicted, and sentenced to the Dementor's Kiss, the last person to receive that sentence before it was abolished 3 years later. His organization was dismantled, its members prosecuted or pardoned depending on their level of involvement. Hogwarts was rebuilt, its wards strengthened with new protections that incorporated lessons learned from the breach. The secret passages were secured but preserved. Harry had insisted on that, arguing that the students' escape proved their value. And Harry himself became something new. Not just a hero of the past, but a symbol of continuing resistance. The man who, at 55 years old, had held off an army alone to protect children. "You need to stop almost dying," Daphne told him in the hospital. "It's hard on my nerves." "I'll try." Harry squeezed her hand. "No promises." "That's what you said after the ministry battle. And the graveyard. And I get it. I have a pattern." He smiled weakly. "But I'm still here. That counts for something. It counts for everything." Daphne leaned down and kissed him. "Don't you dare leave me, Harry Potter." "Never," he promised. "Not as long as I have any say in the matter." The years that followed were quieter. The attack had been a wake-up call, forcing both Harry and the wizarding world to confront the vulnerabilities that remained despite decades of progress. New security measures were implemented. Old complacencies were challenged. The work of building a better world continued. Harry returned to teaching as soon as he was healed, though he accepted a reduced schedule and more support from younger colleagues. His near death had made him realize that he couldn't do everything himself forever. The next generation had to be ready to take over. So he focused on training them. Not just in magic, but in the values and principles that had guided his own life. The importance of standing against darkness. The necessity of protecting the vulnerable. The courage to do what was right even when it was dangerous. "You're building something that will last," Hermione told him during one of her visits. "Something that doesn't depend on any one person. That's the goal." Harry looked out the window at the students playing on the grounds. "When I'm gone, I want the world to keep turning. To keep getting better, even without me." "It will." Hermione's voice was confident. "You've made sure of that." Harry hoped she was right. He really did. Chapter 14 and Chapter 15, The Dawn of War. The present day. Harry is 70 years old. The morning light filtered through the windows of the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, casting long shadows across the cluttered desk where Harry sat reviewing correspondence. He'd taken the position 5 years ago, after McGonagall's peaceful passing, and still found himself surprised by how much paperwork the job entailed. "You're frowning at those letters again." The portrait of Albus Dumbledore observed from its frame above the fireplace. "Is it the budget proposals or the parent complaints?" "Neither." Harry set down the parchment he'd been reading. "It's a report from the Department of Mysteries. They've detected something unusual." "Unusual how?" "Magical fluctuations in Little Hangleton. The graveyard where we stopped Delphini's resurrection ritual, 40 years ago." Harry's voice was troubled. "The unspeakables say the readings are unlike anything in their records. Ancient magic, possibly primordial. And it's growing stronger." Dumbledore's portrait was silent for a moment. "You destroyed Voldemort's final contingency in that graveyard. Dispersed his essence so completely that reconstruction should have been impossible." "Should have been." Harry stood, moving to the window. But what if we were wrong? What if there was something we missed? After all this time? Magic doesn't care about time. Harry watched a group of first-years crossing the grounds below, laughing and jostling each other. So young. So unaware of the darkness that had shaped the world they lived in. The question is, what do we do about it? The investigation began quietly. Harry assembled a small team, trusted colleagues from his teaching days, unspeakables with expertise in ancient magic, a few members of the old Phoenix Guard who were still active. They examined the graveyard with every tool at their disposal, searching for the source of the anomalous readings. What they found was disturbing. "It's not a resurrection," Hermione reported after a week of analysis. She looked tired, her silver hair escaping from its usually neat arrangement. "The magical signature is wrong for that. It's more like an echo. A remnant that's been building for decades." A remnant of what? Of Voldemort. Of the magic he worked in that place over the years. Hermione's voice was hesitant. "Harry, you know the theory about magical locations, how repeated use of powerful magic can imprint on a place, create a kind of memory. Like the ghosts at Hogwarts. Similar, but more fundamental. The graveyard was the site of Voldemort's father's murder. His resurrection ritual, the one that was supposed to happen during the tournament. Delphine's attempt 40 years ago. Your dispersal of his essence." She paused. "All of that magic, layered on top of each other, has created something. Not Voldemort himself, but a shadow. An impression. Is it dangerous? I don't know. It's not conscious, as far as we can tell. But it's growing, feeding on the ambient magic of the area. If it continues." Hermione shook her head. "I honestly don't know what will happen." Harry absorbed this. 55 years after Voldemort's death, and the Dark Lord was still finding ways to threaten the world. Some enemies never truly died. The decision to act was not made lightly. Harry convened a council of the most experienced magical practitioners in Britain, unspeakables, cursebreakers, academics who had spent their lives studying the darkest forms of magic. They debated for days, examining the evidence, proposing solutions, arguing about risks and benefits. In the end, the conclusion was unanimous: the shadow had to be destroyed before it grew beyond their ability to contain. "The problem is methodology," explained a senior unspeakable named Blackwood. "Normal destructive magic won't work, the shadow isn't physical enough to be affected. And the kind of magic that could touch it, that's extraordinarily rare and extraordinarily dangerous." "What kind of magic?" Harry asked. "Soul magic. The same principles that govern Horcruxes, but applied in reverse." Blackwood's voice was grave. "To destroy a magical echo, you need to overwrite it with something stronger. A living magical signature, willingly sacrificed." The room went silent. "You're talking about someone dying," Harry said flatly. "I'm talking about someone choosing to give up their magical essence to fuel the dispersal ritual." Blackwood met his eyes. "It wouldn't necessarily kill them, but it would leave them a squib. Permanently. Irreversibly. Who would volunteer for that?" Nobody answered. The sacrifice being asked was enormous, worse than death for many witches and wizards, who defined themselves by their magic. Harry looked around the table at the faces of his colleagues. These were good people, dedicated people, but he couldn't ask any of them to give up everything that made them who they were. Which left only one option. "I'll do it," he said quietly. The reaction was immediate and vociferous. "Absolutely not." Hermione was on her feet. "Harry, you're 70 years old. The strain of that ritual could kill you outright, never mind the magical sacrifice. I'm also the most qualified person for the job." Harry's voice was calm. "My magical signature has been entangled with Voldemort since I was a baby. If anyone can overwrite his echo, it's me. There has to be another way, there isn't. We've been over this. Harry looked at his oldest friend. Hermione, I've spent my entire life fighting Voldemort and his legacy. This is the final battle. The last piece of darkness that needs to be extinguished. I'm not going to let someone else pay the price when I'm the one best suited to do it. And what about your family? Your students? The people who depend on you? They'll survive. They're strong enough now. Harry smiled slightly. That's what we've been building all these years, isn't it? A world that doesn't need heroes. A world that can stand on its own. Hermione was crying now, tears streaming down her face. It's not fair. No. It's not. Harry crossed the room and embraced her. But since when has fairness had anything to do with my life? The farewells were the hardest part. Harry visited each of his children individually, explaining what he was planning and why. James reacted with anger, demanding to take his father's place. Albus was quiet, thoughtful, finally accepting with a dignity that made Harry proud. Lily cried and held him and told him she loved him. His grandchildren were harder. How did you explain to children that their grandfather might not come back? That he was choosing to face danger when he could have stayed safe? Grandpa's going on one last adventure, he told them, crouching down to their level. And he might not be the same when he comes back. But he needs you to be brave for him. Can you do that? They nodded solemnly, not fully understanding but sensing the gravity of the moment. Daphne was last. They sat together in their garden at Grimmauld Place, the garden where they'd spent countless evenings over the decades, watching their children grow, watching the world change around them. I always knew this day would come, Daphne said quietly. The day you'd find one more battle that only you could fight. I'm sorry. Don't be. She took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. You're doing what you've always done, protecting the people you love. I knew who you were when I married you. That was a long time ago. It was. And I'd do it again, without hesitation. She turned to face him, her gray eyes bright with unshed tears. You've given me an extraordinary life, Harry Potter. Adventures and challenges and more love than I ever expected to find. Whatever happens tomorrow, I want you to know that. Harry pulled her close, holding her tight. I love you. I know. She kissed him softly. Now go save the world one last time. I'll be here when you get back. The ritual took place at midnight on the winter solstice, the longest night, when the boundaries between things were weakest. Harry stood in the center of the little Hangleton graveyard, surrounded by a circle of unspeakables who would channel and direct the energy he released. The shadow was visible now, a dark stain on reality that pulsed with malevolent potential. Are you ready? Blackwood asked. As I'll ever be. Harry raised his wand, the same wand he'd carried since he was 11 years old, now worn smooth with decades of use, and began the incantation. The words were ancient, older than Latin, older than any language that still had speakers. They felt strange in his mouth, heavy with power and meaning. As he spoke, he felt his magic begin to stir, responding to the ritual's call. The shadow noticed. It turned toward him, if something without form could be said to turn, and Harry felt its attention like a physical weight. Recognition flickered in its depths, not intelligence, but instinct. It knew him. It remembered. Harry kept chanting. His magic began to flow outward, drawn by the ritual's pull. It felt like bleeding, like something essential was being drained from his core. The sensation was not painful exactly, but it was profound, a fundamental diminishing that went beyond physical sensation. The shadow writhed. Where Harry's magic touched it, darkness dissolved into light. The echo of Voldemort, the final remnant of the darkest wizard in history, was being unmade by the very power it had once sought to destroy. Harry poured more of himself into the ritual. His vision began to blur. His legs trembled. The wand in his hand felt impossibly heavy. But he didn't stop. He thought of his parents, who had died to protect him. Of Sirius and Dumbledore and all the others who had fallen in the long war. Of his children and grandchildren and the future they would build. He thought of Daphne, waiting for him at home. He thought of a boy in a cupboard under the stairs, who had dreamed of being loved. And he let go. The explosion of light was visible for miles. Pure, golden radiance erupted from the graveyard, burning away the shadow, purifying the corrupted earth, cleansing decades of accumulated darkness in a single, glorious moment. When the light faded, the graveyard was transformed. Where twisted trees and crumbling headstones had stood, now there was a clearing filled with grass and wildflowers. The oppressive atmosphere that had hung over the place for centuries was gone, replaced by something that felt almost like peace. In the center of the clearing, Harry Potter lay motionless. He woke in St. Mungo's, 3 days later. The first thing he saw was Daphne's face, older, lined with worry, but still the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen. "You're alive," she breathed. Apparently. His voice was a croak. The ritual worked. The shadow is gone. Completely, permanently gone. Daphne's eyes filled with tears. "And so is your magic." Harry absorbed this. He'd known it was coming, but the reality still felt strange. Reaching inward, he found emptiness. The power that had defined his life since he was 11 was simply absent. "How do you feel?" Daphne asked. Harry considered the question carefully. He'd expected to feel diminished, lesser somehow, a shadow of who he'd been. Instead, he felt light, he said finally. "I feel light." Light? All my life, I've carried the weight of being the chosen one. The boy who lived. The man who defeated Voldemort. Harry smiled weakly. "Now I'm just Harry. Just an old man who loved his family and tried to do the right thing. That's enough." Daphne took his hand. "That's more than enough." "I think so too." The months that followed were a period of adjustment. Harry resigned as headmaster. The position required magic he no longer possessed, but was offered an emeritus role that allowed him to remain at Hogwarts as an advisor and historian. He found he didn't mind. The work of building the future could be left to younger hands now. He spent his days writing his memoirs, walking the grounds he'd loved since childhood, and occasionally sitting in on classes to share stories with students who regarded him with awed reverence. "You're a legend," a first-year told him one afternoon. "My parents say you saved the world 3 times. "Only twice, officially," Harry corrected. "And I had a lot of help. But you gave up your magic to destroy the last shadow. That's the bravest thing anyone's ever done." Harry considered this. "Do you know what I think real bravery is?" "What?" "Doing the right thing even when you're scared. Even when it costs you something. Even when no one's watching." He smiled at the child. "You don't need magic to be brave. You just need to choose, every day, to be the person you want to be." The first year nodded solemnly, storing away wisdom she might not fully understand for years. Harry watched her go, and felt something he'd rarely allowed himself to feel. Satisfaction. Completeness. Peace. On his 71st birthday, Harry gathered his family at Grimmauld Place for a celebration. The house was full of noise and laughter, children running through corridors, adults exchanging stories, the kind of chaotic joy that only a large family could produce. Harry sat in his favorite chair by the fire, watching it all with quiet contentment. Albus found him there, pressing a glass of fire whiskey into his hand. "You look happy, Dad." "I am happy." Harry sipped the whiskey. "I spent so many years fighting, I forgot what it felt like to just be." "Any regrets?" "About the ritual?" "No." Harry shook his head. "My magic was a gift, but it was also a burden. Losing it has been liberating, in a way I didn't expect." "Mom says you're less tense now." Less like you're always waiting for the next crisis. Because I know the next crisis isn't my responsibility anymore. Harry looked at his son. That's your job now. Yours and your siblings and your children's. The world I leave behind is in good hands. Albus was quiet for a moment. I'm proud of you, Dad. For everything you've done. Everything you've sacrificed. I'm proud of you too. Harry reached up to grip his son's shoulder. Now go. Enjoy the party. I'm fine here. Albus left, and Harry returned to watching his family. This was what he'd fought for. Not abstract principles or political reforms. This, family, love, connection. The simple miracle of people caring for each other across generations. It was enough. It was everything. 1 year later. Harry Potter died on a quiet spring morning, surrounded by the people he loved. There was no dramatic final battle, no heroic last stand. Just an old man whose body had finally worn out, slipping peacefully away while his family held his hands and told him they loved him. The funeral was attended by thousands, dignitaries and common people, former students and fellow veterans, wizards from every corner of the world who wanted to pay their respects to the man who had saved them all. Hermione gave the eulogy. Harry Potter was my best friend, she said, her voice steady despite the tears on her cheeks. For 60 years, he was the most important person in my life outside my family. And I still don't think I fully understood him. He was brave, yes. The bravest person I've ever known. But his bravery wasn't the flashy kind, it was the quiet determination to keep going even when everything seemed hopeless. To stand up for what was right even when it cost him everything. He was powerful, perhaps the most powerful wizard of his generation. But he never used that power for himself. Every gift he had, he put in service of others. And he was loving. Deeply, fiercely, sometimes awkwardly loving. The boy who grew up without family built one around himself through sheer force of will. The man who had every reason to be bitter instead chose kindness. Harry used to say that the real victory wasn't defeating Voldemort, it was building a world where people like him could never rise again. I think he achieved that. Not alone, but as the leader and inspiration for all of us who fought beside him. The world is better because Harry Potter lived in it. The darkness is weaker because he stood against it. And the future is brighter because he dared to imagine it. Rest now, old friend. You've earned it. The statue was unveiled a year after his death. It stood in the ministry atrium, beside the one that had been erected decades earlier, no longer a young man in the prime of his power, but an old man with kind eyes and a gentle smile. The inscription read, Harry James Potter 1980-2051, who showed us that heroes are not born, but made through the choices we make each day. Below that, in smaller letters, the real victory is building a world worth living in. Epilogue, 100 years later. The wizarding world of 2151 was unrecognizable to those who had known it in Harry Potter's time. Magic and technology had merged in ways that would have seemed impossible to previous generations. The statute of secrecy had been peacefully dissolved, replaced by a framework of cooperation between magical and non-magical societies. Old prejudices had faded, replaced by new challenges and new opportunities. But some things remained constant. In Hogwarts, in a place of honor in the defense against the dark arts classroom, a portrait of Harry Potter watched over generations of students. He was depicted as he'd been in his prime, black hair, green eyes, the famous scar barely visible on his forehead. Professor Potter. A student approached the portrait one afternoon, looking nervous. Yes. I'm scared. There's a dark wizard rising in America, and people are saying it could become another war. What if? The student trailed off. The portrait smiled, the same smile that had reassured countless students over the centuries. Let me tell you a story, the portrait said. About a boy who lived in a cupboard, who thought he was nobody. Who found out he was supposed to be a hero and didn't want the job. Who was scared every single day of his life, but did what was right anyway. What happened to him? He made mistakes. He lost people he loved. He almost gave up more times than he could count. The portrait's eyes twinkled. But he kept going. And in the end, he built a world where other people could keep going too. Not because he was special, but because he chose to be. How do I choose that? One day at a time. One decision at a time. One act of courage at a time. The portrait leaned forward. You don't have to save the world tomorrow. You just have to do the right thing today. And tomorrow, you do it again. And the day after that. And eventually, you look back and realize you've made a difference. The student nodded slowly, looking a little less scared. Thank you, Professor. You're welcome. The portrait settled back into its frame. Now go. You have a future to build. The student left, carrying with her the wisdom of a man who had faced the darkness and chosen the light. Outside, the sun was setting over Hogwarts, painting the sky in shades of gold and red. A new night was falling. But the light endured. Chapter 15 and the End. Harry Potter, The Oath of Vengeance. A story about the choices we make, the people we love, and the world we build together.